Please go ahead, sir. We are live now.
Morning, everyone. Regret to say that just started this late, so our apologies for that. A great welcome to all of you. We have a strong lineup of speakers for the program for the day. We will be joined by the ministers. Unfortunately, due to other commitments from their side, they have not been able to join us on time, and we expect them to join us in the next 15-20 minutes. So, in the interest of time, is what we would start the proceedings for this. So just to keep it a little agile, we are going to swing a few speakers back and forth so that we are not stuck with time, because we also need to come out with a report and all the stuff. So thank you very much. From my side, just the quick opening remarks, which I thought would set up the context. I think India, 1 billion mobiles, 700 million internet users. India is on an exponential growth path. Digital entertainment, e-commerce, social media, and so on and so forth are the basis of this expansion that one is really talking about. India is possibly the largest data usage in the world. And when it comes to usage of data on a smartphone, we are about second in the world, which is close to about 14-15 GB per month, which is substantial. And when I put these numbers out to you, I think this is on a trajectory of growth. The opportunity that really comes in size in front of us is that the size of the digital economy is increasing. The Honorable Finance Minister yesterday gave some data out on how the financial transactions are taking place, and therefore that clearly indicates to us how large this whole piece is going to be. And if the growth of the digital economy is high, the slope of the curve is going to be at an incline of 45 plus. So what really is the growth of the data center business of this country. The warehousing of data and management of this data is going to be the very critical infrastructure that one is looking at. Data centers have grown in the last decade because of all that I did speak about. But I think what is really going to happen is, with the usage of newer technologies and newer ways of doing business, this is going to grow. So let me just reflect on what COVID did to us. COVID made us sit at our homes, and we learned a new way of living and working, which we would have never learned in another 10 years. And I honestly confess, I personally would have never. But this period of COVID has taught me to be more digital, more enabled, and this whole piece is unreversible. And what really is going to happen with the $5 trillion economy coming as a reality, digital economy of $1 trillion, lots is going to change. And remember, this is numbers that we're talking now, but the rate of change is going to be so large that these numbers could be defeated on the higher side, and a big way. So when this becomes an opportunity, this becomes an important thing for us to use and deliver. So this becomes an important opportunity for investment also. So a lot of global companies, and remember, the government's push on Atmanirbhar Bharat, on Digital India, on data protection, also kind of gives the enabler impact on this expansion of business that would come through. And therefore, investment would become an important corollary to this whole piece. You will see a lot of investments coming here, and ASSOCHAM is delighted that we have taken lead in this under the leadership of our chair for the council and the president. And it's a wonderful thing to happen to us. And we possibly have the greatest of the team in this business of data centers, and we are really proud of that this morning. With this few words and an opening thing, I would request the sharing of rights to be given to Amit Singh, and let him present to us the report from PwC. Thank you very much.
Am I audible? Okay, great. So if I'm audible, I would first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank ASSOCHAM for partnering with PwC. And especially I would like to thank Deepak Sood sir and Vineet Agarwal sir for partnering with PwC and allowing us to come up with this report. And I would also like to thank my team members, Vikram, Meghna, Vishakha, and Aditya, for putting together this insightful report. So as they say, data is the new oil. if data is the new oil, then data centers are new oil fields. The new oil fields which need to be mined, which need to be nurtured, which need to be protected. And that is where I see the new century, which will not have any kind of limitation factors for India to grow its economy, would be fueled by this new data center wave. So this report, Making India a Digital Global Head Data Hub, focuses on the status of data center industry across the globe and position in India, which in this growing industry. The report talks about few of the key drivers which have propelled the growth of data centers. And as Deepak sir pointed out in his opening remark itself, that COVID-19 has actually extrapolate, or I would say that the entire digital adoption has leapfrogged because of this new pandemic, and the new ways of working are evolving. And that is where we see that this entire adoption of data center would also move leaps and bounds. So if we talk about the report, the structure of the report, we talk about the global data center market, what are the growth factors, what are the emerging markets, how and what ways the investment is happening into the sector, and what role COVID-19 has played into this entire adoption of data center, and what are the key global hubs that are emerging over there. Then what are those key drivers, both for international and for the domestic market, which are actually paving this wave of global data hubs being established by various countries. We are talking about how and what ways the entire data localization laws are actually playing a pivotal role in countries to think about, both at a policy level as well as an industry incentive level, to come and attract data center, global data centers players and co-location service players to come and invest into their respective countries. And that is where we see a lot of thrust coming from Government of India as well as state governments in coming up with those favorable policies. Then definitely rise of digital platforms. These are the key drivers that we talk about. Moving on to the next thing that we talk about is the key trends within the sector. When we talk about key trends in the sector, one of the things that what are the kind of digital adoption and what is the kind of data consumption that is happening, and what are the kind of technology trends that are shaping up, which heavily rely upon the data both in terms of storage and in terms of compute. Then also in terms of the entire environmental responsibility aspect of India, where India is committed to the entire Paris Convention, and that is where we see a lot of thrust from government side with respect to the green data centers as well. So that is also one of the trends that we have spoken about in the report. And last but not least, the most important sector for most of our viewers would be related to the Indian data center market. And in Indian data center market, what is the digital economy that we are looking at? What are those current projects which have actually propelled the growth of data center market? And what are those future projects and the trends that will actually pave the way for this market? What is Advantage India? As Deepak sir pointed out, the entire thrust of Government of India around Atmanirbhar Bharat. So what are those advantages that India has with respect to their global competition? And what are those existing hubs across the country where data center locations are there in India? And last but not least, what are those various government initiatives which are there? So if we specifically talk about this, that the digital economy across the globe has boomed on the backdrop of digital activities in our personal and professional life. And data centers play a pivotal role, same as backbone infrastructure for operationalization of any digital activities, be it small business or it is a large scale enterprise. Today we see the Amazons of the world opening up their platform to many small retailers, many small service providers. This also fuels in the entire digital adoption at the bottom of the pyramid. And all these factors, the fact that data centers were categorized as essential services during the entire lockdown period in pandemic, shows our entire dependency on data centers in the country, and their successful running and operations is something which is very important for our day-to-day operations. There are numerous reasons why data has become so critical and indispensable for us. To begin with, COVID-19 pandemic acted as a strong catalyst in growth of already growing data center industry, as many businesses from various sectors such as healthcare, e-commerce, relied heavily upon to the data center. Then utilization of various digital platforms as e-commerce, OTT, social media have increased substantially and have laid foundation for the strong and robust data infrastructure network. Moving on to another important aspect with respect to India, if we talk about the overall capacity in India, India has been one of the largest growing markets, not just in the Asia Pacific, but globally. If you talk in terms of the overall capacity in India, at 2020, the overall data center capacity stood at 447 megawatts. And this capacity was emerging out of approximately 170 to 180 data centers that are spread across the country. This entire capacity of 447 megawatts is poised to reach to 780 megawatts in 2024. This is almost doubling the size. That means it opens up a huge potential for data center providers to come and invest into the country and leverage the entire growth. And this growth somewhere is supposed to be fueled by around 16% on a CAGR level, based upon the co-location data center market only. Forget about the other emerging trends. So why and what makes India this attractive data center hub? So first and the most important aspect is the entire mobile subscribers and the data consumption that we have through mobile subscribers. So we have almost 1 billion plus mobile users in the country, and out of that, approximately 700 million users are using 4G technology. We have one of the most cheapest internet data rates across the country and across the globe rather. All these factors lead to a huge data consumption, and this data consumption needs to be addressed both in terms of storage and in terms of compute, and that will come from these data centers. The second most attractive factor about India would be the entire skilled manpower that is available across the country. That is also, we have almost 26% digitally skilled work power that is available with us, and that cheap manpower which is available to manage these data centers is something which makes us an attractive destination. Other than that, one of the other aspect which comes in terms of the increasing the attractiveness of India market would be the entire push from the government, both in terms of policy level as well as in terms of incentives. The entire data protection bill, the national and the state level data center policies, the entire Digital India program, as well as the incentives and the reimbursements of the sector is something which I feel would be key drivers which will position India, and which have positioned rather. I would not say which will, but they have already positioned India as a very strong player in this region for establishing the global data hub. So with all these factors, I think it would be safe to say that data center industry in India will grow by leaps and bounds in the upcoming years and contribute significantly to the digital economy of the country. So over to you, Deepak sir. That's from.
Okay, thank you, Amit. Thank you very much for your remarks on the report. I'm sure we will be sharing a PDF copy of this to everyone. As we still await the ministers to join, so we'll take the program forward. And may I now request Darshan Hiranandani, the chairman of the Council of ASSOCHAM, to please address us. Thank you, Darshan.
Thank you, Deepak. Hi, Viniji. How are you? Welcome, friends. Welcome all our guests, distinguished panelists, and hopefully the ministers will join. But I think as Deepak ji started and mentioned, the data consumption in India is booming for various reasons. We already have the cheapest internet cost per gigabyte for consumers in the world. This, of course, needs data centers, otherwise you can't provide data to devices. The new Personal Data Protection Act is expected to magnify the data center requirement. It should explode. We are already the most efficient, cost-efficient builders of uptime tier 4 rated data centers, so the highest quality, and I think Sunil will talk about that anyways. We have fantastic IT talent in our country. There's no doubt about that. We don't need to talk about it. We have a fantastic startup ecosystem. And, you know, for example, and I know there is some debate and some thing going on in Karnataka right now about mobile gaming. But the mobile gaming startups have actually made India at the forefront. For example, it's the Indian companies that are the top mobile gaming companies in Indonesia, in Malaysia, and so many other countries, where in fact all that data is stored in India of all the mobile gamers from those countries. So that's actually quite a fantastic achievement, which further spurs demand. We have huge availability of green power in the country, so no doubt that's all a plus. So I wanted to spend like a few minutes and just talk about some areas of focus. First, bandwidth. We may have the cheapest internet per gigabyte, but as you all know, our mobile quality in terms of our drops and our hops and call drops and network is still needs a lot to desire. Similarly, our fiber connectivity in our country still needs a lot to desire. And as this data center piece keeps exploding, high speed, low latency bandwidth needs are going to be massive. So this is an area that requires huge focus, huge investment, specialized investment, where connecting submarine cables to hyperscale data centers, then connecting hyperscale data centers to each other, then connecting data centers connected to each other to edge data centers, and then connecting those to ISPs and telecoms and mobile providers. So we need this whole new ecosystem, new investment afresh coming in, and that's a very, very big opportunity. Second, as I was talking about edge sites, 5G, reliable video, IoTs, not going to come without edge data centers. So while the big data centers are going to have huge economies of scale, the edge data centers are going to have huge economies of last mile bandwidth. So rather than bringing all your video from one data center in a Mumbai or a Chennai, these edge sites will bring the most popular content or will bring compressed content to those sites before they deliver it to your mobile phones, before they directly collect data from your IoTs, your Internet of Things. Third area of focus, which I thought we should talk about. We have a lot of green power in our country, but a data center needs to run 24/7. Having solar that runs from 7 p.m. to 5 p.m. Is not the sole solution for data centers, and it's not functional. We may talk about government giving incentives, creating banking, but those are all not realistic solutions, because if you want green, you should produce green round the clock. So huge amount of focus needs to go into solar, wind, hydro, all hybrid solutions working together, pump storage hydro, which behaves like batteries, maybe backed up by natural gas over the next 5, 10, 15 years to give as greener power as possible, because there is a value in that. And if the new Electricity Act, which I know is controversial again with the states, if that comes in, it will completely unbundle distribution and power trading, which means that any consumer will be able to directly buy power from any source, and far more innovative solutions are going to come in. So while this whole panel, a lot of them are going to talk about data center specific issues, I thought we'll touch on some of the other policy issues that impact data centers in a big way. Last but not the least, which I've been pushing hard on, which is relating to, we are already very cost competitive in building the data center. How could we be a little more cost competitive? Of course, speed of construction makes things cost competitive right now. Steel, cement are going through inflationary cycles. But more importantly, there are still components that we import. Lithium-ion batteries, we import some specialized chillers. Those are big opportunities for us to create as part of the domestic economy. Most important thing is the cost of the servers that go into these data centers. Data center providers don't put those servers, customers put it, cloud providers put it. There's a massive opportunity there. The capex in the servers is 2 to 3 times what the capex in the data center itself is. Focusing on the opportunity of assembling these servers in India, very, very large, big area of focus. We should all try to put it so that the next few years, while we are building these data centers, we're not sending away our dollars to just buy servers. We should try and localize and bring it in as much as possible. So I think we are at this monumental moment, fantastic opportunity. And I believe that the Indian providers, the investors, the community is going to do fantastic justice, and government is focused on getting it right. So thank you everyone for being here, and we'll hand it over back to Deepak ji.
Thank you. Thank you. Always great to listen to you, Darshan. The passion and the energy that you bring to anything that you do. You've done it with gas. You've done it with the oxygen when we were fighting COVID, and now that you talk about data centers. I think the another piece that one really, really loves to hear about is what kind of jobs is one talking about as we go forward? I mean, are there any numbers that we have put through? Are we looking at how many people, skilled people, unskilled people, what level, which city are being largely targeted? So I'm sure these are open questions which will come to our mind, and we will find answers along with the other questions and the opportunities explained by you, Darshan. So thank you once again, Darshan. Let me now very quickly go to Sunil Gupta ji. Please unmute yourself and let's listen to you. Thank you so much, Sunil.
Thank you, Deepak ji. Hello, distinguished guests. Good morning. It is my pleasure to be on this forum and share my views. I will talk about the trends a little bit, and then I'll come to what Yotta is trying to contribute into this whole ecosystem. India's data center needs are growing exponentially. Just a minute, just a minute. Sorry. India's data center needs are growing exponentially because of the increasing data consumption and also creation by individuals, enterprises, and governments. On individual consumer side, the wide adoption of 4G, home broadband, access to cheaper mobile phones, data plans, innovative payment channels, including UPI, thriving startup ecosystem Darshan mentioned, innovating newer digital products almost every day, a thriving content and advertisement industry shifting gradually to digital platforms, a young population addicted to gaming, short form videos, and online education all at the same time in the same breath, have led to a rapid adoption of OTT platforms, e-commerce, e-education, e-health, and other social media. And of course, this is leading to a massive needs to store, process this data in large and robust local data centers. If we see the enterprise front, the growing trend of migration from captive data centers to public clouds, hosted private clouds, and third-party co-location has been among the primary drivers for this massive need for quality third-party data centers. COVID lockdowns, which made individual corporate offices inaccessible for long times, leaving those captive corporate data centers vulnerable to downtimes, has just made this need much more critical and this trend much more faster. Evolving use cases around emerging technologies such as AI, ML, IoT, robotics, etc. are driving Industry 4.0 in manufacturing sector and similar digital waves in other industry verticals. These trends are leading to the need for an unthinkable level of data processing, data analyzing, data storage, and extremely low latency data speeds. Governments push towards digital India in almost all spheres of citizen life, including health, education, utilities, land records, document lockers, Jan Dhan accounts, direct benefit transfer, UPI, and other financial services, and much more. And also with the upcoming Citizen Data Protection Bill, which possibly will leading to huge coming home of Indian citizen data in India, is only going to increase this trend of massive data generation, consumption, and hence local storage and processing in India. These trends and this all pervasive dependence of our personal and professional life on our digital devices and companions demand a new breed of underlying infrastructure elements on the top of which this digitization runs, and we know the most core of which is data center infrastructure. These data centers need to be highly fault tolerant, top tier quality, highly scalable to accommodate massive in-campus growths, to be developed along with the support ecosystem of power and fiber, green power, and of course, built with such innovation and scale that they can deliver massive cost efficiencies as well. At Yotta, we are creating data center campuses of massive scale with multiple data centers of more than 25,000 racks, 200 plus megawatt IT power at each location, at multiple cities including Navi Mumbai, Mumbai, Greater Noida, Chennai, Pune, Kolkata, and Gift City, Gujarat. Our first data center NM1 at Navi Mumbai is the world's second largest uptime tier 4 design as well as construction certified data center. Its fault tolerant design and engineering, it is making it detect, isolate, and auto mitigate any and every single failure in the data center without the intervention of any person. And this allows the building to continue serving customers with complete uptime and optimum performance levels all the time. This data center has not only got rave reviews from everybody who visited this data center physically or in virtual live sessions in the last 18 months, but has also won multiple prestigious awards on a global scale. We are replicating the same blueprint at our upcoming campuses, including the one at Greater Noida, which is going live in the first quarter of next financial year. We at Yotta are very optimistic and bullish about these exciting data growth trends, and we have geared ourselves for capacity and services creation accordingly, keeping in mind the key principles of top quality, highest scalability, lowest cost, resilient, bulk, diverse, and high-speed fiber, IP transit, and peering connectivity, and covering the complete value chain of services from wholesale colocation one end to retail colocation to managed hosting, cloud, and a diverse range of IT services delivered on a everything on a use model. We truly believe that we as Yotta and we as Indians, like many other fields of IT, can create, and we have created, highly innovative, top quality data center infrastructure in India, rivaling the best of what is available in other parts of the world. This is what we feel Digital India needs, and this is what can be the contribution of the Indian data center industry to the Prime Minister's vision of a $5 trillion economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sunil Gupta ji. Can I now request Shri Manoj Paul ji, Managing Director, Equinix India, to have his industry address. Manoj ji, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Arun. And let me thank ASSOCHAM for giving me the opportunity to speak at this forum. Well, we heard a few speakers before, Darshan, Sunil, and today, in the next 10 minutes that I have, I'm going to focus on the demand side of the data center industry, that is the customers. Well, historically, both internationally as well as in India, the major customers for data center services have been the banks, the other financial institutes, the e-commerce companies, and the likes. However, in the last 2-3 years, more so, and last 4-5 years in general, the biggest chunk of the data center services has been ordered and consumed by the cloud service provider, the hyperscalers. And if you see the recent announcements of around 10 or 12 new entrants into the Indian data center industry, which includes both international players and domestic players, their plans are also more highlighted and more focused on catering to this big growing demand of these hyperscalers. However, for our industry to survive and thrive, we need a little bigger base. And on the other side of the spectrum, we have this hundreds of thousands of small, medium enterprises who have embarked into the journey of digital infrastructure, leveraging the digital infrastructure to offer efficient services to their customers. Now, these small, medium, large enterprises need a little different type of services to grow and can be the bedrock of the Indian data center industry. While the cloud service providers generally need reliable power and space, it is the enterprise companies, they need much more than that. They need interconnection, they need cloud services. So they need interconnection to other enterprises and they need interconnection to the cloud service providers and to multiple carriers and other ecosystem. And let me explain with an example. Say, for instance, it's a food delivery company. Now, that company has a website and it needs very low latency, great connectivity to all the ISPs and the telecom service providers, so that when you and I connect to that website of that service delivery company, we have a good experience. Now, when it takes the order, it has to connect to the restaurants. After confirming with the restaurant that the food is available, they need to connect to the bank to complete the financial transaction, to complete the payment. Once the payment gets completed, they need to go back and place the order onto the restaurant, give confirmation to the user, and then also at the same time connect to the delivery boys spread across the city, towns, and across the country that, hey, this is the place where you have to go and pick up. So they need very good connectivity across the mobile service providers to be able to reach to them. So if you see this service provider, this food delivery company, not only needs a very highly reliable data center to host their servers, they need a platform to connect to all these ecosystem partners in a very efficient way. Now, tomorrow it might just happen that this food delivery company might like to expand across the world also. So they said, hey, we have been successful here in India. Why not go and try to address the market, the big market in, say, Sydney or in London or in New York? So they need a platform which will enable them to expand. Now, Equinix has this platform, which is called the Equinix platform or Equinix Fabric, which interconnects that 230 data centers across the country. And it also interconnects all the cloud service providers, all the banks, financial institutes, all within the same platform. Now, leveraging this platform, this food delivery company can very easily set up a edge pop in, say, Amsterdam or in London or in Sydney and start catering to the customers in that city. And those customers, they do not have to connect to the service providers infrastructure here in India, but they connect at the edge pop located in, say, an Equinix data center in Sydney or London or in Amsterdam or in New York. What it does is that it enables this enterprise company to expand into new markets with high efficiency. They don't have to get into multiple contracts for a data center service provider or with carriers to provide them internet connectivity or with the cloud service providers. With one contract, they just connect and expand rapidly. What it does is that it creates demand for data center services in those edge sites in London, Hong Kong, and all these places. But since the head office is here in India, and since 40 to 50% or even more data processing for any service provider happens at the back end, at the head office data center, it will really fuel the growth of the data center services requirement within the country. Now, it's going to happen the other way around also. Say, for instance, a fintech company based out of France wants to get into India and start rolling out services for Indian customers. So they would need a platform where they can seamlessly deploy their infrastructure, say in Mumbai, be closer to the Indian customers, connect to the cloud service providers in India, connect to all the telecom service providers through an internet exchange, and so on and so forth, seamlessly and efficiently and also conveniently in a short period of time. That's where platforms like the Equinix Fabric and Equinix IBX platform comes into handy, because they can just sign one contract with Equinix and then they can roll out services in India. What that is going to do is there's hundreds of multinationals who are going to come to India, setting up POPs. It's going to generate demand for data services within the country. And many of them would need multiple POPs, not only in Mumbai, but in other cities. And that is really going to be big. And these two things are really going to be the bedrock of the Indian data center industry, because hundreds and thousands of these businesses are going to demand for these services. But the most important aspect of this interconnection is network. And Darshan alluded to that fact that we need very high level and very good connectivity options available in India. Now, interconnection has two elements. One is the subsea, which connects India to the other parts of the world, and one is inside the country. On the subsea front, we are quite comfortable. We have around 16 to 17 undersea cables which are already live. But more importantly, there are 4, in fact, 5 new cables coming in the next 4 or 5 years, which is going to add tremendous capacity, provide high scalability, and at the same time also bring in some cost efficiency. So I don't think we have any issue on that front. But the place where we have a challenge is within India connectivity. The type of fiber that we have, it has been pretty old, laid some time back with lots of cut, the reliability is less, and the bandwidth availability is also not so great. So if somebody needs a wavelength of say 200 gig or 400 gig between Mumbai and say in Bangalore, or between the cable landing station or a data center, is still a challenge. So we hope that for the benefit of both the digital economy and the data center industry, the telecom service providers invest heavily into building up this fiber network connecting multiple cities and the data centers within the cities also. Because without that, if the telecom service providers, out of a limited capital that they have, start investing only in say 5G, we might have a very high capacity access network, but not necessarily a backbone network to support the access network. It's like putting the cart in front of the horse. So that's one area that I would like to highlight in this forum. I had this 10 minutes. I thought I will make these 2 points, that this small companies and small, medium, large enterprises will be the bedrock of the growth of the data center industry in the long run. And second, network is a major important piece that needs to fall in place for the benefit of the data center industry in particular and the digital economy in large. Thank you. Back to you, Varun.
Thank you, Manoj Paulji. Can I now request Shri Sridhar Pilapuredi ji to deliver his industry address?
Good morning, friends. It's wonderful to hear to all my industry colleagues. Thank you, ASSOCHAM and Deepakji, for inviting me over here. Darshanji has pointed out many issues of the industry where we are. He summarized it quite well, I should say. I would like to stress upon a couple of points. One, how do we make Indian data centers as the global hub, like the ones like in Europe, like Germany or Singapore or the US? How do we make India a global data center hub? Why do we need to do this? Is obviously, as Deepakji, you pointed out, the kind of data growth which is happening, not just in India, worldwide. Every person in the world right now are generating about 1.7 megabytes of data every second. So obviously, the growth of the industry worldwide is going to be humongous. And if India can capitalize on that, not only from a domestic demand and consumption standpoint of view, but as being a supplier to the entire globe, that's something that whole industry needs to focus on. What do we need to do? It's very simple for those of you in the government who are there right now amongst us. Think of it as, roti, kapda, or makan for the human beings. Data centers need land, power, and bandwidth, fiber. From a global perspective, we are still, to become a global hub of data centers, we are still miles away from, we are still not competitive. We have to somehow make sure that we become globally competitive to become a global data center hub. Our telecom costs, connectivity costs to this country are still 10 to 15 times more expensive compared to some of the developed global data center hub locations. Our land is also probably 10 to 15 times more expensive than that of take United States of America, or the power, which is again the same. Some of the locations in these developed nations have power sources available at almost half the cost. If we can come up with a specific rules like the one that we did for like SEZs or IT parks in the past, if we can do the same thing, create a framework for data centers in the export business, or whatever you want to call it as, or to making India a global data center hub. It requires special infrastructure, special laws, special provisions to make that happen. And we do have a chance to make it happen because our construction costs are lower. We have skilled manpower available in the country. And we are known for delivering IT worldwide, better than any other country in the world. And it's easy to build on that legacy and make data centers a global hub. India as a global hub for the data center industry. Another important thing that I would like to focus on is, it's not just enough to build data centers and make India a global data center hub. It is also important to build a sustainable data center industry in India. What do we need to do to create that is, there are smaller things like what we can do as individual companies. For example, control-less. We did 11-floor building. Every inch of the facade is solar, which was recognized by USGBC and by giving control-less a regional leadership award, making it a first in the data center category, followed by a Golden Peacock Award for eco-innovation. These are smaller things you can do. I mean, we've reduced the carbon emissions by 11,360 tons. We used renewable energy. Our usage grew 200x in the last 3 years or so. The individual companies, I'd say my industry colleagues are doing every bit from their side to kind of stay conscious of building sustainable data centers. And the government can do a lot more in this space as well. We have different rules in every state for accessing renewable power. I think it's time that we bring in a transparent and uniform policy to address this issue across different states. We should also, come up with incentives for those data centers who are powered by renewable energy or lowest PUE or following the global ESG standards. That's all I would like to say today. I know we have a lot more people to go ahead, and thank you, ASSOCHAM, for organizing this summit today. And for my colleagues in the industry, I'm confident that we will build an unstoppable momentum towards a sustainable India and making India a global sustainable data center hub. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sridhar. I think that was very, very informative. Thank you for all the speakers who have spoken thus far. One only learns more as you listen more, and this is a very, very important subject. So great, thank you very much. IT has been a flavor. It has what has seen us through the COVID, the digital platforms, and with this, the infrastructure of the data centers is going to the backbone, and each one of you have kind of explained as how important this piece is if we have to go forward. And there are a lot of challenges and opportunities both which need to be looked at. So with this, Vinitji, may I request you to be online? We have been joined by the chief guest, Srimati Anupriya Patel-ji, the Honorable Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Very, very good morning, ma'am. Namaskar. Thank you for joining us this morning. हम लोगों ने as planned program शुरू कर दिया था, so that we have gone through the speakers. And just to give you a small synopsis and a formal welcome by the President of ASSOCHAM, so I'm going to request Vinitji to take over the mic from me. Vinitji, over to you, please.
Thank you, Deepak ji. It is my pleasure to welcome Srimati Anupriya Patel-ji, Minister of State for Commerce and Industry. Ma'am, it's a pleasure to have you over here today with us at a very, very important event, making India a global data hub. We also have Dr. Ashwath Narayan, Honorable Minister from the Government of Karnataka, who might join us at some point. and we have industry colleagues as well as colleagues from ASSOCHAM, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great privilege and pleasure to welcome everyone to today's event. It is extremely important, as I just mentioned, in terms of the value of this event, and we have a huge amount of participation is a testimonial to that. I think the discussions that have happened so far have all highlighted the fact that with the pandemic, there have been a lot of opportunities, and India has taken those opportunities in very, very straightforward. Clearly, there has been an acceleration of digitization in the country. There is an acceleration and increased online content as well as commerce consumption in the country. And several business models have now shifted towards digital, including things like learning. My own children are sitting in front of a laptop or doing their classes, and I'm sure that's true with everyone. So this shift has had a major pressure on the massive demand towards IT, ITES, the entire infrastructure, internet infrastructure. From somebody just mentioned roti kapda makan, and that was a demand earlier. And now the demand is road, electricity, and broadband. So as this is changing, we are seeing this pressure is increasing very, very dramatically. Apart from that, there is this new age technology that is coming up, which is very hungry for digitization or requires a lot of robust architecture related to architecture and infrastructure of the internet world. Edge computing, artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, these are all putting massive pressures on the system as a whole. I think the government acted extremely proactively to look at data centers as an important push, and that it should be local. That's again very critical. It will not only help us to adopt new technologies, it will help us to create new job opportunities. And also we are seeing investments that are coming in, as we just heard, in massive numbers, and it will actually create a new industry. Clearly, the trends are very obvious that these data centers have to they will skip a generation of technology improvements. So whatever has happened in the West will possibly skip that and move to the next level, including making energy efficient and world-class centers. There was a McKinsey report that said that India can create about $285 billion of value for global IT and become a digital services hub by 2030. This will not only help, the data centers will not only help in that, but also in assisting Industry 4.0 or 3D manufacturing, addition manufacturing, and so on and so forth. So the opportunities are massive as India moves towards a digital economy, towards a $5 trillion economy, and the importance of data centers is just going to be huge in that pivotal journey. With these words, I again thank you, ma'am, for joining us today, and look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Vinitji. Very, very honestly, I think you've covered the whole spectrum. Ma'am, which is very, very important is for a $5 trillion economy, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री का जो सपना है, अगर उसे साकार करना है, तो इसलिए manufacturing and export is going to be very crucial. And for export, we have to be plugged into the global supply chains, and these are enablers which will result into much, much larger businesses that to come through. Before I'll request you to address us, ma'am, I have with me the person who chairs this council of ASSOCHAM, which is a young, dynamic, like our president Vinitji, Darshan also here. And Darshan, very briefly, if you wish to come in before I go to the minister.
Sure. Thank you, Deepakji. Ma'am, welcome to our event today, and thank you for coming. Just on an overall point, and I wanted to bring this to the context of Karnataka. Data centers have been hugely successful, but in Mumbai and in Chennai. In fact, the Bangalore data center market has not done as well, which is very surprising given that y'all are the leaders in the IT, y'all are the IT capital of India, without a doubt. You're the Silicon Valley. And big reason for that, ma'am, is got to do with very, very high quality fiber connectivity, good amount of land connectivity, really solid power and power requirements that are needed, and the focus on going greener. So even if the government, this opportunity is very large, the panelists have spoken about why the opportunity is large, but I thought to make this conversation more relevant for you on what Karnataka needs to do, Karnataka needs to get its act right on power reliability and availability. It needs to get much, much better fiber connectivity. So you all have all the IT professionals in the country, but the IT professionals log on to servers in Chennai and Mumbai and deliver these requirements. So I think we'd be very happy to have a session with the team below you, maybe the IT secretary and his team, or the entire power and the infrastructure team, to start thinking about how Bangalore can improve its value that it can bring to the table as well, and move things forward. There was one more point, ma'am, and I know I'm going to step out of line a little bit and mention something a little more controversial, which is Bangalore is, the startup capital. You all have a lot of startups there providing great services. One of the biggest sort of where India has taken leadership in South Asia is actually in mobile gaming. So we are giving even the largest Chinese startups a run for their money, where a company like MPL is the dominant mobile gaming company in Indonesia, in a whole bunch of other countries. And I know Karnataka has just passed a bill day before yesterday to try and ban mobile gaming in the state of Karnataka. And I think you all have made it criminal and illegal. My only suggestion is that even if Karnataka doesn't want to have it, you all are going to lose all your programmers and startup people and the entire ecosystem. And gaining trust takes a long time, losing it takes a minute. So anything that can be thought about that is something you all should consider, because that's actually where Bangalore's greatest value is. But ma'am, thank you so much once again for being here. We welcome you, and we'd love to interact with your team far closer, so we can make meaningful suggestions and assist Karnataka in being the leader in the country.
Thanks, Darshan. I think we're missing Dr. Ashwath Narayan here, who should have heard your views as well. So not a problem at all. I'm sure ma'am is going to convey her views.
I was hoping ma'am will beat me with a smaller stick, but anyways.
Thank you so much. And once more, very, very welcome to you, ma'am, and over to you for your comments. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I heard some very relevant ideas from two of the speakers who just spoke before me and briefed me about what went on in this whole debate, in this whole session. Shri Vineet Agrawal ji, President ASSOCHAM, Shri Deepak Sood ji, Secretary General, Shri Darshan Hiranandani ji, Shri Sunil Gupta ji, Shri Manoj Paul ji, Shri Amit Singh ji, Sridhar Pinnapu Reddy ji, and our Honorable Minister from Karnataka hasn't joined, I guess. He hasn't joined. And all our friends from the industry, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this second ASSOCHAM India Smart Data Centers and Cloud Infrastructure Summit 2021, which is going to discuss measures to make India a global data hub. Yes, I do agree. Somebody before me said that India has to make a shift in priorities now from roti, kapda, makan to roads, electricity, and definitely internet broadband connectivity. And I'm very proud to say that exactly this is something the government is working towards. And Digital India has become our priority, because we do understand that now even a teenager who lives in a village cannot function without internet connectivity. So this entire Digital India mission is all about making people more updated and prepared to face the world as it is today. Yes, COVID has given us a setback and the global supply chains have been disrupted. We are making efforts in collaboration with other countries around the world to create more stronger and resilient global supply chains, and manufacturing and exports do have a huge role to play. Recently, if you must have heard, the Honorable Prime Minister has launched a national effort which says local goes global, make in India for the world. And he's given us a very ambitious target of $400 billion of exports, merchandise exports, I would say, this year. And in the next 6 years, he says we must increase it to $2 trillion, wherein $1 trillion contribution would be from the merchandise exports and $1 trillion would be from the services export. And without technology, without IT and IT-enabled services, we will not be able to do much. So we are definitely keeping this as our priority, and we're working towards our targets. So I want to congratulate ASSOCHAM for organizing this session on this very, very relevant subject, because this is something that we really need today, and inputs must come from each one of you. We also like to interact. We would also like to interact more, understand what more could be done. And there are a whole lot of things that the government is already doing, and I would like to shed some light on this. So coming to today's topic of discussion, which is making India a global data hub, I would begin by saying that despite India being one of the major players in the data center sectors in this whole Asia Pacific region, this industry, like you said, is primarily concentrated in Mumbai, Delhi, Bengaluru, and Chennai, which account for 60% of the total data center sites and 75% of the IT load capacity. And Mumbai has 40% of the total installed capacity. And honestly, I was very surprised to hear that Bengaluru is not doing as well as Mumbai and Chennai, because I had it somewhere in my mind that Bengaluru is doing equally well. So this comes like a news to me. So because of cloud adoption, data consumption and generation by 500 million digital users, the need for the data center infrastructures is growing exponentially. And since fiscal year 2016, this industry has been recording an annual growth of 25 to 30% to touch $1 billion in the fiscal year 2019. The Asia Pacific region will account for half of the global co-location market by 2025, driven by large emerging markets like India. And the investment within the industry has also inevitably gone up. In 2020, the Indian data center industry attracted close to $977 million in private equity and strategic investments since 2008, of which nearly 40% were infused between January to September last year. We have big tech firms today who are collaborating with the telcos to expand their cloud services presence. And the COVID-19 pandemic, as I said earlier, has pushed Indian businesses, both big and small, to use digital platforms and cloud computing to reduce their operational expenditures. Government-led initiatives like Digital India are also driving increased use of data services. And the upcoming launch of 5G and the Internet of Things use cases are also driving growth. The size of the digital economy in India is estimated to grow $200 billion in the year. It was expected to grow in the year 2017-18 to a staggering $1 trillion by 2025. And the size of the digital population in India and the growth trajectory of the digital economy necessitates a strong growth of data centers. Indian data center market has seen a tremendous growth in the past decade, riding on the explosion of data through smartphones, social networking sites, e-commerce, digital entertainment, digital education, digital payments, and many other digital business services. This growth in data is further stimulated by the adoption of emerging technologies such as quantum computing, AI, and the Internet of Things. And there is a growing demand of the country for the facilitation of the state-of-the-art service delivery to citizens by making India a global data center hub and promotion of investment in the center. This will propel the digital economy growth and enable provisioning of trusted postal infrastructure. For Digital India and building a thriving digital economy in India, building strong competencies in artificial intelligence, and protecting nation's security and the data of its citizens is very crucial. It is necessary for India to harvest the long-term benefits from this sunrise industry. Thus, there is a need for establishing a strong domestic infrastructure for which making available land and uninterrupted power supply are essential. India has not been granted the data secure status by the European Union. This data secure status is crucial for India in a number of services, especially in the e-commerce sectors. And similar issues elsewhere also need to be addressed. The ethical issues facing e-commerce industries surround data privacy. Leaks, breaches, and the misuse are primary ways that individuals' privacy is infringed upon. Protecting people's data could be addressed through appropriate policy, regulation, and technological innovations and advancement. Several steps have been taken to address these concerns, like the new national e-commerce policy is now under consideration with the DPIIT. And this national e-commerce policy would lay down strategies to address the issues which are pertinent to the sector. Data Center Policy 2020 is also another important step to drive necessary regulatory, structural, and procedural interventions for enabling ease of doing business in the sector towards attracting investments and accelerating the existing pace of data center growth in the country. It will promote sector competitiveness through various fiscal and non-fiscal incentives, promote domestic startups, MSMEs, and other Indian IT companies, and provide impetus to indigenous manufacturing of the IT and non-IT equipment, facilitate access to uninterrupted and cost-effective power, which forms one of the most critical aspects of operating the data center. It will also facilitate the standardization in the development of data centers and promote capacity building in the sector through association with various skilling human resource development programs. Government of India is planning to make the country a data center hub, and an incentive scheme of rupees 12,000 crores in the works to promote firms to install data centers in India. The government aims to attract an investment of rupees 3 lakh crores in the subsequent 5 years as part of the hyperscale data center scheme, and is intending to provide between 3 to 4% of the capital investment as an incentive to the firms, along with real estate help in faster approvals. Government of India, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, has drafted a policy for the data centers. This is one of the biggest reasons for the surge in the number of data centers. Under this policy, the government would provide infrastructure status for the data center sector, bringing it at par with industries such as railways, roadways, and power. The new status will ease the process of availing the long-term credit from the domestic and international lenders. Basically, the policy will also simplify the clearances to set up data centers in India. Government is working on a scheme for a hyperscale data center to incentivize investments. The goal of the scheme is to boost the capacity of the existing data center ecosystem and work on the segments such as drones and robotics to develop their manufacturing. The policy framework also seeks to strengthen the recently announced Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative by identifying possible opportunities of manufacturing of the data center equipments, both IT as well as non-IT, in the country. And it also identifies possible areas of participation by the MSMEs and the startups. Government is looking at the ease of doing business in the form of faster clearances, cheap and clean power. India could essentially become a data center hub for global enterprises. And the data center expansion needs to be supported by the growth in data volumes to support high growth in e-commerce, increase in the usage of social media, greater preference for the OTT platforms, the government's impetus to Digital India initiatives, and rapid digitalization of services across industries. There is no large-scale foreign investment in the data centers in the country. The government is working towards evolving a clear-cut policy around it. I wish the summit all success with the hope that this session will bring forth greater interaction among the business communities, and we need more such frequent business meets, trade fairs, and investment marches to intensify the business linkages across the region. The private sector definitely has a critical role in taking business development forward, and the government of India will surely facilitate and do whatever is needed to create an enabling environment to promote businesses for the benefit of people in this region. With this, I once again convey my good wishes for the success of the summit, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to listen to your views and also share mine. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, grateful for your time, your views, and your patient listening to the other speakers. We will definitely share the inputs that we receive from members and seek your guidance as to how are the next steps to be taken, whether within your ministry or outside the ministry, because everything is kind of connected for us to deliver a better vision as per the Prime Minister of India. The process of reform that has been undertaken has given us very, very positive results. There are sectors that have been impacted by COVID, and I'm talking beyond the data center right now. There are areas which have done very well. And the way the process of reform, the handling of the whole piece has been done is commendable, and congratulate government at all platforms that this has been the best way to handle it. I think areas of stress are being dealt with, and as we open, as the more and more economy opens, I think those areas would also start improving, because ultimately everything connects into the economy, and everybody does well, the economy does well, and we want to be at $5 trillion much before the world thinks that we can, and all that needs to be done. So thank you very, very much for joining us this morning, and with your time and with your views. Thank you very much. Thank you. Speakers of the inaugural session, I think Dr. Narayan would join us in another session later, so we would continue with these sessions. Thank you very, very much for joining us in this morning session with your views and your comments. Thank you to each one of you, whoever has to continue to stay back here. You do, and the ones who have signed out for this session, a great thank you to you. And Ratnika, I am really sorry for hijacking your job. Back to you.
Not at all, Mr. Deepak Sood. Thank you so very much. That was I had the great pleasure to listen to each and every single one of you. Thank you very much for your precious time and to be with us here today. So we will now move on to the special industry address. Can you please give me a reconfirmation if that's correct? Are we moving to?
Yes, please. Yes. Can we request Mr. Ambar Hassani, Advisory Architect Technologies, to kindly make his address? Ambarji, you can share your screen.
Are you able to hear me correct?
Yes, perfect.
Thanks a lot. And I hope you're able to see. Okay, good. Thanks a lot. So thanks, ASSOCHAM and Varun, for inviting us to this prestigious event. So without further ado, I think, I'll get into the spree of things where, the topic for today that I wanted to kind of chat about is cloud conversations and how the trends in the industry are actually influencing, the future, technology adoption and things like that. So with that, I think, one such important trend that we are seeing is that the cloud adoption is on the rise. I think that goes, without saying that, there are a number of use cases that are being experimented with in the industry, both on the traditional front of applications and also the next generational technologies that are actually making an impact on the daily lives of citizens, right? Now, that being said, there is a challenge. And the challenge is basically, when you actually build the cloud or the cloud footprint, there are these yesteryear's criteria around, the typical concerns of elasticity and agility and whatnot. They are slowly morphing into these three prominent needs, actually, which is ease of doing business, cost of doing business, and the risk of doing business. I think cloud has always been one of the important barometers in terms of, delivering agility and elasticity. But I think with these three prominent needs coming at the forefront, the transformation goals that were set by the enterprises and businesses at large are being constrained to a point where, this engineering enthusiasm, as we say, the art of building cloud, is now being challenged by these business expectations. Enterprises who have been invested for long into the cloud adoption are seeing that, that the pace of transformation with which they achieved, whatever little that they could, is starting to get hampered by all the complexities that come with the cloud. Cloud is not as easy as they say, as or as it was meant to be. So with that said, I think what we also see is that these three prominent needs are also echoed in various studies conducted by the prestigious industry analysts. And one such important trend that we see is around the adoption of hybrid cloud as the way to go forward when building cloud landscapes actually. And most notably, if you see the last numeric value here, which is around 46% of the customers now have a public cloud only or a public cloud first strategy, which has actually dropped down from 2020. Whenever we said cloud, it eventually meant public cloud and the likes of the hyperscalers. But this is actually giving away to the hybrid cloud strategy. And with that said, Dell is at the forefront, but helping our customers, shape that hybrid cloud strategy. But at the same time, the personas that we deal with in the enterprise, there's a lot of cumulative investment of effort and time that goes on, and different personas are now starting to or are being forced to re-examine on various fronts, such as their cloud investments, their workload distribution patterns, their application architectures and whatnot, and eventually their migration strategies. They are being forced to re-examine as to what would be the right mix when they approach the hybrid cloud statements. And then as I approach, or as we approach, as a community, our customers, we see that there are 4 quadrants that we deal with when it comes to cloud adoption at large. These are these known knowns, known unknowns, unknown knowns, and unknown unknowns, as I would call it. But last quadrant is very important for me. And the examples of this are long-term impact on cost of equity, lost opportunities due to lengthy migration cycles actually as we approach cloud, or the repatriation efforts that enterprises are starting to actually undertake, and the lock-in costs that actually eventually set the stage when we do, cloud adoption strategy with a particular vendor only. Now, this is where Dell Technologies and our strategy with our partners is actually helping solve these 3 prominent needs, which again, I'll reiterate, is the ease of doing business, the cost of doing business, and the risk of doing business, by offering 2 pathways to success, or I would call a winning strategy. One is Dell Technologies has launched Apex Services, which is our effort actually and our intent to simplify the as-a-service cloud operating model, where you can actually consume outcomes as opposed to buying infrastructure gear and things like that. The second pathway is basically our cloud solutions, which offer the best of breed technology to various enterprises of different sizes and segments. Now, I would actually put a quote across from Michael, who's our chairman and CEO, that we are in the process now, although being a late entrant in the market, but we are in the process of moving the vast majority of our offerings to a consumption and as a service model, and actually enabling enterprises to navigate the entire IT journey with a few clicks and make and really simplify the entire experience. Ultimately, the focus on the performance objectives and the KPIs that enterprises are kind of aiming at, that has to be simplified. The achievement of that has to be simplified. And as a quick glimpse, you can actually see the slide where our intent is actually to co-create this value engineered, platform and solutions through our partners and our own offerings actually at large, right? I know that Manoj Paul actually came across from Equinix talking about how Equinix is actually helping shape the industry with their fabric. And I'll be talking a little bit of that partnership as well in the following slides. But at the same token, I would like to call upon Apex, which is actually, our intent being help enterprises adopt this easiest migration path, whether it be our offerings around cloud services or specifically around storage, in which most of the providers have actually taken a seat back in terms of how do we actually provide this important piece of technology for workloads which are not very conducive to a cloud technology, right? Physical workloads and things like that. Or the custom solutions or the future offers that we are now evolving towards workloads which are specifically tailor-made for the enterprises, large and medium. And then also talk about cloud solutions that we have to offer, specifically around integrated platforms, where we have co-invested and jointly engineered many solutions for the enterprises around their outcomes for different technology stacks actually. And also in the advent of building a resilient cloud model, how do we present our solutions in the market with cyber recovery and data protection being the key focus actually. And I'll speak a little more to that. Last but not least, it's the effort, the joint effort of our professional services and consulting services through an ecosystem of players, not only from Dell, but from our partners, coupled along with different innovation centers and labs that we have around the world, which helps customers invent and kind of see the future at no cost or at zero cost. Now, as we steadfast into the future, it's also actually a good point to reflect how our customers who have invested with us, such as in this case, there's a tale of two customers, one from the East and one from the West. Now, it clearly calls out what is the value that we bring to the table in helping these enterprises achieve their outcomes and confidently resonate with what Dell has to offer in the marketplace and help them achieve their KPIs in terms of building a cloud operating model, improve the cloud economics at play, eventually rendering themselves to helping the businesses scale through in tough times actually. And at the same time, now with Apex actually into the market, specifically in US and EMEA, and now entering Indian markets, we are seeing customers echo the value that we offer, such as in this case with Magellan Health, where we have partnered with them and actually helped them seize the opportunity around how to best deliver these outcomes back into the enterprise. Now, here is a specific use case where I would actually talk about how Dell partners with our customers on many fronts, but more specifically on the level of trust that we keep building with our customers year over year. Now, in this case, GE needs no introduction. It's one of the largest enterprises, global conglomerate, where in 2017, we were the primary IT infrastructure supplier. And in 2021, we have been actually given the go-ahead to operate their entire IT needs with Dell Apex, which is our as-a-service offering. And it's a clear call out from Nancy Anderson of the opportunity and the value that we are starting to render back to them. Now, that said, I think one of the important goals for the businesses is to actually see through their economic value realization. And this is where we feel that it's doing its justice and not just doing a marketing hype around things, where now Forrester has published two clear reports, or actually one report, both in the form of a summary and a detailed report, where it establishes the fact of how our customers can seize the opportunity and achieve about 171% ROI versus the other hyperscalers that provide a cloud offering in the marketplace. This along with, if the general trend in the industry sometimes, the customers kind of opine about as, I want to get out of the data center business. Of course, and I think this is where I would like to call upon our partnership with Equinix, where the code from Equinix says it all of how we are partnering and are at the forefront with Equinix in doing these transformations towards an ecosystem that can help our customers save on cost and also actually render back governance, control, and simplicity in adopting the public cloud, the cloud operating model at large. Now, take for instance, in this case, another important call out in the industry today is, I'm done with these modern workloads. Now let's focus on the money-making business, which are these traditional workloads, and move them to public cloud. Now it's easier said than done, but customers who have been in that spree for a while now have started to realize that it's not really, I wouldn't say worthwhile, but at the same time it makes more sense of actually right fitting these workloads in the place that they belong. So in this case, TNG has decided to repatriate their workloads back, and you can see the achievements that they've had in doing so. And again, the important point is that while we actually talk about TCO and things like that, which help you bring down costs, it's also important to note that enterprise class performances, and in this case, a low latency or a latency sensitive workload like VDI, we are able to deliver unmatched performances when it compares to many other offerings in the market. And there is a very good research which has been published, and I think the slides made available to you in case has the infographic and the white paper, which kind of opinionates what is it that has taken our VDI to the next level. And if you couple along this with the widest offering that we have in terms of AI, ML, and HPC solutions, which allows our customers to experiment with next generational use cases of building end-to-end pipelines, which are the need of the enterprise today in making real-time decisions come true. I think if you convert that portfolio of ours into an OpEx model with our Apex services, you get a wonderful opportunity to actually see through an economic value with the engineering value that can help you transform your business quickly. This is just a portfolio sampler of what the enterprises working with us look forward to as they build their AI ML solutions. Obviously, it's a complex world and one that needs many different approaches and perspectives. And we have these solutions co-engineered with many different partners offered with the best TCO so that customers can with ease adopt these technologies at large. Last but not the least, I think it's about securing your most important asset when it comes to cloud, which is your data. And we take pride in providing you end-to-end solutions, whether it's on the edge, the private clouds, the multi-cloud, the hybrid cloud, in whichever shape and format that there may be. And I think more than me, it's our customers who have started to kind of, echo the value that we bring to them. In this case, Kevin clearly calls out workloads, whether they are on-premise or in the cloud with AWS or wherever. Our solutions from a cyber and data recovery standpoint help them at large be, carefree about how the operating model kind of manifests, but at the same time be protected enough for in the near future and long run. As is with the case with both Marino and James calling out, specifically from Macquarie Group, they are so confident with our data protection solutions that they can clearly call out that service level guarantees back into their customer base. I would say I would like to conclude with that and just kind of visualize the opportunities that our customers and partners have on different fronts, but more specifically on hybrid and private cloud, with traditional and modern workloads, cyber and multi-cloud storage as key opportunity areas, AI simplification, and the proven expertise that our collective ecosystem of partners and ourselves can bring to the table. I take pride in saying that, Dell, along with its partners, can help you solve many different challenges as we have done in the past. And I would be looking forward to connect with you for any deeper conversations. So with that said, thanks again for the opportunity in this forum. I think it's a wonderful forum. Thanks, Varun and team.
Thank you, Amberji. Ratnika ji?
Yes. All right. So thank you very much, Sri Amber Hassani. That was a very, very insightful speech with regards to our first special industry address. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to our second special industry address for the day. And I'd now like to request Sri Sanjay Bhutani, Senior Vice President, Adani Connects, to take over and share the address with all of us and enlighten us.
Thank you. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Privileged to be part of such a wonderful event. I can see a lot of participation, and I was listening to earlier panelists and the speakers. It is very wonderful to be part of starting a day with such a wonderful event. Thank you so very much. I am Sanjay Bhutani, and I represent Adani Connects. I hope you guys are able to hear me.
Yes, please.
Perfect. Thank you. So I'm going to walk you through the details how the technological intervention has helped us to reform our lives, and how the things have changed in last couple of years, couple of decades for us, and the kind of era we are living. We are absolutely blessed to be in this era where technology is playing a key role in our lives, and we are able to accelerate our businesses and our lives in a fashion which
Sanjay ji, I'm sorry, I'll interrupt you for a moment. We are joined by Dr. Narayan CN, the Honorable Minister from Government of Karnataka, and we take this opportunity to welcome him. Thank you, sir, for joining. The program we have right now, Mr. Sanjay Bhutani, Senior Vice President Adani, is speaking, and Sanjay ji, you can continue, please.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. So I'll straight jump to a presentation which actually reflects our lives a couple of decades back. I'm sure all of us will agree the pigeons were used to carry message, and then ultimately telegraph came in. Our message telegraph was the way to communicate. And I'm happy to share with all of you. You may be surprised to know 1860 was the one wherein the first submarine cable was built from London to Mumbai, and that's how our lives have started changing. And telephony came in, then the computer, then internet, and then now a cloud, which lives have changed to hybrid cloud. And now we know, all of us know, blockchain plays a key role. Blockchain plays a key role in our lives, and IoT, AI, ML is the way to go. And we are seeing big traction there. And India is adopting a lot of cloud, and we are at nascent stage. And we see this growth. We are, if I have to compare with some developed countries, we are at nascent stage about 15-16%. And the developed countries actually have touched about 50% on a cloud adoption. So the kind of technological intervention and technological evolution has happened in our life. You can see 2,700 years back versus now, the kind of transformation has happened. I think clearly I said in my earlier comments, we are absolutely blessed. We are blessed. So now, with the technological interventions happening, I think clearly CIOs are one who are driving growth. And they are the one we at Adani Connects look at them as a chief enablement officer. When I say chief enablement officer, a couple of years back when we used to interact with CIOs, they were the cost centers. Now they are the one who's actually driving all the technological intervention and the growth in the organization. They are the one who are visionary. They are the one who are strategists, they are the one who's driving big businesses, big vision, and they are the one who are the change agent for the organization. I think clearly the technological part is driving the growth of any organization, and the CIOs have become the growth engine for all of us. Sure. Sorry. Can't you see the presentation?
Yeah.
You guys can't see the presentation? I got a message.
It's coming blank right now.
Yet. Yeah.
Sanjay ji, I was to reach you on phone.
Yeah. Okay.
We have been joined by Dr. Ashwath Narayan, CN, the Honorable Minister for Higher Education, Information Technology and Biotechnology, Science and Technology, Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood, Government of Karnataka. Sir, welcome. And can I request to share your thoughts and experience with the stakeholders, sir? Over to you, sir. Sir, you are on mute. Now we can hear you, sir.
Yeah. Sir. Namaskar. Good morning to each and every participant who is participating in the Making India a Global Data Hub Summit. I would like to congratulate the ASSOCHAM for organizing such a needful summit, particularly with regard to the data. Since everything is getting digitalized, it is a need of the hour to establish data centers, data hub. Particularly, the COVID-19 has accelerated the digitalization, and we are moving from physical world to virtual world. More and more it is happening in a very fast pace. And the changes happening particularly in the telecom sector, changes from 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, now we are getting into 5G. Under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, even the localization of data, which was there, our data is to be transferred to different locations, different countries, keeping in mind the safety and security and the privacy and the concern of the country. Now data localization is happening within the country itself. That has also triggered in a very big way for the data hub and data storage. And for many other good reasons, the digitalization is happening in all sectors, let it be agriculture sector, let it be edutech, let it be health, all possible sectors, the digitalization has been increasing and the consumption or the space for the storage has been increasing. Earlier we used to store we used to have our own servers. Probably we are trying to get away from that. The cloud computing and the data storage has become the way forward. And for all these good reasons, the data storage has become the main area of business, and emphasis has to be given by the governments and by the various business people who are involved in this business. I congratulate all of you for emphasizing and taking up this topic. And Bangalore has been one of the top cities with regard to the data storage and data hub. Bangalore has been one of the major stakeholders among the 4 cities. Bangalore has been the main stakeholder and the highest percentage of data storage has been happening in the city of Bangalore and Karnataka state. Probably the state of Karnataka, we are willing to extend all cooperation. Whatever suggestion comes forward from the ASSOCHAM, we are willing to respond, reciprocate, and ensure whatever support of the policy or the response needed by the state of Karnataka, we are willing to extend and ensure the state of Karnataka will be the destination for the data hub, and we are willing to extend our support, let the discussion go on, and we are willing to extend all our cooperation from the government of Karnataka. I would like to thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and we are willing to establish the digital network also in the state of Karnataka in a very big way. Our Honorable Chief Minister has been mentioning time and again that the broadband network and the telecom network to be very good and excellent, so that the transaction will happen in even in the remotest village or a remote house, wherever it is located. We want to ensure that the connectivity is being given the top emphasis of the importance. With these few words, I would like to stop here and wish all of you all the best. If you have got any question to ask me, you are most welcome, or we can continue and you can send me your suggestions once your deliberation is completed after this summit. Thank you. Namaskar, Jai Karnataka.
SG sir, over to you.
Dr. Ashwat Narayana-ji, thank you so much for your time and joining us. I understand that because of your pressing time commitments, we missed you at the inaugural session, but most importantly, it's always very nice to meet you. I'm meeting you tomorrow physically, so I will not say things here, and we'll have a conversation tomorrow in your office. But broadly, I would say, sir, Karnataka has been one of the leaders in IT, and it has shown to the world what is possible. And today, everything is happening. And I think during COVID, what we showed from Bangalore is a testimony. And obviously, other states have also worked, but we clearly take a man from Bangalore. I always say that Bangalore is flying high. So there will be certain requests that will come to you for especially the cost of power and land and other areas which are kind of not allowing this data center business to grow. So when I come tomorrow, we'll have a conversation. As far as the data inputs that we're going to receive from the operators, the people who run data centers across the country, we will collect all this information. And maybe in a week's time, we will seek your time once again, come back to you, seek your inputs, and then take this discussion forward. And
sir, whatever you want support, I can assure you, sir, on this forum also, whatever support you want with regard to land, whatever the facilitation or the cost, let us look into it. But we want all the data centers to be established in the state of Karnataka, sir.
Will do, sir. Thank you so much, and see you tomorrow, sir.
Sanjay ji, my apologies and my sincere thanks to you for understanding. I would request you to please continue your address. We can see your screen.
Just a sec. So we were discussing about the Chief Enablement Officer. We at Adani Connects, as I was saying, we look at them as a technological intervention ambassador. They are helping organization to grow at faster pace. And the CIO is the one which has become the key element of a business, and they are the one who's driving growth. And technology is the one who's absolutely driving the growth and the need and the future is dependent upon the technological intervention, which is going to play a key role. Moving to a next subject, I think clearly we are a young nation, and 5 trillion economy by 2025 is something which all of us can vouch for it. It is coming, and technology is going to play a key role. Digital infrastructure plays a key role, and our vision is to enable all the organization individuals to give them a strength and work shoulder to shoulder with all the CXOs, all the CIOs to make sure we enable them. And data center is something which is growing at a decent CAGR, and we can see this is going to go further up. And the law is local data center policies are.
वरुण सर, can you switch off your mic, please?
सब लोग अपने टाइम पे ज्वाइन करते हैं, कोई पंचुअलिटी रखता ही नहीं है क्या करना।
वरुण सर, can you switch off your mic, please?
हाँ भाई देख, दोनों मंत्री आ गए, हमारा काम हो गया।
वरुण सर, can you switch off your mic, please?
हाँ विकी,
can you switch off your mic, please? Sanjay, you can continue.
Thank you. So we were discussing about the opportunity what we have for all the operator like us. I think clearly this digital infrastructure platform has to be grown, and there are multiple ways to look at this growth. And in subsequent slide, I'm going to cover the ecosystem. What we need for data center is not limited to one particular part. There are four elements to it. One is obviously data center. Data center is something currently working in large cities, and some of it we know. And those cities are contributing 70-80% of data center. And all of us know 5G on cards, and 5G is going to play a key role wherein tier 2 and tier 3 cities are going to get unlocked. While we are looking at unlocking this tier 2 and tier 3, I think clearly the international cable landing only in 2 cities, which has to be unlocked. We at Adani Connects have actually working on a couple of projects which will unlock this problem. Along with, we are a developing nation. We know every now and then the roads are getting expanded, metros are getting constructed. So we are working on a couple of projects to build a platform which is domestic network. And all of you are aware, we at Adani, we have got a number of ports across states. We are going to create a pontoon which is under a shallow water, that the fiber comes straight to our data center. And this is going to be a unique value proposition for India. Not only that, we are a utility company, and while we are a utility company, we have got a fiber infrastructure which travels along with our transmission lines, which is also going to be a very unique proposition for a fiber. I'm sure all of us will agree. No one will be able to cut a fiber which is traveling along with transmission, wherein there is a potential problem with the on road and the infrastructure what we are building today. So fiber plays a key role to a data center which we are going to unlock. And obviously, we all of us know people are migrating to a hybrid cloud model. We are developing a model which is an industrial cloud model with all the hyperscalers, and we are going to come with a multi-cloud technology which is going to help, and one-stop shop which will help all the CIO, CXO to look up to us and see this digital infrastructure gets unlocked. And obviously, core of it is sustainability. Sustainability is obviously a green power. We are going beyond that. We are working on a water conservation. We are working on a hydrogen cell. This sustainability is something which is paramount to all the hyperscaler, all the large organizations. As a nation, we are progressing very, very well, and Adani is going to play a key role on that. Over and above, I think partnership ecosystem is going to play a key role, which we have already started developing. Local ecosystem and having a global partnership is also important. So we are creating a holistic ecosystem which helps unlock digital infrastructure, empower CIOs to perform their work and their growth journey along with our growth in data center, industrial cloud, and the domestic cable and the international cable. Everything is powered by sustainability. That is something which is our pledge. So we at Adani Connects, there are 2 companies have come together. Adani is a well-known brand in India. We know renewable power. We have got a 25 gigawatt platform which is readily available, and we have got a land banks all across India, which is going to help to grow our vision of 1,000 megawatt in next couple of years. That is something which is helping us to move at a faster pace. We are also working with state governments to carve out a data center as a policy, and that is something which is gone well with some states. Some states are on cards. I'm sure that is going to help industry, our customers, and obviously operator like us. That's on Adani side. EdgeConneX, we have a partner from US. They have got a credibility. They have got the design, build, and operate, all these three experiences. And they also come with a lot of experience on a customer side of it, and a lot of empowerment we can give it through the tools like HOS, which empowers our customer to perform well and good, so that these guys are able to perform their duties and their business as well, having a lot of automation on the data center side. I think clearly that sustainability is another piece which we have got a big strength, and all coupled with this, Adani Connex is going to perform a better performance, and 1000 megawatt is something which we have already kickstarted our journey in many cities, and with the 5G coming in, tier 2 and tier 3 is also we're going to unlock. Next, please. So current infrastructure, what we are working on: Mumbai, Chennai, Hyderabad, Pune, Noida, Vizag. These are the projects which are kickstarted. And the next growth is, as I said, is going to be on edge side. And edge sides are going Ahmedabad, Indore, Gurgaon, Jaipur, Calcutta, Guwahati, Cochin, and there are many more cities which are coming in this. And these large data center parks which we are creating is bringing a unique value proposition for a customer. One side in one park we have not seen yet. A cloud facility is there, and an enterprise is also in the same campus. That actually eliminates a lot of inefficiency for a customer, and we can actually create a better customer experience if both come under one campus. So those kind of campuses are getting created, and I'm sure the most of the benefit is going to get customer, and obviously our efficiencies will be seen by each one of us. So in terms of a product portfolio, obviously there has to be a stack which actually starts with the infrastructure as a service, and that gets into a managed services, then gets into a consultancy, and the content delivery network is also going to play a key role. So this value chain, which is very important for all of us to know. Having said that, I think this value chain takes a time, and this value chain helps customer to rely on a partner who can give you end-to-end services, and this will be the stack which will ensure all the data center and the digital need will be taken care by the product and the portfolio what we are building on IoT, AI, and ML side of it. I think clearly this is going to get a unique value proposition which we are creating for our customer. I think clearly the stack is a whole holistic view, and I'm sure all the customers are going to get benefited on this. So sustainability, as we spoke in last couple of slides, we are working on a couple of projects, which is e-waste and the water conservation and carbon footprint, which are the key elements for our carbon neutrality. And while we work with all the hyperscaler, everyone had taken a pledge. How do we make sure they are carbon neutral by some year, some date, and some month? We are playing a key role. We are going beyond data center and helping those organizations to become carbon neutral. Not only in India, across the globe, we are helping them to solve this problem. And we are working with all the global enterprises and local enterprises to make sure we help them to achieve their carbon neutral mission with Adani. And Adani has got a big portfolio, as I said in my previous comments. I think this is going to create a big change in the hour. Not only that, actually sustainability, how do we make sure we generate less and less carbon so that we become efficient? That is also one of the pledge we have taken at Adani Connect. We are working on multiple projects to make sure this becomes carbon itself gets reduced so that we are able to help our customer and help our nation to become carbon neutral in a holistic manner. So we have introduced Chennai as a data center is already started, and we are only 2 quarters away. Likewise, Mumbai, Delhi, Hyderabad, Pune, Vizag, these are the locations wherein we have kickstarted our journey. So I'll not take much time if people have questions. Thank you so very much for having me in this forum. Delighted to be part of wonderful event. Thank you. Over to you guys.
All right. So I think we can now have our special industry address 3. And the third special industry address is about quantum and AI-driven cloud computing by Dr. Nagendra Nagaraja, CEO and founder, QPI Cloud.
Thanks, Ritika. Can you please make me a host? I can present my slide.
Yes,
I think
Nagendraji, just give me a second.
Yes.
You are the host now.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Arun and Ritika for this wonderful opportunity to present very cutting-edge technologies in data center. So I would like to introduce my company first, QPI Cloud. Okay, so QPI Cloud is next generation of cloud computing based on AI-driven automation and quantum compute. So it is based on a collaborative framework. So if you look at a current cloud computing, they are service-based framework, but we are building a cloud computing technologies mainly based on collaboration. And this is aided by AI-driven automation and quantum compute. So our vision here is to actually, to provide democratized innovation. So data centers are the heart. I mean, they are the a very heart of digital transformation and digital economy. Okay, so and we need to enable rapid collaboration to make sure that data centers are utilized properly, and that can happen by a large amount of automation in the workflows. The kind of workflows enterprises has and the kind of workflows that typical users of cloud that has to be made more collaborative. And the vision is the platform should have this collaborative kind of framework where it can enable the innovation in healthcare, materials, manufacturing, smart city, drug discovery, transportation, and bringing many more technologies to the forefront. So that is the one of the main application of data centers is like enable all this innovation, right? So the enterprise applications are there. There are different enterprise workload which are classical, which is normal workload where enterprise depends on the data center. But data centers has to do more. A smart data center has to do more to enable the real innovation. Okay, so that is all about QPI Cloud. QPI Cloud is a next generation of a cloud technology which will enable the democratized innovation using quantum and AI data centers. So just to we have two different unique offering technology in our innovation. One is on the classical cloud services. The biggest part of a data center is making data center smart is managing data center well. Okay, automating most of this data center management using our DC Manager. So DC Manager is AI driven data center management tool where it is patented by us, and it is based on algorithms. Okay, so entire data center management from creating the VMs and actually managing the power and actually application discovery, application profiling, security, and also like providing this the services to the upper layer where they can manage this multi-cloud. Okay, virtualizing the other cloud platform. So it's provided by DC Manager. This is one of the products what we have that makes data center efficient. And other thing we have is, so data center cannot live in isolation because it has to get data from the edge, right? So the edge to cloud integration is very important. So for example, you have typical factories like oil and gas factories, okay, oil and gas refineries, and then you have a steel manufacturing factories. So those there will be tremendous amount of data that will be generated from these factories that can be used to manage the factories as well. So that cannot be done on the edge simply because there is no compute power to analyze it or do a predictive analytics. And to an extent, edge compute can help, but edge to cloud, integration is very, very important to make sure that these factories are managed well. And that is one of the places where a new workload that can come into data center that can manage your factories and the automate entire of installation of software, predictive maintenance of the devices, and then actually capacity planning. Okay. So these are the classical cloud software, cloud services we can provide on Kipai Cloud. And these are all based on AI. So this is an extreme automation what we are doing. There will be multiple AI algorithms and models used here to make sure that end-to-end workflows are automated on the cloud. And CloudV is the virtualization software which can handle the multi-cloud management. There is no enterprise which doesn't use both on-prem and cloud computing. All the large enterprises have their own data centers, and they also depend on the cloud. And today the problem is, how do we integrate onto the one platform? Okay, so that is what we have come up with. We come up with a management tool which can seamlessly deploy your workflow across multiple clouds intelligently. Again, this is based on AI. It's not easy to actually virtualize the services from Microsoft Azure, AWS, and GCP, and also your local cloud, local data center. So that requires virtualization of services, virtualization of resources, as well as optimizing the cost. And it should be managed on a single window, okay, single software. And that is exactly what Kipai Cloud provides. So these are the three platform we have to address the efficiency for classical cloud services. Okay, so until now we are just talking about cloud services which are just there. Okay, now going to the next generation, we need to enable collaboration, right? Where people can come on the cloud and they just form the project, they find a vendor, they find your customer, and the project happens in one place with all this other stack built in like DC Manager, Edge Manager, and Kipai Cloud V. So we have other lot more services to operate on a cloud, which is application specific. But collaborative platform is one thing where people can come there, and the large enterprise, even like inter-enterprise collaboration, is very difficult. I've seen that one of our few large customers wanted to automate this different BUs actually can work together. Okay, so that kind of collaboration is possible with CPs, Kipai Cloud CPs. And the heart of this is our patented AI engine, so which actually makes sure that all the workflows are integrated in one place seamlessly. So because the bigger problem with collaboration is workflow integration. If, for example, there may be a project which has a different workflow, and then there may be another project which is coming up which want to integrate that workflow, and that is a massive amount of efforts. Okay, so data centers and cloud computing can become very efficient if workflows can be integrated seamlessly, and that is what we try to do with CPs. Not only workflow integration, we take care of IP sharing agreements, your project agreements, the legal agreements on the billing on infrastructure, etc. So that can be done upfront, and the billing goes seamless to the collaborators. So it is a complete end-to-end collaborative platform to enable the innovation. Yes, and quantum data centers. So we're planning to build a model for quantum data center. Of course, we will be collaborating with a lot of big players who just on the conference. Like what we are building is a technology. So we are Kipai Cloud is a subsidiary of Kipai Technology. Kipai Technology has 5 companies. Okay, Kipai AI, Kipai Cloud, Kipai Semi, and SuperQ, and Kipai Volta, which makes batteries. So these are quantum technology. Quantum is paired with many technology. Like quantum is paired with AI. Quantum is paired with semiconductors. And SuperQ is the only company in India manufacturing superconductors. Okay, so we believe that to make a sustainable data center, the power consumption has to go down. It has to be green. Okay, and it has to have a lower carbon footprint and sustainable. It has to be sustainable. Okay, so all this can be achieved when we actually move to a better compute platform, better security, and also better energy consumption. So the way we're modeling this data center is like we are using our own processor. We are building a data center processor called Prakar. Prakar in Sanskrit means wall, which is a quantum secure 128 core ARM processor. Okay, and then we are also providing a specialized universal optimizer chip, because we see that more and more workloads in the data center is based on optimization. See, if you look into all the applications of the cloud computing, the huge hyperscaler computing that goes into it, it's all optimization. AI is optimization, and you have a drug discovery, you have material discovery, and then you have a big enterprise workload. These are all optimization workload. Okay, so we are providing a specialized quantum chip as well as a classical chip here. and we are providing the complete framework for cooling. Okay, so when we move to quantum computing, the very important thing is cryogenics, where we have to cool down the chip. We cool down the entire system. So we are coming up with a framework where we can build a data center with this cooling. Okay, and then the wiring part. So if you look at the wiring today, it's all in copper, and data center consumes a lot of power. So what we're trying to model is, can we just wire this with the high temperature superconductors? Okay, so that we can reduce the transmission loss within the data center. And other thing we are, we are building with this data centers are really providing the quantum networks. The classical compute network like fibers, which we have today, really cannot provide security. And when we build a data center now, we really need to worry about quantum, because when quantum really arrives, it arrives very fast. Okay, it doesn't follow the classical exponential, it's a doubly exponential. That means if you say you have 20 qubits today, and by 2 years you may have 1000 qubits, it comes very fast. So when quantum computing is coming fast, most of our data center, which is based on classical security, will be very much prone for breaches, because it has to be quantum secure. Next generation of data center has to be quantum secure, and it has to be based on a quantum network. It's not classical telephone network or IP network based on fiber, but we need to build quantum networks. So the building block of quantum network is single photon detectors. Okay, where we have to detect a single photon, and we should be able to do PKD and other key exchanges on the quantum network. So we are building that basic block, and this is incubated in Sense Lab, where we have a superconducting manufacturing facility, and we will be performing the plant as well, manufacturing plant. So the single photon detector, our data center will be quantum secure. That means this is completely a next generation of data center, which we envision is very important for next generation application, which is based on a specialized processor, which is quantum secure, and the quantum chip, and then quantum network. Okay, so with this technologies, we envision that data center will be green, it will be greener, and data center will have lower carbon footprint, and it will be more sustainable, because we consume less power or spend less energy for computation and transferring the data. And that's how we plan to build a very, very sustainable green data centers, which will be quantum data centers. And so this is about the company introduction, various product we have, and I'll go to deep dive into one product, which is DC Manager, Data Center Manager. So the Data Center Manager is AI ML based tool. Okay, it's completely based on AI. The way we manage the workflows, create VMs, and manage the power, application discovery, and capacity planning, and the way we cluster the VMs across the data center. So this is all based on AI. And today it's deployed in one of the biggest customers, one of the biggest companies in the world, Fortune 100 companies. And what it offers is, it offers the way to manage data center. It's very, very important that data center efficiencies has to be improved to make it sustainable. We cannot have the 2000 tools and the technology to manage 2020 data center. Okay, so you need to have the technology which is very advanced in terms of automation, in terms of management efficiency, and energy consumption, cost, security, and all those things. So the DC Manager offers all these features. And what we are trying to do with this product is, we are trying to build infrastructure management across the data centers. Okay, application profiling, application monitoring. It's very important that we need to know the profiling. We need to profile the end customer who uses the data center, and then that way we can cluster the VM properly. We can right size the VM, and most of the time we see that when we talk to our customers, the bigger problem is the application doesn't use the VM capacity, and the other problem is application is starved of compute power and the memory. Okay, so application profiling, and then depending on the capacity planning, is very, very important to make sure that data centers are very efficient. Okay, and then we have FPU management and floating point management, and how many GPUs required. So GPUs consume order of magnitude more power. That is the reason we are coming up with the new chips, so that we can reduce the power of GPUs with our own chips. But in between that, we need to manage the floating point unit consumption, because the data center power, sometimes it's almost like 80% consumed by floating point units, which has a large GPUs, and they have the workload which has a lot of matrix multiplication. And then virtual machine performance optimization. See, and other thing what happens is, when we looked into 5,000 VMs, we did profile across 10,000 VMs in the data center. And what we realized is that most of the VMs are idle most of the time. Okay, like you can say that it is utilized only 50% of the time. And when we went deeply into that, the performance lag was really because of virtual machine performance. Okay, it's not because of physical machine. Virtual machines are not formed properly. It was not destroyed it was not released at the right time. And a dynamic spanning of virtual machine is very important. Dynamic creation of virtual machines. And then other thing is virtual machine capacity planning. So how many virtual machines are right size for each application? Say for example, if you have a workload, we need to determine that how many virtual machine is right. Is it 5,000 virtual machine, 3,000 virtual machine, or maybe like 1,000 virtual machines? Okay, so that again is driven by AI. So and other things what we are doing is there are other advanced things like CI/CD management and security, and then health monitoring. These are like analytics that the operator can see. Okay, this is built on a standard data center management tool. We have just built the features which is not existing today in the data center management. Okay, for example, capacity planning and intelligent VM clustering, and then connecting. This tool is connected to HVAC of a data center. Okay, where it can AI can provide an input to turn off some of the machines for a long time. Okay, and this is again completely driven by AI. Okay, so only other company we know of this kind of advanced technology is Google. Okay, they have proven that 40% reduction in their power consumption using AI, and we are using much more advanced technologies in terms of AI capability here. And this is a traffic we are projecting data traffic on IP traffic on data center. Data centers are becoming very, very important, so we need to manage them carefully. That's what it shows, like amount of data it actually have in the traditional data center and the cloud data centers. And the need for AI, why we require AI in the data centers? Because AI can better optimize your data center overall productivity. Like for example, you can have a OpEx or CapEx or maybe even a running cost like power consumption and even application profiling. That can be done by AI better than doing manually. Okay, so that's the reason we do require AI in DCIM. So the DCIM itself is a very big market. It involves software, it involves hardware. And today we are seeing that without AI ML involvement there, it's very difficult to manage data centers efficiently. And this is the results we have. We have a reduction of OpEx, we have a reduction of CapEx, and then we also shown that the build failures are very less in the data center. It's very important that whenever people use a data center, their builds just go through and it doesn't fail. And that's again is driven by AI. That increases the productivity. Okay, and the thermal management bill is very important, very high in data centers. And using AI and connecting our tool to DC manager to HVAC has reduced around 30% of thermal consumption. Okay, thermal power consumption. And using all these things, our technology, which is based on AI. So what we are giving now is today, okay, not wait until quantum computer comes. Today we are actually giving almost like a very sustainable, better sustainable data center with larger efficiency. Okay. And this is like our data center workflow where DC manager sits. Okay, this is our three view. This is our view of DC manager. This is what it does, and this is how the data flows in the data center. Different types of data that can be connected, and core of this is again is completely based on AI ML. It's super automated. It's like I could say extreme automation to actually deliver a very efficient data center and a smart data center. So another thing is how do we make data center data from data center analytics from data center useful? Okay, so we have built out a lot of analytics which can be used by data center management team. There will be operators for data center, and all this data analytics and management forecast and optimization is done on the tool completely. So it was the operator can just open up and see like what has happened for next 5 days. What has happened on system data, FPU data, network traffic, and application data. And they can also figure out there are some new applications that are running and how to plan really spawning of VMs on that. So the DC panel benefits are multiple. It is based on AI. It is the tool for smart data center. We are building on existing player like VMware or Hyper-V. It sits on that. And then, it does increase the efficiency of data center, resulting in a smart data center. And we have a good roadmap to actually integrate this with Occupy Cloud V for virtualization, and also integrate this with quantum workflows. Okay, so these are the things, but today it is deployed with our customers, and we can deploy with more data centers wherever the efficiency and sustainability is required. And we have a good numbers on this to prove that it results in sustainable data center. So these are some of the advantage what we have, which is clear from the talk right now until now. Okay, so one of the biggest advantage is, it is automated, and it's very efficient in terms of the management. Okay, and that's achieved with our patented AI technology. Thank you. So any questions, I'll be very glad to take that.
Thank you, Nagendra-ji. Now we start our panel, first panel, making India a global data hub, policy framework, business models, and emerging technologies. To start, can I request Shri Ajit Patil-ji, Joint CEO, MIDC, Government of Maharashtra, to kindly address the stakeholders. Over to you, Ajit-ji.
A very good afternoon. I hope I am audible and visible. I start.
Yes, it's okay.
Yes, yeah, take it. Okay, very good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of MIDC, I would like to thank ASSOCHAM for this opportunity to address the Data Center Summit and give our point of view as MIDC, as Government of Maharashtra Industry Department in this important sector. In 2006, Clive Humley, the British mathematician, quoted, "Data is the new oil." He was setting a perspective on how precious data would become. I mean, 30 years ago, no one would have imagined that a simple 1 and 0 would define our life and change our life in such a deep manner. I think we have moved forward in the recent times from data is the new oil. I can just ask my teenage daughter, for her, data is the new food and water. So we have moved on, and this is the time that all governments, all opportunities, all areas have to be explored so that every government gets to move forward in this area. The globally enforced lockdowns and isolation measures led to a lot of disruption. Disruption of business, trade operations, supply chain breakdowns, raw material component shortages, and operations. Everyone had to adapt very, very rapidly, be it governments or businesses. And everyone started looking as to how technological advancements can help improve public safety, public health, increase work efficiency, and sustainability. COVID pandemic has been a major challenge to all governments, all business establishments, but it has also been an extremely strong push factor in which those digitizations which were long pending, where people were mulling whether we should go, we should invest, should we invest, should we go ahead or not. Everyone has actually was forced to take the leap and go across and enter into the area of rapid, extreme digitization in all sectors of life. There has been an upsurge in the use of technology across all age groups. Everyone who thought that they can't handle technology has learned at a rapid breakneck pace and adapted himself simply to survive in this environment. This paradigm shift resulted in what? Resulted in work from home, study from home, and even conduct events like this, the Data Center Summit, in a remote manner, which helps everyone to participate, which helps save time, and which helps much broader interaction with all sectors. Large companies who could afford this shift from offline to online methods invested heavily in digital transformations, automation of core business practices, cyber security, and advanced analytics. India is digitizing at a faster pace than most other mature economies. With the new world economic order, the emerging scenario in socio-political sectors, the government is focusing on becoming more and more self-reliant, that is Atmanirbhar, in the supply chain within the country. This is also leading to an added focus on data privacy, data protection, and consequently on data localization. Just like a physical economy needs massive investment in physical infrastructure, the digital economy also needs an equally massive investment to develop the digital infrastructure. This is primarily in the form of data centers. To process the ever increasing localized data, India needs to massively invest in specialized data parks along with skilled manpower, high-speed internet access, connectivity, fiber availability, and various other support ecosystem services. I think with the ongoing trend and progress, India's data center capacity is expected to grow about 21% per annum CAGR from 375 megawatts to 1000 plus megawatts by 2025. Coming back to Maharashtra, in the recent years, both the governments at central and state levels have become increasingly aware of the criticalities of digitization and the important role data centers play here. Maharashtra is already on the new growth curve of rapid industrialization, driven by its existing strong brick and mortar infrastructure. But at the same time, it is also powered by its technological prowess and innovative disruptions. Over 30% of the total investment in the state come from the IT sector, creating about 8 lakh new jobs and exports accounting to $100 billion. In these times, India also saw the highest number of online transactions in 2020, overtaking China. 25.5 billion real-time transactions happened digitally in India last year. I'm happy to share that Mumbai being the financial capital, Maharashtra was also the first state to release a fintech policy which will create an enabling environment for all players of all levels to participate in this transformation. Maharashtra also has 10 crore internet subscribers, which is approximately 13% of India's user base. Traditionally, we have put an emphasis on emerging technologies, including the offshoots of industry. In the state industrial policy, the latest that we're looking at, Internet of Things, IoT-based kiosks, embedded technologies, 3D printing, artificial intelligence, robotics, nanotechnology, cloud computing, electrical vehicles, fintech, startup ecosystems are the focus centers of what we are looking for in investment. The Magnetic Maharashtra 2, which was unveiled in June 2020 by our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Uddhav Thackerji, is also underpinned by technological transformations. Our industry department initiatives like the Mahajobs portal, the plug-and-play infrastructure, the Mahaparvana, that is our accelerated permission systems, are all supported by a strong digital and technological backbone, which helps us implement the policies given to us by the government of Maharashtra. MIDC is the prime mover of provision of infrastructure in the industrial and all sectors under the Industries Department for the government of Maharashtra. MIDC has been very active in the development of software technology parks and has developed 37 public IT parks functioning in the state with an investment of about 18,000 crores, generating about 2.68 lakh employment. Participation of private sector has been invited for creating world-class infrastructure for the IT industry. Under this, 546 private IT parks with a proposed investment of about 92,000 crores have been approved. Out of these, about 199 parks are functioning with an investment of 29,000 crores and have generated about 7.75 lakh employment up to November 2020. The data center capacity of Mumbai and Pune alone is about 370 megawatts, which is almost 10 times as compared to Chennai and about 4 times compared to Hyderabad. Mumbai alone houses 81 data centers, leading with 42% capacity, followed by Bangalore at 15% and Delhi NCR at 12%. With 42% data center capacity, Mumbai submarine cable landing station is expected to be the biggest beneficiary of the market expansion. Just to expand on this, I'd like to inform that 53 new data centers have been set up in Maharashtra in the last 5 years, making a total of 81 data centers in just Mumbai. Globally renowned data center operators like AWS, Microsoft, Alibaba, and Google have a physical presence in Mumbai. Colt Data Center is developing the largest data center in Mumbai with a total capacity of 100 megawatts. Google is laying an 8,000 plus kilometer fiber optic cable that will connect Italy to India at a reported development cost of $400 million. Mumbai is a key node in the development plan. This will further strengthen Mumbai's capacity as the data center capital of India. Additionally, Government of Maharashtra has signed MOUs worth 28,500 crores with data centers in 2021 with some of the top giants of the sector. Looking at it from a policy perspective, for many years, Maharashtra has been the leading and the most preferred investment destination for domestic and foreign investors. However, it is to be noted that the strong position that we have in industrial and infrastructural growth is accredited to a robust policy framework and progressive infrastructure reforms initiated by the state's leadership. I announce with pride that in addition to the existing e-governance initiative, the government of Maharashtra is actively promoting IT, ITES and data centers as a crucial sector, and a new IT, ITES and emerging technologies policy is being formulated to boost technological growth. Creating an enabling environment for data centers is expected to be an important part of the upcoming policy. The policy is being drafted by the IT department in consultation with NASSCOM and the IT industry associations to attract IT companies in cities like Nagpur, Latur, Nasik, and Aurangabad. Under the proposed IT policy, the state is devising an incentive structure that includes industrial promotion subsidy, stamp duty exemption, waiver of cross-subsidy charges, electricity tariff incentives, and more. After conducting an elaborate stakeholder discussion with key players of this sector to understand the key issues faced by them, the government has decided to include excellent infrastructure support and introducing additional FSI and parking related relaxations on buildings. The upcoming IT policy has a robust framework that has been articulated to attract many data centers to the state. In this regard, we shall strive to enable the data center providers to avail benefits of tariffs, concessions, initiatives related to various laws for ease of doing business, and incentives under this policy. Our IT policy is being formulated keeping this new normal in mind with the purpose of bringing gender equality and inclusivity in this sector. The state is considering to provide relaxation under the Shops and Establishments Act about the working hours, work shifts, and employment of women. Our state promotes work from home across all government, non-government, and private organizations, and the Labor Department has been striving to bring constructive changes in laws for work from home and staggered work shifts, and these are supposed to be the new norm in the work structure. Maharashtra has a conducive environment to develop an ecosystem for data centers and is poised to become Asia Pacific's data center hub with a highly reliable power supply, large number of undersea cable landings, and availability of trained technical manpower. To conclude, I may say, considering the enormously critical role played by the data center in the state's journey towards data sovereignty, digitization, and our target of $1 trillion economy, this is a great opportunity for all of us to come together and address the challenges faced by the industry. To tap the growing data explosion and the opportunities it creates, we need collaborative efforts from all the stakeholders, a consultative approach where all industry players, academia, and government will play a joint role. I thank you all once again for being part of the accelerated growth path of Maharashtra and India at large. And I look forward to interacting with all of you very soon and enabling your entry into Maharashtra into the coveted data center sector. Thank you all of you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajit ji, for the address. Now, can I request Mr. Abhishek Singh ji, President and CEO, NEGD, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, to kindly address the stakeholders. Abhishek Singh ji, over to you, please.
Thank you. Thank you. And it's indeed heartening to interact with the industry leaders and colleagues from across the country with regard to how we can brainstorm on how we can make India a global data hub. In fact, Ajit Patil mentioned in great detail with regard to what Maharashtra is doing and how it's going to the data centers or the data economy in India is going to grow. But I was last week only, I was looking at a report of NASSCOM along with McKinsey, wherein like they talk about like how India would be a $500 billion data economy by 2026. And this is going to be a very critical part in our $1 trillion digital economy dream. And when you break it down, you find that almost all sectors will be contributing to this massive growth of data. Like there is estimates that the amount of data that was available in India like a few years back, which was around in 2016, it was estimated to be like the amount of data that we are generating was around 21 exabytes. And this has grown to more than 80 exabytes today. So this has seen an exponential growth in the data that's being generated. And primarily it's been driven by the digital transformation projects which have been initiated across the sector, the pace at which digital technologies have been adopted by almost all sectors of the economy, and what was happening in India, whether it was with the implementation of projects like Aadhaar, which gave a unique digital identity to every citizen, or the projects like UPI, which have also grown exponentially. In fact, in the last 1 year, the number of UPI transactions, the volume of transactions has more than doubled. And what we are finding is that that with the expansion of mobile phones and the expansion of mobile internet and broadband and fiber, this is going to grow up at a faster pace. The pandemic has also contributed to this in a great detail, to a great extent, in the form that more and more sectors adopted to digital means of life than it was ever imagined. The pace at which students took to online education or healthcare went digital with telemedicine and other solutions, or work from home became the new normal. It all led to more and more digital technologies being part of every day, every way we function. And along with that, the government has been like trying to take steps in order to ensure that how do we leverage the extent of data that's being created in order to better offer the services that are being offered to the citizens in the country. So with that, the open data portal, the national data policy, the national data sharing protocols were defined, and it was spelled out very clearly that every government department which has any data that they are creating has to be put out in an anonymized format, put on the open data portal, so that that data is available for other enterprises, other businesses to leverage and use it for building applications that so far did not exist. And that has led to growth of a lot of such startups and companies offering database solutions, and they are literally making the statement that has been used very often, that data is the new oil. That's becoming like a reality. And just like oil needs processing, data also needs processing. And when we do that, there is a great demand of compute services. There is a great demand of tech companies who can play with that data and offer better user experience, better services to citizens. While doing so, there are certain issues that we also need to address, especially with regard to the personal data protection and the PDP bill and the non-personal data sharing framework. So all these regulations and the laws are also at the final stages of drafting, and we feel that once the PDP bill becomes a reality and the non-personal sharing data framework is notified, then it will further lead to a quantum jump in the amount of data that's being generated, the amount of data that requires processing. And associated with that will be the data center economy, data center based economy that we are talking of. The amount of cloud storage, if you look at the cloud storage that's required within the government and outside, that has grown exponentially, for almost all sectors. And with that, we find that almost every MNC that is offering data center services anywhere, they are looking at India-based operations with the huge potential that we have. And with that, the government has also come up with its own data center promotion policy, and various state governments are providing concessional land and other concessions in power tariffs. The efforts that are being made to make more efficient data centers, green data centers, that has all led to India becoming the data center capital of the world. And we are happy to hear about what Maharashtra has done. And when we talk to other states like Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, all these progressive states are taking proactive steps in trying to ensure that more and more data center businesses come and establish shop there. What we need to factor in is that can we evolve this in order to make India a global data hub? And for doing that, when we look at like offering data center services to other countries of the world, what will we require? We'll require the best of the industry standard for providing the services, the best of privacy norms, best of security, best of connectivity, and then we'll be able to achieve that dream. And apart from that, the data-based services that will be required, whether it's in the field of agriculture or whether it's in the field of education or whether it's in the field of e-commerce, Once these services are offered, then it will lead to more value-added applications that can be replicated, that can be used across the world. Another dimension that comes with data is that once you start having exabytes of data, and once you have the capability of processing that data with the cheap compute that is being made available, AI and machine learning based solutions become the norm. And India has been one of the top contributors of trained manpower in the field of AI and machine learning, which is powering the AI revolution world over. The other field in which we have done very well is the number of startups which have been incubated, which are offering AI-based solutions. But here also, in order to actually gain the leadership of AI across the world, what we'll need to do will be to invest in a little bit more in research, because we are lagging behind the US and the China when it comes to research in the field of AI. And along with that, the number of supercomputers and the number of the fastest supercomputers, look at the top 500 supercomputers across the world, we have very few from India. So investments are being made as per the national strategy of AI for building for enhancing the supercomputing capability in India, so that more and more data science and AI-based applications can be developed, nurtured, and deployed within India. And we all know that any solution in any field which is successful, which works within India, will definitely have an application anywhere in the world. So that will make India the AI garage of the world. That will make India the data science capital of the world. We will be able to offer solutions as also trained manpower for driving the data solution across the world. So what I feel is that in the next few years, we'll be looking at a data revolution. We'll have more and more database applications, database services being set up, and we'll be looking forward to data contributing hugely to our $1 trillion digital economy dream. So today I would like to share just this much, and look forward to hearing from the panel that we have with regard to other use cases from industry and other policy interventions that the industry would require government to take in order to make this dream a reality. Thank you once again for inviting me to this forum.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Vikram Sharma ji, the moderator for the session, to please take over. Over to you, Vikram ji.
Hello all. So before starting the session, I would like to thank ASSOCHAM and Varun for having me here. Today we have with us Shri Biju Baby, VP Indian Integration and Development, Equinix. Shri Milind Kulkarni, Senior Vice President Corporate Strategy, STT GDC India. Shri Amit Luthra, Director and General Manager, Storage Platforms and Solutions, Dell India. Shri Manu Sharma, CFO, Pi Data Centres Private Limited. Shri Ashish Srivastava, CTO, Cloud First Technology. So we have the finest of industry advisors here with us today, so who can actually enlighten us with the desired information. So without taking much of your time, I would like to initiate the discussion with a few questions on the topic, making India a global data hub, and what shall be done to actually meet the objective. So, I would start with Shri Biju Baby and Shri Milind Kulkarni. So, the question is, where do you think the Indian data center market stands today, and how do you see it growing in next 5 years, 5 to 10 years primarily, and what shall be the key drivers which will actually propel the sector to grow?
Vikram, do you want me to go first?
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for ASSOCHAM for organizing this event and inviting me to participate in this panel. Look forward to a great discussion here. Regarding the question around, where do I think the Indian data center market stands today? The short answer is that for the demand that we see in India, we see a shortage of high quality data centers. And by that, I mean data centers built to international standards, right? And clearly the demand is there for that. Case in point, Equinix has about 10,000 customers, and a lot of them are deployed with us in multiple countries. And we entered India because our multinational customers overwhelmingly wanted us to be in India. That was the number one demand from all of these multinational companies as to which market we need to be in. And now that we have entered India, every customer asks me how soon can we integrate the India business and get onto the global platform. So clearly, India as part of the global platform, demand is there. Now, in terms of the growth, depending on which industry analyst you look at, the growth expectation is somewhere between 15% to 25% CAGR, right? So, somewhere in that range is what we're talking about. over the next 5 years. And if you look at growth of data center industry globally, that is one of the highest, if not the highest, in the world. So I think others have sort of hit upon this topic as well, which is if you look at the overall trends, I think the conclusion that we come to is that India is at a threshold of data center growth cycle. It's coming. We can all see it coming. But in terms of sort of looking forward from here, how much of that growth becomes reality? There are various factors that will sort of influence that. And the three top things for me is one is the government posture towards data centers. And we heard a lot from the government officials today. The general attitude is very positive, leaning into this sector. And in every hub around the world, we are present in 26 countries around the world. Every hub around the world, take Singapore, take London, Amsterdam, Virginia, Silicon Valley. The government policies were instrumental in that hub becoming the hub that it is today. And it really comes down to sort of the incentives on the one hand and the friction or the opposite of ease of doing business, the difficulty of doing business. Or you can think about it as the carrot and the stick, both of which government has a huge influence on. So I would say the government posture toward data center is perhaps one big factor. The second big factor, which also many people alluded to, is the access to fiber and network connectivity. Data centers don't exist in isolation. You can't create, an island of data centers. The customers in these data centers, they need a rich set of connectivity options, not just to connect with their business partners. Manoj Paul talked about the example of a food delivery service and how you need to connect to various business partners, but also to build, to connect your own infrastructure. Because companies coming to India are deploying in Mumbai, they're deploying in Chennai, they're deploying in Bangalore, they're deploying in NCR. How do you connect all of this stuff up? So reliability of the network is a problem in India, and because of fiber cuts and other network issues that tend to crop up. And on this front, again, the recent moves by the Department of Telecom is a huge step in the right direction. But there is more to do here in terms of reliability of fiber and connectivity options. The third thing I would say is the availability of power, and particularly sustainable power or green power. It's going to be really important in the longevity of build cycle. So if you look at the global hubs around the world, Singapore, Amsterdam, Dublin, etc., there comes a time when power becomes constrained. The hubs grow to a point where people say, oh, too much. So we need to manage this growth in a sustainable way, so that we can run this cycle for as long as possible. And it's not just from that point, but also from a customer standpoint. Our customers are demanding that data centers be sustainable, that we be sustainable in terms of our use of power. Now, there's a lot of focus on this area, but I would say that is another big factor that will drive the growth of this sector in India.
All right. Okay. So can I request Milan Kulkarni ji to add in something here with respect
Thanks, Vikram.
to the market?
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Thank you, Vikram. I think while Biju has covered majority of the points, just to share some of the data points to start with, I think we as India, we are around 7% of Asia Pacific market, and we talk about that. There is a huge scope and growth opportunities India and around. That is one thing what I could really look at. As rightly mentioned by Biju, we are also expecting around 20-25% CAGR year on year, and roughly currently around 480 to 500 megawatt capacity what we have in India. We are looking at around 1.3 gigawatt by 2025 plus. So it's a huge and fast demand what we're expecting. Also, one of the pointer what we have seen is those next 2 years are going to be very crucial for this industry, because a lot of players are coming in, and typical cycle of constructing data center in India, knowing that time next 2 years are going to be very critical where capacity build will happen. And the important aspect in the next 2 years will be how to utilize and how to sweat the assets. I think that is going to be another important aspect. While another good part I see is that data center capacity per million population in India is the lowest as compared to developed countries. I feel it is a positive message. While it may not, but it is because that gives us an opportunity to grow, and that defines the scope and and growth opportunity available in India as a country, and even for outsiders to come to India and build it further. The last point is 30% demand growth. What we're expecting is coming from new drivers. And when I say existing will continue, new drivers, when we talk about data residency, then emerging sectors, data center hub, edge demands. So those are the very positive things which also helps us to see that the way economy is growing, this will propel the industry to even getting additional demand from these new drivers. So those are few things which I could see from numbers perspective. And when it comes to drivers, I think we are second largest mobile providers in the world, mobile users, I should say. And with that, if we talk about IoT and people are talking about AI, ML, close to users, gaming, OTT industries, we are thinking that around 4-fold data center data usage will happen in India in next few years. And if that be the case, you can imagine the growth of data center industry, not only at the central overall level, but even at the edge data centers levels, which will also automatically important that we need to have a solid network connectivity infrastructure built in, and how we will handle that will be crucial for us as we go along with this. Industries which are looking for this, new industries which we feel is adding to this, is mainly agri, healthcare, retail and logistics. We have seen huge growth in last 1.5 to 2 years because of pandemic, and we feel that will continue because the momentum has shifted already to that kind of thought process, that kind of, I may use the word culture or the model, and that is where we feel that overall growth will happen for data center industry. The next one will be pace of migration from on-prem to cloud. The people who are on-prem setups, what they have, they're also looking at moving to cloud environment, and that will also drive a huge growth. And it will give cost benefit to even customers who are thinking of going from on-prem to cloud kind of setup. And obviously the last one, which everybody is talking about from data localization perspective. I think that is a huge opportunity for data localization, which will automatically drive growth for data and in turn driving growth for data center industry. Those are a few of the pointers from data and growth drivers perspective.
Right. Thank you so much for highlighting the key drivers and the 3 key areas which which the sector is looking out for: government initiatives, sustainable power, and connectivity. Thank you so much, Biju and Milind. So next, Biju, I have another question for you, wherein how much role does the government and its policies play in its growth, plain growth of data center and success of data center market? So what sort of measures can the government take to expedite the growth of this sector primarily? So if you and Ashish, if you can actually contribute to this question, please.
Sure.
So Biju, you can go first. Yeah.
Yeah, clearly government has a huge role in this, and you can think of this both from the demand side, as in what creates demand for data centers, as well as the supply side, which would be building these data centers, right? And government, plays a role in both of these. So if you look at it on the demand side, the policies that sort of open up the economy and help drive growth will help data centers as well. So it's one of those things where as the GDP growth kicks in, data centers are part of the broader economy. They cannot get benefit from that as well. So think of it as rising tide lifts all boats, and data center is one of the boats that will go up. But more specifically, regulations that relate to movement and storage of data will have an implication on the growth of data center sector. We talked about the personal data protection bill and how that is likely to create more demand for data center in India. And that is absolutely true. That will happen. A lot of the data that serves India today is hosted in Singapore, for example. If that data needs to get repatriated in some ways to India, that will create demand for data. Now, this is a tricky subject and we have to be careful about this, because one could take this too far. Because if all pieces of data has to be localized and has to be within the country boundaries, and every country starts doing this, meaning that Singapore's data has to stay in Singapore, Philippines' data has to stay in Philippines, Malaysia's data has to stay in Malaysia, then the role of a hub logically does not exist. There is no hub. So we have to be careful about how this sort of plays out in terms of establishing India as the regional hub. Then on the supply side, the government is coming up with incentives and single window clearances to help the data center sector, both of which are music to my ears in terms of helping the growth being an operator in this space. But there's more to be done here, right? Because We all talk about megawatts and how many megawatts are coming into the market. That's one metric. But if you think about data centers broadly speaking, there are really three kinds, and folks touched on this. There's what you would call the cloud center, and these are the hyperscalers, and these are massive 100 megawatt plus deployments that are sitting on very large parcels of land and need a lot of power, etc. And then you have the metro data centers of 10 to 30 megawatt range. These are sitting in the metros, in the cities, so to speak. And a lot of the network traffic is interconnected in these metros, and makes a lot of the digital ecosystem that we talk about today possible, because no ecosystem is built with one party or one provider. It's usually coming together of multiple parties and collaboration that drives these ecosystems. By the way, the whole notion of hybrid multi-cloud, that phenomena is happening in these metro data centers, not in the hyperscale data centers. And then finally, you have this emerging category of edge data centers that are, call it less than a megawatt in size, and is driven by the promise of 5G, if you will. So if you think about sort of the incentives and friction involved, we can't think of data centers as one size fits all, and sort of have one sort of incentive that would work for everybody. So we have to be careful about the incentives that are targeted towards the hyperscalers and the cloud centers. That is extremely important, but also incentives that help drive these metro data centers that can create digital ecosystems and get them to flourish. That's what I would say in terms of being more nuanced about how incentives and the single window clearances and the ease of doing business is done to consider the various types of data centers.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So Ashish, would you like to add something? We can't hear you, Ashish ji.
Now it's fine?
Yeah, and now it's audible. Thank you.
Okay. So thanks for Biju. You can connect most of points related to data localization, but still lots of data is going out of India. Okay, because there is the I want to add some more points to promote the skill developments. Okay, skill developments and upgradation initiative to addressing the skill gap of the trained manpower to be able to meet the demand of the data center and cloud computing platform. That's really important, because you see, still lots of IT professionals, they still selecting the region in outside India. Okay, so they can be select the data region in India, but they are selecting still out of India region. Okay, they have not a big idea about the data latency and all that. Okay, so without skill development, we can't achieve our targets. And second point is the extend the fiscal incentive for the domestic startup and MSME MSME to develop solutions the data center users. Still, we are a startup developing lots of application, lots of web application, mobile application. But due to cloud data usage charges, sometimes after some time they can't afford and they can going for the shutdown. They have the idea, they have the application, but they can't survive them due to huge sustainability cost actually. So if government help us to give us, I don't know exact relief, but government can work with us to reduce the SaaS-based software cost. Because cloud data center required for the SaaS-based software cost actually. If you go with any software, so that will be cost minimum yearly. If you go with the yearly subscription, software cost will be 15,000, 20,000 per user per annum. So we have to also focus to less down this cost, so that will be improve the data center market. Thank you, Vikram.
All right, thank you for summarizing Biju and Ashish ji. So primarily the areas onto which we should actually the government should look out for is regulations on data storage and its movement, the upcoming PDP bill, single window clearance, incentives, and one which is not highlighted everywhere, but it's very important, that is skill development. Thank you so much. So the next question is for Sri Manuji and Sri Milinji. So what are some of the impediments you think the data center industry is facing today in the country? And along with that, what are the potential solutions which can create conducive environment for the industry and invoke positive sentiments in the investors?
Thanks, Vikram. Milinji, you mind if I take this first?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, thanks, Vikram, and thanks, Varun and ASSOCHAM for organizing this event, for having me here for this on this wonderful platform to bring all the industry stakeholders together. It's a pleasure to be among leaders here. We've been talking about the challenges being faced by the data center companies in India on multiple forums, including the platforms provided by ASSOCHAM. And there are various fronts for improvement, as Viju has mentioned and Ashish has mentioned a couple of them in the talk just now. If I have to summarize and pick a few of them, then on the top of my list would be the regulatory clearances. That's where the government comes in. The previous question was about the impact of the government on the industry and the role that it has to play. Things like single window clearance for data centers, financial incentives, including efficient tax structures, for sure, continuous availability of high quality power at optimum cost. To keep the industry involved and to the sentiment, I mean, to maintain the sentiments of the investors and to make them interested in the data center space in India, these are the key ingredients which any investor in data center space would like to see before they commit millions and billions of dollars in investment into this industry. When we talk about single window clearance or regulatory clearances, I'm referring to making data center a national agenda driven by a central agency across the country, which regulates the issues like land allotment, power availability, and not to forget the norms of commercial building construction, which needs to be realigned to cover data center as a separate category, as the design and build of data centers is completely different from any other commercial or residential structures. So there is a need that the norms that are there existing in the country needs to be realigned to data center specific structures. Financial initiatives along with tax incentives and attractive tax structures is something that has always been a priority for the global investors and shall continue to be so. In this scenario, it will not be a bad idea to focus on pure export-oriented data center hubs with very attractive tax structures, which will make India a target destination not only for the entire Asia region, but for even a larger piece of share from the world. We mentioned that if all the countries start to have data localization, then the hubs will become meaningless. But that is far ahead of us, because at one point of time, Singapore and the Middle East and the likes of US were the hubs. They continue to be the hubs. Now there are countries which are in the Asia Pacific region which don't have the infrastructure in place, which has to be there before they come up with data localization policies. And for them, India will always continue. India has the potential to be the hub, and there's a huge market in the Asia Pacific region itself, where we in India we have, for the known reasons, probably the lowest cost of construction per megawatt. It's still one of the cheapest, and we should encash that to not only avoid the drain of dollars that is going to countries like Singapore, say, but also to become a hub in the entire region. It was very encouraging to hear the Honorable Minister Shrimati Anupriya Patel in the morning, where she mentioned that the policy in the making is already addressing some of these impediments and maybe more. Another eagerly awaited event is the rollout of the 5G services. There has been so much talk about in the last many years, and it's time we see it happening in real. The data center service providers, especially like ours, where we have decent presence along with the internet exchange, 5G is something which we are very, very excited about. Government continues to be instrumental, not only as a regulator or somebody who has to oversee the entire industry, but also as the biggest spender in the data center industry. I mean, converting citizen data and regulating citizen data into the electronic form is still there. The huge potential of smart cities, which is there in the business, which keeps us exciting, and this excitement needs to continue. and the initiatives which have started should continue with the same zeal. I mean, these are some of the challenges which we need to address to make sure that the industry is very conducive to attract investment and for the investors to come here for a long time. The data center industry is here to stay. This is something which we have realized in the last few years, and this is the future of the country for the country. And it's very interesting to see that the leadership of the country is very well aligned and very well enthusiastic about making this a reality. Over to you, Vikram.
So, very well articulated, Manuji. Milanji, you want to add something?
Yeah, thanks, Manu, for covering majority of the points. Maybe I'll give a little deeper on what are the areas he has covered so that panel listeners will get more insights around areas to focus on or maybe look at. Quickly, if I say the harmonious thing between national and state data center policy is very important. While I think it is very close working which is happening through NASSCOM, ASSOCHAM, and CI and many bodies, I think, yes, we are also working as STT GDC India. We have spent a good amount of time in working together and giving our inputs while building this thing. But that is going to be a very important aspect in building this policy, a good handshake between state and center policies. Second is, as we know, and Manu will 100% agree with me, data center industry is a CapEx intensive industry. And how we will manage finance, cash flow, CapEx are going to be very critical. And every penny counts as we go along in the journey. We are moving from a little bit of monopoly to a competitive world in this industry. And it's going to be an interesting phase for next 2-3 years to be competitive and ensure that life for a day for Manu is very good as a CFO in the any organization. So I think if I may add few of the pointers, as we rightly said, from land and infrastructure perspective, we should look out for specific around how we can have a differential treatment for FSIs, how we can have a differential certain areas which will be excluded from FSI calculation itself, how we can talk about duty waivers from stamp duties and all that. So a little deeper around land and infrastructure, because that also adds to substantial area when it comes to cities like Mumbai, Chennai, and metros. So we have to be very specific around that. Ease of doing business, I think Manu talked about single window clearances, and earlier also Ajay and Abhishek mentioned in their presentation. Single window is going to be very important concept. How to convert and materialize that is going to be very important in the journey. Power, yes, going beyond availability of power, also we can talk about electricity duty waiver or power bill reimbursement at the early part of it to increase the cash flow perspective or finance perspective of the organization. And sometimes because we have good transmission charges which comes along with the power, it's not only generation and availability, but it's equally important to have transmission distribution charges because we lose around 30 to 35% energy into transmission distribution. So use scope around that area also to think from power perspective. Renewable energy, again, wheeling charges, transmission charges, how differently we can handle that, because renewable energy is going to be very key. And right now, currently we're talking about 50-51%, which could be done as part of renewable energy. How we can move that more and going at the deeper level, how we can ensure that open access is provided to get renewable energy better, and how we can make more benefit from that is going to be important, not only from data centers industry perspective, but overall, because that will in turn drive sustainability and carbon emission aspects also. Water, yes, sometimes giving a special subsidiary or treatment for water treatment plants, rainwater harvesting, because technologies are evolving. Some old data centers may have water-cooled water requirements more, newer may have air-cooled requirements more, but still water is going to be a critical aspect in this, and how we can manage this water subsidiaries also is going to be important from government perspective to look at. Next one is from network connectivity. I think everybody talked about, and if we apply from a global perspective to India, how we can talk about dark fiber connectivities, how we can ensure that data centers are connected well, not going through a typical network which is designed for B2C market. How we can handle that better is going to be very important from network architecture and availability perspective. And the last one is other incentives when we talk about property development and SGST. So overall, there are 6 or 7 areas which we could focus upon, and if we drill down data deeper, there could be around 15-20 areas. And I think I've heard Deepak talking about when we start meeting different states and central people, we should talk about this particular thought process and share more details around how this will in turn benefit local people also, and also to the organizations who are working in data center industry. These are some of the specific inputs, maybe a little deeper, so that it will help people who are listening to this call.
Thank you so much. So primarily, just to highlight a few clearances, you have single window for high quality. Yes, we need high quality for the sector to survive and to actually grow, then RE should be encouraged in order to have a better ecosystem, and along with that, open access as well. Building code, yes, I agree. It is very important for data centers to have a separate building code. And then connectivity, as it's already been discussed. Thank you so much. So we may move on to the next question. Again, I'll point it to Manuji and Ashish ji. So the question for you guys is, what changes do the data center players have to make or are making in the business models, let's say services and daily operations, to allow them to serve a data-driven economy such as India? So Manuji, anyone amongst you can start first.
Ashish, you will take it first.
Ashish, are you there? I guess he's not.
Ashish ji, you are mute.
Yeah. Ashish ji, you're on mute.
Okay, I'll start in that case. Yeah. So, when we talk about data centers, there are key factors. If you drill down the top 5 or 6 factors, they would be common in all the questions and all the highlights of the session that we'll do. Today, India is generating data every single day faster than any other nation in the world. In this situation, the delta, the rate of change is extremely fast. And to cope up with that rate, the data center operators have to revisit their business strategy with every sunrise. That's how I would like to put it. The traditional norms of setting up and running data center is long gone. And the expectation of the customers are growing every single day. The customers are coming from all segments, including e-commerce to green companies, fintech companies, edutech companies, to name a few. And they are evolving their products and services every single day, which is forcing the data center companies to be flexible and agile in catering the needs of their customers. As the number of customers are increasing both in cloud as well as co-location business, their demands for services is continuously growing. The customer understands the value of the data and ready to shell out the dollars to protect and preserve the data. Not only the safety and the security of the data is critical, even more critical is the continuous availability of the data from anywhere at any point of time. So this means factors like connectivity, availability, security, and all of it at optimum pricing are the most critical components of the data center service provided by any data center operator. In all these, to bring down the overall TCO to optimum levels. Not only these, the demand for hand and feed support is growing very rapidly. This clearly means that the margin of error is just not there. With the data center space getting crowded, as we have seen in the last few years in India, the availability of domestic as well as global alternates has put tremendous performance pressure on the data center service providers. With the way data is being consumed and generated in the country, the topmost expectation of any customer is high quality continuous availability of fully secured infrastructure. We are at a stage where an outage or a cyber attack on a data center can easily put it out of business forever. This means that the data center service provider has to be on top of providing the latest and most sophisticated security solutions to its customers, along with high quality connectivity across the country, which in turn has put pressure on ISPs as well as to deliver the last mile connectivity seamlessly. Innovation in services, bundling of services at optimum cost have become a given. And sustaining margins is becoming extremely challenging. In the last few years, technology innovation has given solutions which has helped data centers to keep moving and keep evolving and maintain those margins. I'm talking about new battery technology, like fewer and long-lasting batteries. Integrated BMS has helped to monitor better and reduce wastages. The data hall layouts have changed to optimize the cold to hot airflow. There have been experiments with the direct liquid cooling systems to eliminate the need to cool the entire data halls. Use of closed loop systems in place of traditional water evaporating cooling systems. These are some of the instances where the operating side of the data centers has continuously evolved and will keep on evolving. And the data center operators have to adopt to these changes and the technology changes if they have to stay in business.
Ashish, would you like to add something?
Yes.
So in India, we are the world's largest democracy. The data economy provides the endless opportunities for the citizens, business, market, politics, and culture, and sports and entertainment. India has the robust domestic data consumption and variety of the positive indicators that will be help it advance towards a data-driven economy. Okay. So I want to focus to, I feel that there is some of the, changes are, some of the improvement needs to for the data center daily and their the business model. We need one of the strong partner ecosystem because India is the very largest country. Okay. And it can't be served by the strong channel partner network. Channel partner does not need to resell the service, but understand the local consumer needs and provide them with the host the service above the infrastructure layer. Okay, so there is the some of the education gap so that consumer is still hosting their data in their own server, their computer, their external hard disk. Because they are very worried about I will host my data to any data center in outside their office, outside their home. That data will be not secure. So we need to a strong ecosystem though who can educate them your data will be secure in the technology perspective, in the logical perspective. There is the need of the strong partner ecosystem to survive the data center and you make the global data hub. There is also need to optimizing the business strategy. Business strategy is we need ecosystem of the trusted partner who can work as the single team on your business goals. You allow your partner to contribute your strategic direction of your product and your business. Rather than the lack of decentralized control, what we get the assurance you all focus the same outcomes and win of your business and win of them too. And second and last observation that we have to celebrate one of the month in the cloud month in the any month we can choose January to December. There is the cloud of month we can focus about the promote the skill and development and upgradation initiative because we need to large level the trained manpower to handle this data center and cloud computing platforms. That's a very important. And same month we have to focus about the IT and telecom segment that will be lead the data center market in India. Media and entertainment, retail and manufacturing sectors are next significant verticals that require the most number of the data centers. So that is the we feel that we need to change some this direction.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So thank you for providing insights on the question and the business model and services along with daily operations for cloud service provider or data center providers. Yeah. So the next question, it's a very interesting question. So Amit ji or Biju ji, whoever wants to take it first, please go ahead. So it's one of the major flags received by DC industry is that it's an energy guzzling sector. So, what are some of the major initiatives that have been taken up by data center players, locally or globally to counter these claims and make the data center operations more environment friendly? So, anyone, Bijuji or Amitji, you can, actually start.
Okay, can I start, Bijuji? So this is Amit here. Data centers definitely consume enormous quantities of power and they contribute to increasing carbon emissions. What you have told is no rocket science. It's very true. But there have been some encouraging developments that could reduce the emission, if not eliminate them altogether, I would say. The introduction of hyperscale data centers, wherein the hardware and software could be shared between data centers, auto scaling, liquid or air cooling systems, or intelligent weather monitoring systems are some of the key sustainable solutions that are being used by leading data center players across the globe. Along with this, setting up of green data centers is an evolving trend in current times. This will make the data centers operations much more environmental friendly. But to be very honest, all the infrastructure providers like that of Dell, definitely need to incorporate the years of comprehensive research and development experience they have in building products catering to data center infrastructure, right? This can definitely help them to bring down the carbon footprint or consume lesser power. So industry is working on that now.
All right. Okay. BJG, we can't hear you. I guess there's some.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's audible now.
Yeah, this is this is a really important issue, and thank you, Amitji, for sort of providing perspectives on that. And I kind of feel like we as an industry, as a data center industry, need to rise to this challenge. This is a challenge facing the industry. We need to rise to this challenge. Let me talk a little bit about what Equinix is doing in this space. So we at Equinix started the sustainability efforts back in 2014. So we've been at it for about 7 years now. And when we started, we just started collecting our data around what is our sustainability level and started establishing the standards and goals. And then we also started looking at our improving our energy efficiency. So Amitji talked about sort of what can you do to improve the efficiency of the existing infrastructure. You could look at it from a PUE perspective in the data center world. And we've invested over 130 million in energy efficiency upgrades, retrofits, and sort of improvements of existing infrastructure. Then if you go back to your original question, which is data centers use a lot of energy. That's true. And if you look at where this energy is coming from, 98% of it is coming from the electricity grid. Only 2% comes from sort of the generators and the other on-site installations that you have. So 98% is where the bulk of the electricity coming from the grid contributes to this this issue. So what we had done on that front is, back in 2015, we signed our first power agreement with wind power for about 200 megawatts. And since then, we have signed multiple virtual power purchase agreements or VPPA agreements and energy credits to help green the energy grid, right? So that's really what we are trying to do, is to green the grid from which we are drawing 98% of our power. And we are putting serious money on this, right? We issued a green bond for $3.7 billion US for investment into renewable energy efforts, right? And from everything that we have done since 2014, 2015, we currently are at about 91% renewable energy in our entire global portfolio. So we've gone to like 91%. To put that into perspective, since 2015, we have doubled our data center footprint across the world, and we have halved our carbon footprint. So that is good. That is goodness, and we want to continue in that realm. And we're not sort of satisfied with that 91%. We have a commitment to get to 100% renewable energy by 2030 in every country we operate. So this is a really big deal for Equinix, and it's sort of putting its money where its mouth is, and essentially going all out on this front. And our efforts are being sort of recognized. So we received the Green Power Leadership from the EPA, which is the environment regulatory body in the US, every year since 2017. And then we work with our customers like Google, AWS, Microsoft, VMware, etc., and in terms of partnering with them on our sustainability efforts. So we think of sustainability not as a burden. We think of it as, and not just as good for the environment. We think it makes complete business sense, for us to do that. And also ties back to my previous point around why this green power is going to be an important element in the growth of this industry in sort of in the coming future. So if I were to sort of wrap all of this stuff up, I would say in a nutshell, we have to make sustainability a priority and talk about the progress we are actually making, because it's not like we are standing still in the industry. We are making progress, but we need to do more in terms of making that visible. And we would love to work with others in the industry and government to advance the sustainability of data center as a whole. And the last point I'll make is just a plug. If anyone wants to know more about what Equinix is doing on sustainability, please go to sustainability.equinix.com, and there's a wealth of more information out there. Hope that helps.
Thank you so much. I'll definitely go and check. So next question, I'll keep it open for all because I'm not sure whether we have much of time available. So what are some of the best practices, development, let's say be it development, operations, regulations from globe that can be applied to ecosystem of India data center sector, which can be which can make it more robust as an industry. So anyone, Manuji, Milanji, anyone can actually take this up, please, or anyone has any inputs on it, please.
Thanks, Vikram. Since you took my name first, let me start with permission from me. Okay, thanks for that. I think, as you rightly mentioned, both ways, some of good practices which we should inculcate maybe or use. First one is faster data center build, and I think that is one of the key area which we should learn. How things are evolving, how technologies are changing, how quickly we could build these data centers and implement it, because that is going to be the game changer in next few years. Second is obviously efficient power management and design itself for a right PUE. I think we have some thoughts around that. We go with sometimes conservative approach, and I come from a Six Sigma background, so people always will say we should not achieve Six Sigma and everything, which is the right thing. But what should be the right strike between investment and our output, and the quality output is very important as we go along in the journey. And I think power efficiency and PUEs will play a very critical role, and there are good things to adopt from global practices. The third important one is we should start looking at, while it is very simple, but it is core at the operations, is IBMS, and I'm specifically not calling it as a BMS, but IBMS, which includes SCADA, EPMS, and CPM and BPM combined together, which will fuel that data into AI, data lake, analytics kind of thought process. And that is where a lot of data crunching, analytics, actioning will happen. And once we implement that, this is the same. We'll be able to achieve much better data center efficiency, which is going to be critical. The next point is from operations side. Again, now things are shifting not only from uptime. Now people are thinking that uptime is given, but latency is the name of the game. And when we talk about latencies, because of the OTTs, gaming zone, kids are using hookup to their mobiles, and if the applications are not playing for a few seconds, interest is gone. So I think latency is the name of the game when it comes to edge data centers, and network connectivity will play a much higher role into that. Last 2 points which I would like to add. One is very important is sustainability. As we go along, it is going to be very critical for the industry. And it is not only from overall globalization or carbon emission and other perspective, but it is equally important from company organization perspective to ensure that we achieve this, and that will also help in turn to company to talk about better market capitalization and when it comes to shareholder value creation. I think that is going to be equally important from that financial perspective also. And the last one is less talked about, but EHS. I think we talk about environmental health safety when it comes to a little bit around something in projects, something in operations, we do it, but there is huge scope, and I think this needs a cultural change and a top-down approach where we should specifically emphasize upon EHS in every part of our activities. It's both equally important to focus on projects and operations where EHS is going to be a major focus area for us. Those are some of the things which I think we could easily adopt or learn sometimes good things from international people. And the last one is network connectivity. I think we talked about that, but how we can ensure that that is unless until we do that part, I think it is going to be very critical to manage and get the real benefit of all this ballgame. It is a heartbeat. I'll put it that way. So thanks. I think those are some of my points in this particular topic.
Thanks, Milanji. Maybe Vikram, I'll take the next shot very quickly. But I know we are behind schedule, but I'll very quickly wrap it up in a few minutes. Milanji has rightly mentioned most of the ingredients or the best practices when it comes to whether the connectivity or the quality, security, and power as well. I might talk about just 2 points. One of them, in the larger picture, sustainability. Yes, that is very, very critical because this industry has a huge life. It is not something which will be there for the next just couple of decades. It's a matter, it will stay forever. So I think the key ingredients for a data center is technology and power. There is a whole lot of evolution and innovation that has happened on the technology side, whether it is the automation or the quality of the servers or any infrastructure. I think that has already done in the last few years and will keep on evolving. But on the power side, there's a huge potential, and it will be a big differentiator. That is something which we, as data center service providers, we need to be very cautiously aware of. It is one of the main focus points. That's why you see the global technology giants like the Apple, the Google, the likes of them, they are investing so much in the green power. That is where the focus should be, and every single step on the development or the evolution of the power, conservation of power, the consumption of power, will extrapolate to multiple double digits or a large value and volume at the bottom line, both for the data center service providers as well as for the customers. So it has a financial reason, it has a social reason, it has all the reasons that why power should be one of the top focus areas for all the data center companies in the near future. We heard Mr. Abhishek Singh mention about Maharashtra, and along with Maharashtra, he mentioned the name of the states of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. We also heard Control Desk CEO Mr. Sridhar in the morning, where he said that irrespective of the state's independent power policies, the power should be regulated at a national level. Why I'm mentioning this is because doing ease of business or getting access to high quality, reliable power in the states like Telangana and Andhra Pradesh is much easier than any other state. I'm sure all the people present on this platform today are aware that NTPC has started that 25 megawatt floating solar power plant in Andhra Pradesh. I mean, that is just one step. We need more initiatives like this. Not just the initiatives, we need a portion of the power generated by these initiatives earmarked and allocated exclusively for data centers. Now, that is something which I'm sure ASSOCHAM will keep on working. We will keep working with ASSOCHAM to make that and to voice this concern, and so that it reaches to the right levels. One more thing which was there on my mind, which I will quickly wrap up in 1 minute, is the quality of the data centers. I mean, no longer 5.999.999 is the desired expectation. Now it is 6 nines. So with every single day, the expectation is very different from the customers. So quality of the data centers, as I said in my previous talk, that the margin of error is not there at all. But the quality has to be absolutely high. And along with that, it has to have a bottom line impact to the customer as well as to the data center for long-term sustainability. So I think that is it.
Right.
I think Vikram, sorry to intervene again. Just one more point which I was thinking when you mentioned. I think while less talked about is cyber security. I think we have to be very focused around that. And sorry, I'm just interjecting in between. But when I was thinking loud, I thought in whole presentations we talk less about very important aspect. And while we talk about future wars will not be in battlefield, it will be biological or cyber. So I think it is going to be very important to ensure that we build a proper fort and right controls, right check and balance, right cyber security in place. And we have seen many examples where bigger companies have also been impacted, and no one is spared, if I may use the word. So we have to be very focused and cautious about building cyber security approach to our data centers and how we can take it forward and how we can make specific solutions around that. Because we're talking about automation, digitization, going data into cloud, using all those data on mobility and web portals and all that stuff, chatbots. So we can talk about a lot how we can ensure from the cybersecurity is going to be very critical in the journey. Sorry to add, but I thought that is very important point to add at this point.
Of course, it is, sir. Thank you so much. So finally, we come to the end of the session. I, on behalf of ASSOCHAM, thank you all for taking up time from your busy schedules to attend this session on the topic that's impacting overall footprint of India in the digital world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vikramji. I also thank my panelists for really spending time and sharing the content. Sorry.
Yes, also I thank Vikram and Viju and all of our industry seniors. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we,
Thank you.
Thank you, Ji.
Thank you.
Now we start our next session, which is the cost of non-resilient data center infrastructure. We have been joined by Shri Kumar Vineet, Special Secretary IT Electronics Department and MD, Shriton and UP DES CEO, Government of UP. Can I request Kumar Vineet ji to address the stakeholders?
Good afternoon. On behalf of Kumar Vineet,
Ratnika,
we'll
wait.
take another 10 minutes. Yes.
Sorry?
So we'll take another 10 minutes to join the session.
Okay.
Okay, no
So in the
problem.
no problem, no problem. In the meantime, he joins. Can I request Shivendra Singh Ji, Executive Director, Advisory Services, PwC, to please start the session?
Yes, I request Shri Shivendra Singh, Executive Director, Advisory Services.
Sure, thanks. Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. This is Shivendra here. I'm part of Emerging Tech in technology consulting. So we are joined by the panel. We have Srimati Uma Chauhan, and then we have Mr. Nagendra, and then we have Mr. Sundar Muthway, and then we have Mr. Vinod, Mr. N.K. Jain, and then we have Mr. Mustafa. So I request everyone to give a brief introduction about themselves.
Shivendra Ji, Uma Ji would be joining little late, so we don't have her as of now.
Okay, sure. I'll request rest of the panel members to, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, I can go first. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sundar. I'm the CTO of 5 data centers. We are based in Mangalgiri in Andhra Pradesh, but we have our office headquarters here in Hyderabad.
Hi, this is
This is Vinod. Vinod Jawar. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Adani Connects. It's a JV between Adani Group of Companies and the Edge Connects, which is based out of US. So it's been a year since I've been in this role. Close to 15, 16 years of data center is what is their experience of what I've been handling. Very happy to be part of this discussion. Some of this which I overheard now of the previous sessions, I see very, very engaged discussion and very valuable input. Thank you. Thank you to be part of this.
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is Mustafa Looney. So I'm the Senior Vice President for Uptime Institute for Middle East, Africa, and Greater India. I'm glad to be here today to share some thoughts about the topic and also being in the event. It's been interesting discussion since the morning. I hope we can bring some lights about the topics that we're going to engage in the next hour. So happy to be here.
Hi, this is Nagendra, Dr. Nagendra. I'm co-founder and CEO of Occupy Cloud. At Occupy Cloud, we are building a quantum data center, which is also, we are also coming up with technology for collaborative cloud computing using AI. So this is one of the kind of data centers we are building using quantum technology. And the chip is actually supplied by other subsidiary called Occupy AI. That's a brief introduction. Thanks a lot.
Mr. Jain, you're on mute.
Sorry, I'm N.K. Jain. I am a design consultant for data centers. We design large-scale, hyperscale data centers from concept to commissioning. I run my own consultancy firm by the name N.K. Jain Consulting Engineers. And I've been in this field practicing for last about more than 40 years in data centers, mainly concentrated in data centers, only focused on data centers for about last 10 years.
Thank you, everyone. We have been joined by Mr. Kumar Vineet, the Special Secretary, IT and Electronics Department, Government of UP. Sir, can I request you to please address these stakeholders?
Yeah, thank you, Varun. Myself, Kumar Vineet, I'm Special Secretary, Information Technology and Electronics, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and MD UP DISCO and MD Shriton India Limited, Uttar Pradesh. We are, as government, we have our own data center, and we are in the process of upgrading that data center very soon. And we are looking forward for a good discussion over here. And I invite you all to come up with your suggestions for our data center. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, over to you, Shivendra ji.
So, okay, so warm welcome to all panelists first. So I will start with you, Mr. Nagen. So you know that hyperscaler are seeing worldwide adoption and popularity of the ease of doing provisioning of the different data center or given in cloud. And this can be only achieved by using automation and predictive maintenance using artificial intelligence. In your own experience, what is the role of AI can play in context of building and data center India in coming years?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mr. Shivinder. So this is a good question because we are working on this particular technology. We have a product called DC Manager. It's completely based on AI. So we have deployed. The thing is, we looked into data center, traditional ones. Some of them can be really automated. Like for example, you have this green data center initiative where the power has to be very optimal, and nothing can optimize better than AI there. So some of our this tool is directly connected to HVAC, where we are optimizing almost like 40% of our data center power. And the second thing is, the data center is a very costly affair. I mean, when you deploy a data center, it's a physical computers you have to do, and then the power consumption, there's a huge OPEX and the CAPEX that is required. So the planning of a data center itself can be driven by AI. Say, for example, most of the data center will have a typical workload. I mean, you can generalize it, but still it will be a typical workload. And you can plan the data center using AI, which actually gives us the right sizing of the VMs and, the right sizing of the applications that can be run on these VMs. And then the bigger part is collecting the data itself using AI. Like for example, application discovery and application profiling on the data center, that can save a lot of power, and it can increase the efficiency. And last but not the least, but the security part of it. Okay, so nowadays we have seen like a lot of questions on the security. The way this we have to make it a very secure data center. Not only physical reliability, but security is also important. So AI can play a very big role in the security, because some of the algorithms what we use in security nowadays, like for example, API security, or even like security of a data center, network security is there, and we can monitor the security through the profiling of processors and the memory access. Okay, so those kind of applications are something which can be done way well by AI than without AI. So from the green data center to actually planning the capacity planning of a data center, and then the security, most of this can be automated through AI. And other big task is in data center, what happens, typical workload, if the build fails, okay, that will lead a lot of inefficiency. And there is a lot of reason for build failure. It can be because of the infrastructure, it can be because of the software, but correcting that would give a lot of productivity. Like for example, if there are engineers, like 1,000 engineers, and they want to use a particular cluster of data center, and then you're seeing a lot of failures there, that can be detected and corrected online automatically by AI. Okay, so using this, we can make sure that productivity of data center is high. So in summary, the AI can play a very big role in green data center, because it can do a power optimization better than anyone else. You have a Google data outside, like they've said 40% power, and we have our own data. We're using our software. We have one of our biggest customers. We have saved around 30% of the power consumption. Okay, and we have saved in terms of efficiency. The build failures were reduced to a very minimum, like less than 1%. It was almost like 10% before, and that has improved the efficiency of the the workload on the data centers. And other thing is application discovery and profiling using AI. That has actually resulted in the better configuring the VMs and clustering them together, and security. And we have provided the network security as well as application security using AI, using our DC manager. So that has provided better automation of security. Okay, so in all these applications, AI play a bigger role. All in all, if you want to build a smart data center, it cannot be done without AI.
Thanks, Nagit. Any other panel member want to add anything?
I think the very important point is about the missing portion of when the application sits on the platform and the infra. Because we host a lot of clients, and they come up with requirements, and then we size the platform and infra for them. Many times it's a mismatch. It's not optimized. It's going to hit the client definitely, because they're going to get a bill. But we will be happier to have something to show him that there's an optimized version of the solution. So that's where this kind of tool comes in handy, because then he may not think that we are qualified enough to give him an insight into his application. When such a tool comes in, then it would be more of an enhancement or something to prove in terms of data to show him that, yeah, you need just 5 VMs instead of 50 VMs, so, or you need this storage is more than enough for you for this workload, and then you can scale as it happens.
Absolutely.
Well, actually, when we talk about on this, I mean, especially after the pandemic, I think most of the data centers around the world have moved into more automation, and we are seeing a move to more automated, darker, they call darker data centers today. That has been accelerated by the pandemic, and we have seen a lot of people actually investing into this. But there is the most important thing when you start talking about automation around data center is the accuracy of the information and how it is capable. I mean, how it is the capabilities of the organization itself to take the best out of this. There are a lot of commercial softwares out there today that can integrate even the facilities in the IT and can use even AI-driven procedures and to optimize actually the operation of that center. And I've seen some uptake into this during the pandemic. But still, when we talk about the technology, still the technology is lagging behind to really take full advantage of this. And also, I've seen some pushback from even the organizations themselves when it comes to actually integrating fully automated, integrate automation fully in the data center. We're seeing some pushback from procedures internally, adjustments in the organizations. So these are all challenges needs to be addressed today. Definitely automated data centers are on the way, and especially with, we're going to talk about it later on as well, is the skill shortage, the challenge about finding professionals around the data center industry today. So definitely moving into more automated and remotely managed data center, it's on the way, and the technology will only enhance this. And a lot of organizations today, they need to change their organizations, and they need to change the way they approach their operations to integrate this solution and take the best out of this commercial solutions that are out there in the market today. So yeah, definitely is the way to go forward. Definitely.
Thanks, Mr.
Yeah. When I think of infrastructure data center, infrastructure is mainly the electrical and the mechanical designs of the data center. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So basically it is the electrical and mechanical designs of the data center. And when we are talking about modern hyperscale data centers, which are very large power consuming data centers like 25 megawatt of IT power or even more or a little less, these modern data centers are designed basically to be consuming optimum power or an optimum utilization of the resources. The very basic design takes care of the optimization of the resources, optimization of the power, and optimizations of various other factors that are involved. Yes, there are some data centers, old generations, where an utilization or an deployment of an artificial intelligence may save you some power to the extent of 30 or 40%. But we should all remember that what we can save is what we were actually wasting. You cannot save something which you are not actually wasting. So any saving that we achieve is a basic underlying assumptions that it was being wasted. Modern data center designs do not have such designs where a power to the tune of 30, 40, or even for that matter 5% is being wasted in the data centers. All equipments which are selected, whether it is a cooling equipment or an UPS or a PDU or whatever equipment, they are self-designed to operate at their best of the efficiency. Take for instance the cooling infrastructure of any new data center or a latest design of data center. The chillers, the pumps, the cooling machines, they themselves have inbuilt intelligence to operate or to cool only the load that is available in the hall. It's not that the entire hall is having only 500 kilowatt. It was designed for 2000 kilowatt, and yet the cooling machines are cooling 2000 kilowatt. No. See, this kind of optimization nowadays in the modern equipment is a basic inherent quality or characteristic of an equipment. So yes, there is a need for modernizing the existing data centers to that extent. But when we talk about these modern so-called hyperscale data centers and the ones that are being built in India now in the last 2-3 years and the next 5, 6, 10 years, those will have the very basic design highly optimized. Otherwise, they will not be able to survive.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, over to you.
Just 2 minutes to add to what you all have said. I totally agree with the thing, but adding to what Mustafa has told very clearly, the whole approach of AI and automation has to be fundamental. It has to start with the drawing board. It has to have a bigger vision of it. How are you going to operate the data center? How are you going to bring in the efficiency? It is not an afterthought. A lot of people thinking that I can introduce AI and automation as an afterthought, but that will give you a mixed result. So you as an organization leaders, you have to be extremely clear what you want as an end result of it. And you have to invest money, technology, and resources. Mustafa also talked about resource shortfall in the automation sectors and all. I totally agree, and we'll cover it in subsequent sessions on that. So it is not at all an afterthought, and it's not also a buzzword. It is something which is fundamental in nature. And it has to start with the drawing board. It has to have clear objectives. So from a co-location perspective, we believe in Adani Connects and all. We believe there are 2 areas we need to focus on. One is obviously the availability, which is a fundamental of doing co-location business, because we are someone is outsourcing the risk to us, and we are supposed to manage someone's risk. Second is to bring in the efficiency, both from the customer perspective and from the sustainability perspective. So you will have to start from the starting, how we want to do it, put the money, put the bucks on the table, get the consultants, get the equipments to talk to each other, and ensure that everything is aligned and works together. So this is something we have learned the hard way, that if you try to do anything in between, you probably will sink the money in the drain and not get the best of it. That's just the thought process, how we want to get into the AI, because it's too much in the talk here, not much into the actual actionable and the output of it. Everyone talks about AI, and this is something we all need to be clear. And from leaders' perspective, you need to put it to the management that there is a cost involved to that.
Thanks, Vinay. Very, very good. Anyone else, or we can move to the next then? So next question, I will start with you, Mr. Sundar. So now there's no, hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now there's no surprise that 5G is going to be very aggressively adopted in India, right? And even the demand for edge data center is going to be massive now, right? But I would say a lot of emerging technologies, we are still scratching the surface, like drone, IoT, and all. In your opinion, Mr. Sundar, what do you feel will be the biggest challenge in India will face in coming years, and what will be the opportunity as well?
Yeah, so definitely 5G is a game-changing technology, no doubt about that. It's different from the jump from 2G to 3G to 4G to LTE to 5G. 5G is fundamentally architected differently. You know, the core is small, but the virtualization costs around it is huge. So this gives plenty of opportunities to build around the technology and to provide more and more services that were not even feasible in the earlier technologies. So along with all this, we have several challenges: infrastructure deployment, liability, communication failures, patents, licensing, and all those things. coming to India, fundamental things like testing, right? Many people have started testing, but where is it going? Has the government introduced any policies around it and had some timelines to come up with, the future plan that the government plays? Then there is the question of bandwidth. Okay, how much bandwidth is available? We're talking of the 3300 to 3600 megahertz frequency range, but then who's taken from it? Ministry of Defense is taken, ISRO is taken. Then what else is left? So all these things are something that we need to look at, and then have a more clear picture so that the larger people, the people can start investing in it or planning for the future. Then comes the actual usage of 5G, and what is the government policy on that, and what is feasible, what is not feasible. Is there going to be a huge push towards private 5G networks versus the ISP provided networks, and will that adoption of private networks overtake in such a way that use up most of the bandwidth? Will it be turn out to be a B2B model? All that thing we need to look at, basically how it's going to move going forward. Then comes the consumers, basically. The bandwidth that this thing optimizes the speed is very limited in reach. Probably it won't even get into your building, basically, unless the technology is mixed and all that. So forget about the last line. Okay, so that's still a very far out reach. So pan-India rollout is completely ruled out. Okay, any intent can be given near future at least. All said and done, now let's look at the technology itself. So in this new technology, there's something called network slicing that takes the huge prominence. Here, when the network can be sliced to give certain features to certain use cases, whether it's enhanced mobile broadband or massive machine type communication to reliable, low latency kind of use cases. All these require different configurations and different services that we made available, basically. And what is implying that is the core infra. Core infra takes about a whole different world. Like it's cloud ready. There's a lot of architectural changes that need to go on. Earlier, a traditional approach is totally thrown away. Like for example, in our data centers, we perceived this, and about 2 years back, most of our equipment runs at 100G. So any provider can come and then he can spin off his services from our infra. So this is the cloud ready or 5G ready infra that needs to figure out all this. And then as this is going on, then we look at the made in India kind of thing that government may enhance or government may have put in place. So what will this impact, or how will this change the game plan? So these are the challenges. These are the overall adaptability and timeline kind of things that we need to look at when we talk about 5G in India, basically.
Thanks. Anyone else want to add?
I mean, if we talk about, edge, definitely edge data center is always positioned as one of the trends that's gonna bring, let's say, a growth on our industry, and definitely a 5G it plays a massive role into that. As well, it plays a massive role in smart city applications when we start talking about IoT. And everybody's excited talking about the edge for the last couple of years. But it's not only specific to India, but is globally the edge really adoption has not taken off as was expected before. But definitely it's something that is going to happen in the market. And when we start talking about this, I mean, 5G is a key enabler to that. And when we're talking about India, definitely edge data centers is a business case for India. When we look on the territory and the penetration of connectivity during the country to the role of zones and all of that, either cloud on the edge or even commercial data centers as edge data centers will definitely serve all these roller zones. But before we get there, I think there was the point about the infrastructure. Definitely, there should be a lot of investments being put in the infrastructure for edge 5G rollouts across the entire country, and in order to make the business case for the edge, and make the business case for the IoT applications, and as well as all these smart city projects that are being initiated by the government within the country. So yeah, definitely, I think in general, as edge computing market, the projections are massive. We're talking about above $200 billion market in the years to come. But I think before we get there, I think 5G rollouts across the entire country and investments on the network, on the connectivity infrastructure to increase the bandwidth and this to all the zones in order to to get benefits out of this. And then definitely the edge computing deployment will follow, and all these IoT application around several industries will thrive along with the smart cities as well. So, but as a government and also as the players into this, it would be a serious talk about investments, about the 5G rollouts within the country. So,
Thanks, Uttam. Anyone else?
No, I think rightly said that 5G needs to be the enabler to actually start seriously thinking about edge on that. So, plus India has this unique challenge that we are not even able to meet the core demand. So I think the core demand and the edge is there. So the fundamentals of the whole structure is that you need to get the core really correct, and on top of it, you need to get the edge on that. So the core itself is in the evaluation phase. We are in stabilization phase, and it's only in the past 5 to 10 years that we got real serious traction in this. So it's an opportunity, and it's the call, and definitely it will come in picture. But then, what is the right time? There are 2 or 3 enablers, and definitely 5G. And rightly told that the 5G technology itself has got its own limitation in terms of bandwidth, penetrations, and all those things. So it all has to pass through the litmus test before we start. But there will be brave players who will probably like to take the plunge first, because they will like to ride the waves and take place. So it's probably at present everyone is announcing, saying we would like to be, but who put the hard cash on the table is really like to wait and see on that.
Sure. Thanks. So next question, I'll start with you only, Vinod, and I'm sure every panel member will have a view to it, and everyone is struggling on that front. It's a skill shortage, right? And what's your thought around this, the talent pool demand, which is going to come in a couple of years, right? Is this going to impact our infrastructure growth? And in your view, Vinod, how we can address this? What are the investment we need to make right away so that we can benefit in future?
Yeah, definitely. It's I can only try to correct a bit, saying that it's not going to come. It's already come. Okay, so we as related to data centers, we see serious shortage of good talent pool, right from the managerial to engineers to the level extents of technicians. There is a serious short of a good talent pool is that, because they are not tuned to the quality and the precision required for the data center thing. So this is not of the future. This is the problem of the present on that. So we are struggling, and that has got a direct many impact on directly in terms of the delivery quality, delivery timelines, right decision making. All those things have got direct impact both commercially and to the customers. Indirect impacts are many. That is leading to outages and all those things because of untrained people on that. So I think the way to look at it, and that is something most of them have done here, is to try to build a skill set by getting involved themselves. So I know STT has done that, NTT is doing that, we are doing that. They're trying to build a training academy or going to tie up with the colleges in the vicinities like diploma colleges and ITI colleges who have a short-term course to bring some of these what is suitable guys up to speed on that. So that is a short term, and that's something which probably all of us as an industry leader, and I'm sure ASSOCHAM will also try to push the government to bring in a curriculum around data centers to all of them on that. As present, most of them are trying to give an additional certificate to all those things and also giving assurance saying that you pass this, we will hire you. So those things have been happening to build on a short-term basis. And definitely this is really a short term. It has to be sustained, and the sustenance only can happen in education sector in India is probably with the government and the quasi-government institutes which we need to support together to bring on that. So the way we would like to look at it, I strongly recommend that all serious data center players must put in some amount of money to do either tie it up with the local people, institutes here to train them. We at ourselves, we are starting with some 0.5% of our capex investment to train, and that we slowly want to bring it to 1% of that so that we are able to invest that money. So again, I said that the data center industries is evolving, and we as leaders need to think really 5 to 10 years in advance. So we need to build in that kind of budget in way we were going to do that. And upfront, if you're able to put money on the project and work through it, you'll be having enough training courses tie up with everyone. So short term, we are looking at it. Long term, we must, as jointly, we must represent the government to bring in specialized courses in most of the institute here and offer that. So it's the data center is enough in the market to catch the attention. So as of late, recently, data science has picked up and is now far greater in demand compared to computer science. So like that, data center in things probably will also pick up soon on that. That's the short and medium term, but that I'm sure we all can come together and we got a solution around that. But my worry, and I'm sure maybe the same with the rest of the guys, is we're not ready for the AI burst and automation burst. This is something which is serious skill set development right from fundamental, because data center will no longer be people centric. It will be automatic. It will be driven to an extent that how well we code it, how well we talk each equipment, talk to each other, how well we monitor it remotely. All is that, and the skill set starts with a high level of skill set. Some of the example I keep giving in to my team is the manufacturer of airplane. It put enough money on automation as they put it in the engine, because it is no longer the engine or anything. It is the whole process of how you run it without human interference, reduce the errors which they cause. Any amount of training will probably lead to that. This is the skill set we are seriously problem on that. So this will hit us in 5 to 6 years time, and that's where we will lose out in some of the hubs, because while India has picked up a data center market here, I think we must not stop thinking that why we cannot be the hub of the whole Asia Pacific or the Asian region, because we bring in a huge amount of advantages among all the disadvantages. And the biggest advantage we bring is the sustainability and renewable energy. No one else can get that kind of any in the nearest figure. So why we don't want to stop thinking why we can't be the next Singapore in India to get everyone else in the whole region come and put the data here in India. So we will miss that bus if we're not able to get the right talent from that. So the curriculum must start from the technical institutes, and it must start with the AI vendors putting in that efforts to train people and the manufacturers on that. So That's my thought. No exact solution for it. Solution for the medium to short term is take the ownership, start training, get those guys to come on board, hold them, spend money to bring them up to speed. Nothing else on that, I think.
Thanks, Vinod.
Yes, so I would like to add to what Vinod suggested. It's a very valid point. We have first-hand experience in other areas, even in data centers. We have a lot of customers, but finding skills was very difficult. So what we have done on certain other areas like quantum computer and AI is we started our own certification program to skill people, to hire them. Okay. So we tied up with ISC, and then we started actually a curriculum as suggested on quantum computing and AI, because we were facing severe shortages, but we are also facing a demand from customer. Okay, so that is one approach we can take. Like we can come together like different data center players and form certain kind of a certification program that would help us in a common way. That's one thing. That's we have the first-hand experience there in in AI and quantum compute. Maybe we need to extend that to data centers as well, because we have a lot of strategies in DevOps, a lot of strategies in data center design, and a lot of strategies in software design also for data center. Okay, so that has to be addressed through a certification program, which we can tie up with institutes and even like a specialist across the world. And that should solve a short-term problem, as Vinod suggested. And long-term, we have to think about like how do we develop the systematic skill development through education. Like for example, you may have to have a cloud computing degree, a master degree, right? So something like that. Okay, so that should solve our skill problems, both in short-term and long-term.
Thanks, Sunny.
Yeah, adding to what Mr. Vinod was saying, I would like to take chip in from what he said. That was about the data center marketing in India. In this particular issue, I would like to pitch in that Uttar Pradesh has come up with its own data center policy. And as of now, we have got some 13 or 14 odd interests, expression of interest that have already been shown by the companies. Even Mr. Vinod's company, Adani Group, has also shown that their interest. Hiranandani is also coming from some 20,000 crores of projects are coming up. The same cue was given by Mustafa ji also that yes, in India, smart city concept, this part is really very, very keen and which we should really get into it. I would like to partner with anyone who would like to suggest on behalf of government of Uttar Pradesh that yes, what Nagaraja was saying about the artificial intelligence, that was really something very enticing that yes, because even in my data center, which is a tier 2 as of now, although I'm going for the tier 3 now, I find that I have the space optimum utilization or VM optimum utilization not very specific as I would have really liked to. So one interface of an artificial intelligence above, over and above the firewalls and everything that we have maintained would definitely give a leverage as a data center organization or maintaining agency as I am in UPDESCO, that I could actually get the optimum utilization of the center. One part, and secondly, to grow up. To grow up, the suggestions from Mr. Vinod, Mr. Nagaraj was really very nice that yes, we should have our training and curriculum part. Government of Telangana has certain cyber security and cyber resilience part in their official forum. But yes, data center part is not there. But yes, each and every department in Uttar Pradesh is like expanding exponential. If I give you a small issue, e-office we have just started in Uttar Pradesh. We have brought it to our data center. Now it is expanding exponentially. We started from 6 TB, we are only on 11 TB in just 2 months. And it's going to expand exponentially. The environment, the concept, everything is going to expand. So we have to look forward. And in this, when we want to look forward, we really need our departments to be educated, to be enlightened. What should I say? The officers have to be enlightened. They should not be educated, of course. But yes, if it comes into the curriculum part, maybe one subject, one note in any of the semester of say IT and electronics or say computer science or say any of the specialized courses, if it is integrated, then it is definitely going to do good. Because the way I perceive in this department, I find
that data center concept, the analytics of data, the upkeep and upkeep of data, because ultimately it is a gold mine that we have to keep, we have to retrieve, we have to keep it for the research work, how open we can be, how secure we can be. All these concepts we keep on propping up to the government. So as I can see, I'm the only government agency over here, and I'm one of the data center owners also, because I'm moderating on behalf of the government. So whatever the discussions were going on, that was very useful, but for a key insight. And one last point on which I would like to conclude on my present discussion is ownership. The point that was very well hammered to ownership, because when it is not just the ownership of the concept or the data or the institution we build upon, but it is the concept. Because with ownership comes trust. And once we build up the trust across the players of the organization, with government department, with private players, even if I am using some agency or some sort of application, then I should have that trust that it is not being fudged upon. So that level of trust also needs to come up. And yes, to conclude again, interface with artificial intelligence, impact of 5G, which was very well mentioned over there, and mainly I again market my own policy of my state government. That is, yes, Uttar Pradesh has come up with its own data center policy in 2021 January. We have come out with our policy implication administrative government orders as well. And we invite everyone who is a big player over here who is listening to us, that yes, they can come and we will facilitate, we will give our hand holding so that their data center establishment in Uttar Pradesh is very easy. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kumar sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the topic of skills is everywhere now. I mean, as a management, you know, I think I don't know any manager or facility manager or somebody that is running a data center today that is not struggling about hiring people to his data center. So it's not a problem that is specific to any country. It's a global problem today. And what happened is, with all this emergence of new data centers and these hyperscalers and cloud providers building data centers at a very, very large scale and across the globe. So the retaining resources become very challenging because they become very costly, and even sometimes hiring resources within the industry is very difficult, and there's a huge competition about that. So what we've seen as in this, we've seen people, they are doing is that they are hiring outside the industry to train people into the data center business, are building programs in collaboration with governments and the universities to attract people to the data center business. We have to be clear that our business in general is very limited to us as people. For many years, we have seen only data center people at a very close environment. I have not seen a lot of people, new, fresh blood is coming to the data center business. So I think now it's something that all the leaders in the industry, especially in India, there'll be different ways of putting different hiring policies with the HR departments, working with the universities to build programs about data centers, to bring in these new graduates into the data center business, and to make this business attractive to the people. And one last point as well, the women in our business, if we look into the percentage of the women that work in the data center business today, it's very, very low. And I think it's a pool of resource that is yet to be tapped to get more women into the data center business today. I think it's something that most of the organizations need to start looking into. When we look at how many women are employed in the data center business, is very, very low percentage versus the people, versus the other gender, versus the men. And it's something that most of the organization needs to look into to attract more women into the business, and it will help actually reduce the impact that is already deepening. The impact is here. It's already deepening because the demand in the data center is there and is just going to increase. And we've been talking about all this projected growth in India. I think the demand around the resources and the skill shortage will be a massive issue. yes, there is a massive pool of people in India. There's a lot of people that are graduated from university and all of that, but they are not being attracted into the data center business. They are still in more of them are in IT yet. They are not coming into data center operations and management and all of that. I think it's something that all of the industry needs to work on it. So.
Thanks, Mustafa.
Thank you. Very, very, very valid on the gender inequality, Mustafa. This is something you really hit the core. I think there is an untapped market of the women workforce, which is really needs to be trained and taken up. So thanks for bringing it up. So something which I'm sure we need to push it with the management and start getting. Really good point, Mustafa. I appreciate that. And Vinayji, thank you for the offer, what you told from the UP government. We are one of the beneficiaries of the good policy which you have put. Thank you for that. We'll definitely take help of you and your team to how we can build a proper infrastructure jointly together, because data center is no longer.
Your company is already in. One of the major interests that is being shown is by Adani.
Yeah, sure. We'll continue to do that, sir. It is not over. Okay, thank you. Thanks, sir. I just thought I would tell you. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I would like to just add to what has been said. Yes, I 100% agree with Vinod and with Mustafa what they have said. Yes, every college or every university must be encouraged and must be informed that data center is a very large sector which is going to develop in India in future, and they must have courses suitable for that. But that's going to be a little long-term affair, because getting them to agree to that and them starting the courses and then those products coming into the data center will not be less than 3 to 5 years of time duration. So what I suggest is that every data center which is being constructed now, or every company which is going into a data center in a big way, because I have faced these problems while we are designing and constructing data centers for various customers of ours. Yes, there is a acute shortage of the right people who can build the data centers or who can operate the data centers. So my suggestion in short term is that every such company which is colo company or every new data center company which is coming in India or trying to build a data center, they should have a policy to take trainees. While they can take the key post with past experiences, but every year they must take from the colleges fresh engineers, the fresh operating people, fresh IT managers, and train them for a period of at least 6 months under those senior people. And maybe they can keep them on probation or something, and after 6 months they do their placement in various fields, various departments. So that way they will have an on-hand experience, they will have fresh people who would be ready to join very soon without waiting for a very long period. And second, I agree with Mustafa that while these training courses or these training departments are started by all data center companies, they must reserve 50% seats for women. That will take care of both the aspects in a very, very quick and fast way. Over.
Thanks, Mr. Anyone else want to add anything on this? Okay, we can move to the next question. We can start with you, Mr. Jain, and then rest of the panel member can add. So now data infrastructure failure or outages have made national headlines, right? We keep on reading about this, and definitely it impacts financially as well as it impact reputation as well. So what are the measures do you feel, Mr. Jain, are critical to avoid this kind of situation and building resilient data center?
Yes, data center failures is always in the talk. It's been there in the past. Even now we hear, sometimes you hear even about Azure going down or Google data center going down, or for that many hours or that many days it was not available. So it's a big issue, but it is gradually reducing. I will give a very nice example to make everybody understand what actually causes this. In the morning, that PwC report, it was mentioned that India has something close to 170 or 180 data centers now, and many more are going to be added. Out of those 180 data centers, even if that figure is 180, at least 160 were built before 2015 or 2014, and maybe another 20 have been added in the last 4 or 5 years. All 20, of course, have been the hyperscale ones, which are 15 or 20 or 30 megawatt of IT power. The data centers which were built before 2015 or which went live before 2015 in India have had multiple outages, have had multiple downtimes, whereas these new generation of data centers which have come up now have had either very little, 1 or 2, or none, no outages at all in last 5 years, or no downtimes in 5 years. What is the reason? Only one single factor is the robust design, a design done in a very robust way by professionals, by some design engineers who had past experience of similar design, or even some consultants from abroad who had a lot of experience in doing data center designs in those countries. They were engaged by the Indian data center company owners, and they did that. Those designs not only were designed by experienced engineers, but were peer reviewed by another set of consultants or another set of design engineers, and or they were certified or assessed by third-party institutes like Uptime, represented by Mr. Mustafa. So those kind of designs that have taken place of these large new data centers, and also those were actually not only peer reviewed, they were also in a way peer reviewed by these large cloud operators who have entered in India in last 6 years, like Google or Amazon or Microsoft or all of these people. When they deploy the server racks in a colo data centers, they literally do a thorough peer review of the design. So what is most important is a very robust design, which is tested to its robustness and then which is put into operations. Once that aspect is taken care of, the downtime or the failures would be restricted to absolutely bare minimum. It is that 6th or the 5th nine that we were talking about, that not only 5 nines, we should have now 9 nines. So those failures will get reduced only to that, and that also would be mainly either due to some catastrophic failures or maybe some human failures, which also will reduce in due course of time with more of automation being used or more of tier 4 robust kind of designs being put in place, which basically requires less of human intervention and the less probability of a failure due to human. So automatically the industry is moving towards that, having experienced so many failures in the past, and that is the real way to go, that the basic design should be very robust, it should be tested, it should be peer reviewed by another designer, no matter how important or how experienced the first designer was. If these parameters are taken into account, I don't see any probability of these kind of failures increasing anymore. The design robustness or the resilience or the redundancy or whatever that we talk, it should always be designed, evaluated end to end. It should not be a piecemeal that, okay, I put 2 UPS here or I put 5 chillers here where I need only 3. The entire design should be evaluated from end to end, including the artificial intelligence or the control systems that we are going to put. It's very nice to have artificial intelligence, or for that matter to come down to the ground level. Nowadays, most of the data centers have very sophisticated BMS systems, which monitors the entire infrastructure, mechanical, electrical, everything in the data center. And it also, to a certain extent, controls certain things. But while having so much dependence on automation, what if the automation fails? If the automation fails, all the infrastructure equipments which were slave to that automation would also fail. So it is not only just deployment of automation, but a very, very thoughtful deployment of automations with all the redundancies followed in the automation also. So when these things are taken into account, when these things are paid attention to, I am sure the future data centers which are coming in India in next 10 years or 15 years would have much lesser failure rates and would be much lesser in news because of failure. Thank you.
Yes. So just to add to Mr. Jain, just to give an analogy of reliability for data center to reliability of automotive. Okay, so automotives have a standard. Okay, they're called ASIL-based standards for reliability. Okay, so we cannot actually, say that design is done well and it is peer reviewed, but it has to be. There should be a standard for which all the designs comply. Okay, that is very, very important. He suggested that AI itself is failing. Absolutely, that is very much possible. Okay, so we've seen the Tesla car actually getting into an accident where self-driving car failed. And when we have AI and data center, it's very much possible that AI may not work. Okay, we are aware because we are building that product. We are aware of the problem what Mr. Jain was suggesting. So the only thing what we can do is we have to have a stringent design standards for the data center where it has to be compliant to those standards to certify that it is reliable. Okay, so if you look at other systems, like you look into automotive, that's the oldest one, right? They have very stringent standard to actually make it a production. Similarly, to commission a data center and say that it is 6 Sigma or 9 Sigma, whatever it is, it has to comply to standard. We don't have a standard right now. Okay, so those standards will come because data center will become more and more critical and reliability will become even more critical. Okay, and one or two big catastrophe will actually drive to those standards. Okay, so that is another way to actually make sure that we don't have really big failures. Compliance is something which we have to bring it in. That's my point.
Thanks.
There are standards to which all these designs are done, and robustness of design does include design to certain standard, not design to the to the wish of the designer or to the wish of the owner. It is always designed to a particular standard, whether it is an electrical standard or mechanical standard or a cooling standard or an IA standards or even data center standards. Yes, there are data center standards and there are testing standards and there are evaluation standards. All of these designs are done to those standards only.
Yes, sir. So what I suggest is those standards have to evolve. I understand there are standards for individual components, maybe for data center also, but that has to be more oriented towards reducing the failure. That's what I meant. It has to be evolved in such a way that the compliance has to be more stringent.
Yes.
No, I think there are standards, and see, we are an Uptime Institute certified here for data center. Okay, so as Mr. Jain said, the non-IT infra, okay, the more as we move on, the modern equipment that comes, the failure rates drastically reduce because they're built better, better material, better design, and all that, and definitely far more efficient. It's most of the failures that are critical are on the IT side. We've had failures because ISP fibers got cut somewhere, and it took a long time to switch over whatever redundancy they had. The redundancy failed on our side. Then we had issues where the IT was overcapacited or something like that. So the IT failures also contribute to data center failure. So
yes,
the non-IT becomes more and more stronger, and definitely we reach that 999 or availability and all those things. But even if you see the major failures that happened in Google, Amazon, or whatever, they were purely IT related. They were not non-IT related.
Just okay, I think on what's been said, first of all, I mean, when we talk about standards, yeah, there are standards in the data center, and one of them is uptime. So we have done more. We've done more than 2,500 centers across the globe. So we have certified thousands of data centers. So it's adopted around the globe, and it's proven and it's been certified. And I'm sure you heard about a lot what's happening in the market recently. So I think when we talk about data centers' importance today in our life, not only in just in our industry, the role that the data center play has expanded from being just IT and now into entire economies and numeric economy is based on data centers today. So resiliency and availability of physical infrastructure, it's something that is paramount to not only to our business, to entire economies now. So when people start building data center, and resiliency should be at the core of the discussion. It doesn't mean even now when you start moving to the cloud, a lot of people, they think when they move to the cloud, they can outsource all the accountability to the cloud provider. And even the cloud is somewhere in a data center. So when we talk about the resiliency, we talk about all the data centers. I mean, even the cloud providers or non-cloud providers. So according to the surveys we do in Uptime, 71% of the outages that have been reported are actually linked to power, cooling, and network. 71%. The remaining 29% is something else. So it's still, when we talk about physical infrastructure, it's the core and it's the main reason of all of these outages. So people, when the reason about this is still you can design a data center and according to this standard and design it using very professional people with a long experience. But when it comes to the implementation, this is the key, and this is where we see a lot of issues. A lot of people cut corners. They don't keep consistency from their design to their implementations. So you have contractors that have the liberty to do things on site, and there is no much of control, and that leads sometimes in cutting corners. And most of the time, you don't see this corner cuts until you go down in 5 to 10 years of operations, because the data centers start getting challenged when it's loaded at 75%, 60%. This is where you reach the maximum of actually you can start taking the maximum out of your facility. And this is where the risk is too high. So people, they don't actually figure out this in the beginning. And the other one is that we've seen that people, they don't give enough time to commissioning. And when it comes to commissioning this big facilities, especially, we all understand that time to market is very important, and it's cost. There is a cost there. So you have, especially when building a commercial facility, you have to bring your facility to operations and start generating revenue out of it. So people, what they do, they shorten this period of commissioning and the pressure of delivery. What happened is that they don't do that properly. They don't cover all activities they need to cover, and they don't test those facilities at full capacity. What happened is that they test the facility sometimes at 30% and sometimes at 50%. And when they go beyond that in operations, this is where the outages happen. And we have seen live examples of this, where people, they did commissioning at 30% of load. And then when the facility reached 75%, if you have an outage there, at that stage, when if you are an enterprise organization, or if you are a colocation company or hyperscale, if you have an outage when your data center is loaded at 75%, I can tell you, ask your lawyers to sharpen their pens to go to court. It's going to be very, very, very challenging. So the other point as well is the operations and management. A lot of people, I'm sure you heard this all over the place, that we talk about that 85% of the outages are related to human errors. That's very, very, I'd say, short description of the issue. And when you dig down behind the outages, behind the human errors into this, you always, you go back to cost cutting, you go back to lack of training of these people, you go back of corner cutting in the project. And so it always goes back to the organizations, to the management. So how they adopt a proper, let's say, planning, how they give enough time to design the centers properly, how do they keep the due diligence and keep consistency throughout the entire build cycle, and also prepare for operations properly. So people, all the other point as well is that people, it's happening that they wait until the data center is commissioned, then they start thinking about the operations. If you are in a business, commercial business today, it's a completely wrong approach. So there's always, I'm sure you, maybe if you have the book, is that start with the end in mind. So always think about your operation in the end, prepare your people, prepare your team, prepare your operations procedures, prepare your operations run book. So when you get to the operations, you have well-trained operations team to take over from your contractor. So you reduce all of these human errors and keep consistency in training and due diligence about these people. So the entire process from the design to the construction to the commissioning to the operations needs to be really looked at in a proper way. You need to have proper people in place. You need to have a KPI set throughout the entire thing and keep consistency from design to constructions all the way to the operations. And everybody needs to work together. So it's the entire thing. So it's still infrastructure is still very important. And even a lot of people that think today they will move to the cloud, they will solve their problems. No, you won't. So you still have to gain visibility to which facility you are going. You still have to, you can outsource your IT loads, but you cannot outsource your accountability. So we are ready to help a lot, whatever we can as Uptime. We're doing it already in India. And I think for the years to come and all the investments that are coming in and the level of resilience and availability required to respond to this demand and sustain what is required to achieve even the vision of the government about digital India and all of these messages coming in, people need to raise the bar when it comes to designing, building data centers and operating them. The compliance will be more tough into this. The accountability will be very, very difficult to achieve. I mean, so if you have an outage in the future, the cost of those will be just increasing. So we have maybe the number of outages is reducing, but their cost is just increasing because of the importance of the data center. So everyone that is building a data center today needs to pay a serious attention about the resilience and availability. So.
Sure. Thanks, Mustafa. Very insightful. Vinod, your view on this?
I think it's very well covered by both NK Jain and Mustafa Ray. See, the whole core is to get the design right. But one of the elements which modern tools allow is to run some risk analysis during design stage also. So that is something most of the designers needs to invest in. So there are enough AI tools and risk analysis tools which you can actually internally test how robust your design is through that. So something which is now becoming a norm in some of the hyperscalers are asking most of our co-location to run this test upfront before we propose to them. It includes the failure analysis test, then risk analysis test, then various transit tests. There are many tests which are there. So these are some early indicators of how robust your design is on that. So that is something which definitely the industry will mature, because the industry has been more of trying to replicate what they thought is the best thing which has happened there, but probably not necessarily the most modern way to look at it. I'm sure that is something which is going to be addressed. Second, I totally agree with Mustafa in terms of the testing and commissioning. These stages of how you do the whole process of testing and commissioning is something which no one must ignore. There is a stage-by-stage way to do it. There is a tendency people to jump it. There's a tendency to shortcut it. This is what we call as a last frontier. Last frontier about how robust your design is before you go live. After that, you don't have any options to go back and revisit all the mistakes. So this is something which is a norm. Everyone must invest in the testing and commissioning, and they must take a huge amount of time to do it in a very leisurely way. It is not an activity which can be done in 7 days or 6 days. Sometimes I can do level 1 to level 6 in 15-30 days. That's a very, very short vision of it. They will end up in trying to cut corners. This is two areas where I said design analytics, which we can do, testing and commissioning, obviously we can do. Otherwise, I think we are there. Operationally, Mustafa has also recovered that process is the fundamental of trying to get the operation correct. People are driven by process. All amount of training is all backed up by a good process. People, if your process is wrong, there is 100% chance that the man will do error today or tomorrow. He may be the best of the guys, but robust process running, a good tool for people to take the proactive thing. It is the end-to-end cycle, because many people enter data center saying that it's up thing, but the biggest challenge of data center, how to operate it. Many people don't look at it. There are many people like real estate players, everyone jumping into that, saying that we will get into it because it's good business, it's good. But you have to first look at your operational philosophy and then get into data center business. Are you ready to operate it continuously for 15 years, 20 years without any downtime? Do you have the team? Do you have the kind of outlook to do it? Then only you enter the business. Otherwise, it is you can get the best of the data center, but one outages will kill all your business. That's what I would like to say.
Thanks. So I think our time is over, and with this we come to the end of this session. And I would like to thank everyone for their view on this.
Thank you.
Thank
Yes.
you, Shivendra.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So we will now move on to session number 3, which is talking about towards achieving energy. I think that's an extremely important part of this. So I'd like to hand over, this piece to session.
Ratnika ji, your voice is cracking.
Be heard? Here, can I be heard?
Because we can't hear you.
Okay, so I just thought it was only me then. Okay.
No. Thank you. Can I be heard now?
No, your audio is very poor, Ratnika. Yes.
So no problem. Let me take it over. Good afternoon, everyone. So we start our session 3 towards achieving the energy efficient green data centers. And can I request the session moderator, Mr. Vikas Agarwal, Partner Consulting EY, to please start the session. Over to you, Vikas ji.
Thanks, Varun, and thank you, Ratnika. And welcome to all the panelists and audience who have taken time out for this interesting discussion. So I'm sure the discussion since morning have centered around data centers into various dimensions, various domains, and would have been quite interesting. Unfortunately, I missed the large part of the discussions. I could only catch the panel prior to us, and it was quite interesting. The topic for us today is about efficiency, green, and how do we optimize data center in terms of energy usage. I think the topic is no-brainer, but it's complex like anything. When we say common sense is not very common, similarly, simple things are never simple, and they always have a complex methodology to achieve that. So when we talk about I'm sorry, there's some glitch in the network. Am I audible?
Sure.
Yes, Vikas, absolutely. No. Okay, thanks. Thank you. So when we talk about, a very simple concept that if we reduce energy consumption data centers, definitely it becomes more economical operations for us. It results in lower carbon emissions, which again plugs back both to the nature and to the economy. It also becomes much more manageable. It gives us capacity to expand our computing facilities. So a lot of things which I think we all understand that why energy efficiency is very important for data centers, why we need to adopt the green measures. But is it easily achieved? What are the things happening in the world around us, around this topic? What are things which are being adopted in India? What's happening around globally? What kind of experimentation is being done? How is software industry coping up with this? What innovations do we see are there? What could be the regulatory or policy initiatives which could be introduced by the government? Do we have a framework today or we don't? So lots of questions, lots of, I think, pointers around. And I'm looking forward, just like audience, to get wizened up from the views and experiences of various speakers on the panels. And with that, I welcome you all once again and thank you for taking your time out. We have on panel a very interesting mix of speakers. So we have people from software industry, we have people from data center industry, both from India and abroad, and we also have people who are part of power industry. So I think there couldn't be a better mix of panel around here. Yes, we are missing someone from government in terms of regulatory or policy space, but I'm sure the speakers here, the illustrious speakers, shall be able to fill in that gap and would be able to share their own experiences and their views in terms of policy and regulation. And with that, let me start with our guest first, Atithi Devo Bhava. So let me start with Dennis. I'm assuming that Dennis is not based in India and he's based at Singapore. So welcome, Dennis, and thank you for taking time out
So Dennis, before I start with any question, I'm sure all of us would have heard about the experimentation being done by Keppel about using liquefied hydrogen as an alternative energy or fuel for data centers. So how did this idea come to your mind as a company, as an individual? What has been your journey so far? And what do you think is going to happen next? Over to you, Dennis.
Thank you for the questions. Okay, I mean, allow me to give you a little bit of background about challenges here in Singapore. So basically, Singapore do not have renewables. Okay, renewables are specifically for data centers. None exist. So we put a lot of effort in terms of, as a nation, we try to harness solar and so forth. Okay, but that's good enough for households and not so much for industry. Right. So Singapore is really a challenge. This is number one. Number two, there is a moratorium in Singapore whereby no further new DCs are allowed to be built, be it greenfield or brownfield, namely because of the huge carbon footprint associated with data centers here in Singapore. Just to share with you, Singapore, I think in terms of the power from the grid, 95% of that is coming from natural gas, combustion of natural gas. Therefore, it is indeed a challenge. The moment they give an approval for data centers in Singapore, here you're talking about close to 25, 50 megawatt kind of size data centers. So the carbon footprint associated is really mind-boggling. Okay, this is the other challenge. And then last but not least, okay, is the ambition of our clients, the hyperscalers. Amazon Web Services wanting to go carbon neutral by 2030. Microsoft wanting to go carbon negative by 2030, and last but not least, Google, right, wanting to go hydrocarbon free by 2030. So is this possible in Singapore if we want to continue to service clients such as these hyperscalers, right? So we do not have a choice. So we are, for Keppel, we are exploring various options, right? One option, of course, is renewable energy from neighboring countries, whereby we are working, around using subsea power cable, okay, to bring this renewable energy back to Singapore. This is one option. But of course, the other option that we would like to, in terms of energy security, having the ability to churn out the green electrons in Singapore, is through molecules, which is green molecules from hydrogen. Okay, this is the ambition that we have. We want to have this ability to also generate our own green electrons right here in Singapore. Right. For that, for Keppel, what we did was we worked with a consortium of partners to look at the entire supply chain infrastructure for hydrogen. Okay, so I work with partners like, for example, Kawasaki Heavy Industry, Mitsui OSK Line, Linde, right, Royal Vopak, even Mitsubishi Heavy Industry, for that matter. Right, so we look into the entire supply chain infrastructure, right from the source of where hydrogen is being produced, namely from, let's say, in Australia. Right, so we are now working on a conceptual design for a hydrogen export terminal. To be specific, the carrier we are looking at is actually liquid hydrogen, LH2. Okay, so we're also working on the LH2 vessel design. We are now also working on the LH2 import terminal here in Singapore. And last but not least, I work very closely with Mitsubishi Heavy Industry to look into 100% H2 power plant. Okay, a turbine, 100H2 turbines here in Singapore as well. So as to, once the LH2 you regasify it, you get gaseous H2, and it goes to the power plant and it generates the green electrons that we need. So this is the value chain that we are working on now. And then to top it all off, we are also actively working with counterparts in Australia. Okay, the hydrogen producers in Australia. Okay, renewable energy farm in Australia. Now, Australia is only one offshore site that we're looking at. We are looking at multiple. So in fact, we are also exploring options with companies in India for green hydrogen, in New Zealand, as well as in Middle East. So for Singapore, I think the only way for us to really go green, all right, and then also to meet our clients' ambition, we do not have a choice, right? We need to really look into how we can get our hands on green hydrogen and get it safely into Singapore. So that's our ambition of how we go about greening our data centers. not just our data centers, but the entire data center industries in Singapore.
Thank you, Dennis. It was very interesting to know where it emanated from. And for me, the operative words which you mentioned was there was no choice. I believe that's true not only for Singapore. I think that's true for all of us. And on that question, on that point of there's no choice, let me invite comments from Piyush.
Okay.
Piyush, would you agree on that there's no choice for anyone, be it Singapore or India, but to be energy efficient, but to be carbon neutral, but to go green, but to save power, but to save money? And in your opinion, Piyush, how well the cloudification environment in the country has helped in creating an energy efficiency in data centers? So over to you, Piyush.
I have my own analogy to it. Let's see how well I can explain it. So see what is happening over last so many years, all the traditional ways of watching, whether it is watching TV or whether it was like the metering, everything that was traditionally happening through an analog channel or through a telco channel, we have been converting that into, we've been digitalizing it. So many OTT platforms have been launched recently, so many more OTT platforms to be launched. World's largest, one of the largest smart metering project going live from India, and this is also categorized as one of the largest IoT project in the world that is happening in India, and smart meters being installed in India. So everything's moving towards digitalization, but at the same time, we need more compute power for this digital transformation. We need more data centers. So we need more power. We are doing smart metering to save power, but because there are going to be data centers which will be launched, they will need more power. There will come time, analysts have predicted that over the next 12 to 13 years time, many countries like India will face a challenge where the entire country's power consumption would be equivalent to the data center power consumption. So let's say India, data centers, if the country would be, rest of the country would be consuming 200 gigawatts of power, data centers would be consuming 200 gigawatts of power. So 400 gigawatts of power may get consumed over the next 12 to 13 years time. From where do you bring this power? Because it should not happen that after some point of time, the government or the people start hating the data centers or they start hating the cloud service provider, because you will be consuming humongous amount of power. There has not been any major innovation that has happened in semiconductor technology for more than a decade's time now. Typically what happens, the battery technology or any of the electronics technology, we are able to compress and put more and more compute, more and more storage power in smaller space. But the semiconductor technology has remained the way it is. And for IoT technology, for blockchain, for AI, ML, compute vision, and quantum computing, which is coming very soon now. So all of this will consume humongous amount of compute power because there is no major innovation that has happened in the way we deliver compute. So how are we going to deal with this humongous power requirement of the future? Data center companies and those who provide services to or solutions to data center companies, cloud service providers need to think today. If we want to be run a sustainable business model where people do not hate us or we are not forced to shut down in the future, the only way is to move to green power today. The cost may be high. I talk to a lot of people and they say that no, we are planning to do solar power or wind power based solution or a tri-generation, gas-based tri-generation after 4 years, after 5 years. But by the time you take that time, the 2024 or year 2025, it should not happen that government or people or different institutes come up with a mandate not to allow data centers to run in the country. So we have to think of this like our friend Dennis mentioned about hydrogen. That's a very, very good option. If we can set up massive solar plants which can generate power during daytime, then convert water into hydrogen during daytime, that same hydrogen can be consumed at night time and power can be generated at night time. So that's the most easiest way to actually have green power available. And besides that, if we can have more solar power parks, more windmill parks coming up in the future, no, that is going to help us, because I can foresee that there is a chance that we will create, the data center companies and the cloud service providers may create problems for their existence by consuming so much amount of power.
Thanks, Piyush. That was very interesting. And I think the way you mentioned, if I were to encapsulate that, what you were saying essentially was today our lives center around data centers. So anything that we do today is so dependent on data centers, right from education to entertainment to news to travel. Everything is being served from data centers. So with all the compute, all the storage that's required, definitely all these are power hungry resources. So power consumption, the energy requirement is going to go higher and higher. So you agree that there is no choice but to go efficient. There is no choice but to but to explore alternate energy options for data centers. So while we talk about exploring alternate options, what innovative trends are happening in the industry is something which we must think about. So why I'm saying that is when we talk about energy efficient data centers, there are two aspects to it. One is the energy efficiency. Second, I'll say corollary to that is energy being produced through green sources or greener sources. But another aspect could be how do we make computing itself efficient? So while we are making energy efficient computing devices, how do we make computing itself efficient that it houses less resources? And it goes deeper and deeper into understanding how hogging less resources would help in hogging less power, and that will lead to efficiency. And this is where I would like to invite Vivek's views from Vivek. Vivek, this is your experience at Dell and earlier. What do you think is software industry doing? What kind of innovations are being driven over there? How is the industry talking about making computing itself efficient and thereby making data centers efficient? Over to you, Vivek.
Good. I'm hoping my audio is clear. Okay, can you guys hear me? Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, so a little bit of background about myself as well. So I'm part of the research organization in Dell, and we do spend a significant amount of time in understanding the data center and how do you build systems that will help efficiency. Green is in our blood, if you will. Having said that, to your first question, what's been our software industry's effort to making more green code, if you will, right? I know I'm going to get beaten up by my software friends in this industry, but my personal opinion is that we've done a very mixed bag in terms of writing efficient code. So I come from the generation of writing assembly code way back 30 years ago, and writing code on things that have 128 bytes of memory. That was a luxury. 256 byte was luxury. So you have to write very efficient code. Today, cost of memory, cost of storage has gone down so low. Now software has taken a backseat in terms of how efficient are you doing, right? How the languages that we have today, they've become such high order languages that controls have gone out of the window. So my personal scorecard, if you will, of how software industry per se has done, I would probably give it a C+ or a B score, right? I'm not very excited about that. I'm not very happy about that piece. However, having said that, if I take a larger Uber view and I look at architectures, right, the overall architectures of software, and that has taken significant advances. Virtualization, containerization, microservices, these are fundamental vehicles that software industry has bought in, our architectures that are bought in, that allow you to move things around very comfortably, very easily. There's a lot of dynamism that can now be bought into software, which was never there in the past. We were very tied to a particular physical server. So I've got a service running on a particular server. Now it has to be there. There's very little you can do about it. The modern architectures that we are seeing today allow you to move applications to the right place, be it moving because of power efficiency requirements. So we've seen, and I've worked with many projects, a lot of our customers, wherein we've created intelligent software applications that allow you to move workloads based on efficiencies, right? So if I've got a database application that is very critical, time latency is very critical, so I can move that closer to the consumer, if you will, or the service that is consuming that. I move those things out there. There are times when the efficiency or the latency is not the most highest priority. I can move those services to more greener areas, or more may have higher latency, but they can they still operate out of green environments. So you have these levers that allow you to move things around. I'm a bit disappointed to say that I haven't yet seen this being adopted very widely as with a lot of companies and a lot of people. It is gaining traction. There was, in my personal opinion, a lack of confidence or stability and reliability in the past. I think we've gone past those bumps now. We've got very reliable systems that allow you to move software pretty seamlessly, pretty instantaneously as well. So a lot of those infrastructures now come into play. From a software perspective, pure software writing, code writing, my score is a B. From an overall architecture perspective, I think we've done wonderfully well, but we haven't yet seen the full benefits of, or the value of, those phenomenal new architectures that have come in, right? If I may just take one more point, because in the previous session, there was a lot of conversation around AI and the ability to do all of this stuff. Now, for any AI system, it hinges on the fact that you need to have lot of data set. You need to have a lot of tremendously large data sets to build value from that data set that you have. And I'm incredibly happy to say that my peers in this server industry and the tech industry, if you will, have brought in tremendous amount of instrumentation into our equipment. So data is streaming at a ridiculous pace today, but somebody needs to take value out of it. And that's when AI applications, a lot of democratization of data is happening today, but in a relatively slower pace. But it's not because there's no data. The data exists today. Telemetry has become number one in almost any server vendor or any storage vendor. The amount of telemetry that's being produced today, no, it's really there is no excuse for intelligent systems leveraging that to build in predictability, to build in modeling of power and cooling. I mean, somebody was talking about this in the previous session as well, that no, it doesn't matter that you overcool a server. You're not going to get more performance out of it, right? So there is a point of zero value after which, how close are you to that point? I mean, are you overcooling? Doesn't make sense. So therefore, there is a lot of opportunity here that we could leverage. That's my opinion. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, you did. And it's very interesting points that you brought forward, Vivek. And before that, let me share your sentiment and emotion about technology enhancement. Probably has made us humans as less efficient. It has bred in some inefficiency among ourselves, so that we believe, okay, now that I've got so much of compute power and so much of memory and RAM and everything available, even if the code is not that efficient, the hardware device will take care of that. So I recall when I started my career way back in '92, I used to work on VAX systems, VAX 11, 720, 780 kind of systems, huge systems which used to look like probably the kids today would see a huge refrigerator in that. And we used to pull out one card, and that one card used to weigh around 5 to 7 kilograms, and it used to have 16 KB of memory. And this is wow, 16 KB. And this is where the coders of that time were actually working upon. And today you got a pen drive which gives you anything between 32 GB to whatever you ask for. So people believe resources are there to hog, resources are there to consume. But and I agree, the efficient code culture probably needs to be brought in. I'm not an expert. I really can't say whether it's at level C or B, but I'll take it from you that it's somewhere hovering between B and C, and we need to pull it up. So on one part, we're talking about energy efficient devices. We are talking about code, which is compute efficient. We're talking about alternate sources of energy. And amongst us, we have a gentleman who probably is in the middle of everything, the most powerful guy here, Dave from Power Equate. So he's the one probably who's powering these things for us. So let's hear from him. What trends Dave you see globally in terms of alternate energy efficient options being explored? Are the devices becoming more and more efficient? Is the data center design itself becoming more power efficient, more energy efficient? Is the code becoming compute efficient? And I think one parameter by which we can also try to draw some, I'll say data analysis on that is, do you see the size of power equipment going up or going down gradually? So the kind of amperage, the kind of wattage today data centers are asking for. What trends do you see over there, and what are the reasons behind that? Over to you there.
Hey, thanks, Vikas. Quickly introducing myself. My name is Debashish Banerjee. You can call me as Deb. I look after the sales and service for Eaton for the power quality business in India, based out of Bangalore. So it's a great session since morning, and thank you for having me here. And I take a cue from all the sessions of the exponential growth opportunity ahead of us in the data center space in India. And when we look at so data centers are really one of the fastest growing loads on the electrical grid. So when you see that they also use energy storage as backup in the UPS. So moment you see a lot of growth in a data center load, it results in a lot of growth in the energy storage capacity. And with now renewables coming intermittently, the electrical grid really needs to be stable. And it really needs the energy storage devices to maintain grid balance and stability. So today we have a unique opportunity. So while we consider data center and they have the energy storage as device to only put them as backup, but the world is really changing and changing very fast. It is also providing a great opportunity, unique opportunity to monetize the data center assets by itself. What I mean by that is today when you look at a data center and for the grid, it is just a load. So every megawatt of data center power that we are putting today on the grid, there's megawatts of power being stored as energy storage as a backup. So when we do that, provide the energy storage as backup. So finally, you have data center, you have a backup in the energy storage, and then you have the grid. Today, the hyperscalers are now innovating by putting the data center, the power plant, and the energy storage parallel to each other in the same site. What it does is it gives a unique opportunity, and we have some unique solution wherein we have grid connected energy aware UPS options, which not only protects the load against the voltage and the frequency anomalies, which is supposed to do, but intelligently it leverages the connected energy storage devices to monitor the power and the flow of energy. What I mean by that is today, when you have a device which is not only providing you clean power, it also allows you to earn and save money. When I say that, what I mean, let's say a UPS, let's say the data center is drawing power from the grid. And we all know that when we are at home, after a certain level, there's a peak charge. So to do that, when the data center is drawing power at a peak, the solution that I'm talking of, the energy aware UPS, it has the unique ability to transfer the load from the grid to the battery. So what it does in the process is it saves the peak load, and it's called peak shaving, and reduces the cost. Not only that, it also has the ability to participate in some of the demand resource programs operated or managed by the grid. It's not yet in India, but we do see this already in Europe, and within Asia, we are seeing that already in Australia, New Zealand, Australia, and now Taiwan. And I'm very sure that over period, we will see adoption in our country. This is, of course, with the adoption of a lot of lithium ion in this business. So when I say of the demand resource program, what it does is, let's say today, finally for the grid, it is a demand supply situation. So if the demand is higher, the frequency obviously has fluctuations. So this UPS then has the unique, this solution has the unique ability to draw power, sell power back to the grid. So in this process, it helps it reduce the demand and stabilize the frequency. And on the other side, if the supply is higher, it has the ability to draw power from the grid and allows. And in the process, it is also making money for the data center. And it also, there are other options like frequency regulation programs run by grid. So these are some of the options which really helps the data center to monetize this asset while doing its core functionality and yet make money. So there are studies which there are ROIs which have got published. There's some best practices across Europe primarily, which we have done, and we have done it with Microsoft. It's in the public domain and it's available in the public domain. So that was really Vikas as a starting point. And really the way that we are putting our thought and mind into this is we are considering everything as a grade. So we are working to make building as a grade, vehicle to grade. So these are some of the things that are right now already in, where we're talking of building as a grade, where you have EV charging, energy management, and power distribution, all of them seamlessly, working with each other and driving it as a grid, and helps again. So if you consider the data center as a building, it is and working as a grid along with connected devices with vehicles. So that is vehicle to grid, where vehicles are also getting monitored. They have the ability to monetize while they're there in the campus. So it has different functionalities that it can do. So that was really, that's where we think that it is going with us.
Thanks, Dave. I'm not surprised with grid connected UPS, because I believe even as human beings, we all are today connected to a grid. And that's why I think the expression that I want to be off the grid for some time. So I think no wonder that the UPS is grid connected. And I believe some cities in India, some states, some discoms do offer the option of net zero metering or net metering, the way it's called, wherein you can consume energy and power and then you can supply it back. And the what metering is done to use net between what you consume versus what you supply. I'm not too sure whether it's being adopted by data centers in India as of now or not, but especially for industrial units and for residential areas, those experimentations are happening. For example, in Delhi, a part of Delhi, residential apartments are allowed to do that. So I think it's an interesting concept, and how do we take that concept into the larger computing domain? But one thing which I would be very keen to understand, Dave, from you, and then I'll invite comments from others. When we talk about energy efficiency, when we talk about grid connected UPS, when you talk about demand resource programs, all of these come with complexities of their own. It's not something that, okay, you decide I'm going to do it and you start doing it. You need to plan for it. You need to budget for it. You need to be very technically savvy to understand this. So what do you think are the inhibitors? So when you talk to your clients about these kind of equipment, these kind of energy sources, are there any inhibitors you see over there? Do you see any doubts over there? Either in terms of, let's say, investments, why should I invest so much of money, or is it going to cost me more to start with? Of course, in the long run, the savings may overrun the cost of it, but then probably people don't understand what's the cost of not incurring a cost. So not many of us understand that today. So have you seen any inhibitors over there? One. Secondly, around the world, to your knowledge, basis what you would have seen in other countries, what incentivization is being offered by the government or by, let's say, a district authority or a state authority to the data center industry?
Yeah, great question. So really speaking, it is also a lot to do with government's push or incentivizing how it really wants to support decarbonization, and how does organizations or data centers really. But today, when we see there are a lot of companies having mandate to become carbon free by 2035, 40, 30, there are different dates. We heard that earlier during the day. So based on the company's priority with lithium ion getting adopted very, very fast, faster than, and we have a huge lithium ion, and it is growing at a very fast pace, even in India. But the constraint that I see is, first is the first mover advantage. As you said, it has not yet come in India. But when I speak to some of my colleagues in Asia Pacific, they say New Zealand has already adopted building as a grid, as a concept. Australia has adopted. Now Taiwan is coming. It's just a matter of time. When we look at the amount of data centers that are coming in India, I'm sure that it's just around the corner. Of course, it needs heavy cooperation and participation from the government to allow incentives to for the data center to really participate in these demand programs, demand resource programs. Otherwise, it'll, and to your point, how do you really, it also helps the grid to stabilize when you have these programs, when you're feeding it back to the grid. So it is in the mutual interest of the government and the corporations to really take it forward. And I'm sure that it is, I mean, few years away, or if not earlier than that.
Thanks, Dave. And talking about lithium-ion based incentivization, let me go back to hydrogen. Let me talk to Dennis once again over there. So what kind of incentivization were you offered by the government of Singapore? Did you seek any policy changes, any regulatory relaxations over there? Or do you intend to seek these relaxations? And what would be your suggestions for government in India? What could be the possible policy changes, regulatory relaxations that could be offered to the industry out here to experiment with something as new as hydrogen-based energy generation for data centers?
Okay, very good question. Okay, to start off with, I think Singapore government don't typically give hands out that often, all right? So, but then of course they are more than happy to work with private commercial entities wanting to see a change, wanting to introduce something new. So that part we can see they're very supportive. Singapore's government perspective, right? Now, when it comes to say hydrogen, something relatively new, right? To be honest with you, there's no import policy of a huge volume of hydrogen as a fuel here in Singapore just yet. So let me give you an example, because we are working on the supply chain infrastructure, right? We are working on the hydrogen producer, we are working on the power plants, we already started working on the mega data centers here in Singapore. So our approach is an embedded approach, or what you call islanded approach. It means you are totally off-grid. So the power plant that's churning out the green electrons is to support this data center campus, a mega data center campus that we are working towards. So this mega data center, for example, it could be a combination of land-based and floating data centers. That's what's happening in Singapore. All right. Now, from the government perspective, I think this is something they think that it's really exciting, because it does bring a lot of value add to the economy. All right. But by having said that, the hydrogen pathway in terms of the policy pertaining to the importation of huge volume of hydrogen is not there just yet. So these are things which we brought it up to the agencies, the government agencies here in Singapore, and they gladly form a platform, a consortium of multiple agencies coming together to work with Keppel on establishing such policies. Okay, these policies will take time to evolve. All right, I think here we're talking about 2025, 26, 27 kind of timeline. So we have enough runway to make sure that we establish a policy to facilitate the importation of hydrogen. So this is what we see is happening. From the engineering perspective, I mean, to be honest with you, we are confident that the entire supply chain for this liquid hydrogen to be imported to Singapore and so forth, we see that happening, the possibility of that being executed. The timeline we're looking at is probably 2027, 2028 kind of timeline. So therefore, I think it's for us, it's very important that we have this early engagement with the government agencies. We are very open about what we want to do. So can you imagine when we first go to them and say, hey, we want to bring hydrogen into Singapore? You know, they will straight away refer to consultants' reports, and their reports say for that to happen in Singapore, 2040, 2050. No way that can happen here in Singapore. But having said that, my response to them said, oh, if that's the case, by 2030, if you don't have a solution, you can say goodbye to the data center industries in Singapore. All right. So it's very easy for hyperscalers to unplug and start progressively move. Say within 10 years, I think they will move out if they don't have we don't have a green solution to meet their green ambition. So therefore, with this explanation and so forth, so we do see that the agencies are more open now. They are working very closely with Keppel, okay, from the policy front as well as from the engineering front as well. So they want to understand where we are, how are we coping, do we need support, and where they can come in to facilitate and so forth. So my advice is to be open with the government, share with them your ambition, share with them your plan, what are the challenges, and let's work together to meet the goals of Singapore. Sorry, you're on mute, I can't hear you.
Thanks for pointing it out. I didn't realize I'm on mute. So let's contrast the scenario in India. Piyush, what's your view? What has been your experience in India? If I were to pick up some points from what Dennis said, engaging with the government, if not incentive, at least encouragement from the government. And also, especially given the fact that Government of India today is planning for huge data center farms, India to become sort of a global, basket, or, the global place to be in terms of data centers. So in your experience, what's the scenario in India today? And what would you like to seek from the government, from the authorities, in terms of any policy direction or regulatory relaxations or any kind of enablement?
So if you look at the current semiconductor situation in India, there is a massive shortage for semiconductors all over the world, and we are facing the heat in India because there is not even a single semiconductor manufacturing unit in India. And now, a couple of years back, Vedanta Group had approached government, and they were ready to put the semiconductor manufacturing unit. They were ready to invest 45,000 crore rupees, which is like almost $7 to $8 billion is what Vedanta Group was ready to invest. But government did not show any kind of keenness for that. Typically, what happens, if a company announces that I want to set up a textile industry, then Kerala, Karnataka, Telangana, everyone will compete for that. But for this semiconductor unit, no one reached out to Vedanta Group, and there was no keenness in any state, neither in the central government at that point of time. Now today, see, because there is not even a single semiconductor manufacturing unit in India, see what is the problem that we are experiencing. 2 years back, I had submitted a complete list of equipments which are required, more than 90 equipments which are required for setting up for building up a server. to create a compute capacity, we require a lot of servers, we require a lot of storages. So we submitted a list, a detailed report of like 100 pages to the central government, stating that this all units need to come in India so that the manufacturing of these equipments can happen in India. So government started doing internal brainstorming, but nothing major happened. And then post that, we also had pandemic situation for 1.5 years time. So nothing major happened from the government side. And now what is happening post pandemic, all the major cloud service providers all over the world, they are taking over the entire production of semiconductors. So anything which is made out of semiconductors, RAM sticks, chips, motherboards, dozens of other things which are made out of semiconductors. Majorly, the global cloud service providers are taking over. Whatever is left out is going into larger projects, like the IoT projects are there, or blockchain projects are there. And then Bitcoin mining has also expedited now. People are doing a lot of mining also all over the world. So there is no semiconductor available in the market. Car manufacturers are shutting down their units for 15 days now. We do not have a power problem like China has today, but we have another problem. We have shortage of semiconductors. What if this risk of not being able to get semiconductors further aggravates? If a situation comes next year when the delivery timelines go in 6 months and 12 months for anything which is made up of semiconductors, we will have tough time. And we've had dependency on 1 or 2 countries only most of this last 2 decades. And that is going to create a problem for the future. Our dependency on semiconductor and not able to get the supply of semiconductor may decide the digital future of India. You're on mute.
Because you're on mute.
Thank you. Very interesting, very pertinent point over there. And let me invite Vivek to comment upon what you just mentioned, Piyush. So let's say the situation continues the way it is. So what's going to impact on software industry, and how would software industry meet its compute requirement in that such a case?
Okay, that's a tough question. You need hardware for software to run, and that's just one of those inexplicable things that you cannot separate. One of the things at least my opinion would be, is that efficiency. You have to drive out the inefficiencies in our systems that we have today. We do have a lot of inefficiency wherever you look at it. I've seen, and that's one of the things we touched upon a little bit about what the government can do. There are programs that we have in the government, I won't say in the government, through the Green Building Council and the ECBC. We're trying to create awareness around how do you educate data center operators and everybody else to try and up the efficiency curve, which would then free up capacity. A single watt of energy that you're not you're saving is equivalent in its weight in gold, because that 1 watt of energy could be used in some other operation that is more useful. So efficiency is just absolutely paramount today. I have an interesting point I would like to make over here is one of the things that I've seen very consistently is the IT side of the house does not talk to the facilities side of the house inside a data center. And the problem gets exasperated when you start getting into a colo or even in a cloud environment for that matter. What's going to happen is there's tremendous amount of partnership that's required to drive out inefficiencies. And today in India, at least, I won't say in the world today, even the organization structure, right? Your IT guy reports into the CIO, the facility guys reports into the chief operating officer. They're completely different. There needs to be a partnership between these two things to drive out inefficiencies through more relevant movement of software and applications. None of that happens today. What we've tried to do in the ECBC through the IGBC council is also that we can try and bring education. How do you educate people of the possibilities, right? I mean, I think if you don't start there, then nothing else follows after that. So we've tried to do some efforts there. There's some fantastic guides that have been set out, which will allow people to eke out that efficiency. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, the average CPU loading in a server was hovering around the 14-15%. That is pathetic. There is a base power consumption that your server consumes, whether you use 1% or 0%. There is a basal layer of power energy consumption, and then it's a relatively linear curve after that, but that base energy is still there. So the ratios of power consumption to IT versus the base, as you go higher in CPU consumptions, average CPU loading, is when you get more ROI to that baseline layer. So I'm happy to say that today we are seeing much higher numbers. Nowhere near with numbers which I believe we should be hitting. We are still 40, 44, 45% is what the average I've seen today. My aspiration would be to see that number go to 80, 90%. There is no reason why we cannot hit those numbers. We've got enough redundancies in the software layers today that allows this extension, if you will, on the hardware layer, right? So in Dell, we've done a lot of research. We've done a lot of white papers around how do you do this. I mean, everybody is scared to be that first person to try it out. Right? There's a bunch of new capabilities. There's a bunch of new products out there. There are a bunch of white papers, and we're always ready to help. Right? We want people to do this because I clearly see that we are going to be going down a path that says, if we don't do something now, our ability to hit those green numbers and targets, forget about it. We're not going to happen. Right? So a lot of these things, the partnership between the IT side and the facility side, education of how you could drive out inefficiencies, all of these things are paramount, absolutely paramount. Because we are not going to run software on cloudware. It's not going to happen. Software needs hardware.
Sure, Vivek. Thanks. And while I invite our audience to ask questions, if they would like to seek some more details, I see one question, and I think amongst us, Deb is the most qualified one to answer that. And the question is, I'll paraphrase the question for ease of understanding. I think the question pertains to, on one part, we have got solar power plants coming up, and we've got solar power farms coming up, and there's solar power being generated. So do we really need lithium in India? That's a question from one of the audience.
So what do we still need lithium is the question.
Yeah, that's the question.
I'll take a stab at it. I'm not sure if I can answer that full, but I am sure there are more qualified people as here to answer that. But my take on this would be that while we have solar, I'm not sure whether it is stable. Adoption is extremely good, whether it has balance and stability. The reason why lithium ion is perhaps one of the most preferred, there are other sources of energy which are also being considered. Right now it is lithium, but we are seeing that there are newer technologies coming on board, because it also enables multiple things. One is it helps, it's proven that it is helping the grid to remain stable. And as it participates in some of the demand programs that I mentioned, it is helping the grid to be stable. It is allowing to take carbon credits. So in the process, organizations are able to become more resilient, optimize their energy sources, and yet, so it's a win-win combination. So I do not know that why, I am not sure why it should not be considered really. And I do not think that having solar as a source is stable enough for a data center to use it as an energy storage backup at this moment. So we'll have to see as it comes.
Sure, Dev, I agree, because solar still has a huge dependency on terms of climatic conditions. And also, I'm not too sure at the scale at which we need the energy for data centers, how cost efficient the solar power output is going to be. In the current scenario, of course, the efficiency is increasing day by day over there. And also, you need a backup, you need that energy stored lying next to you. You can't say that, okay, once I face a blackout, that time I'm going to start sourcing that. So anyone has any views on that? Because the question is interesting. I think not completely out of the world or not out of the syllabus. So anyone else would like to comment on that? Piyush?
I just have
Ganesh?
one point. I have
Yeah.
one point. Sorry. I just have one point on lithium.
Sure.
One of the challenges I've seen with lithium is that there is a lot of water consumption in the manufacturing of lithium, and that has been a big pain point and big a concern, if you will. So I don't know how that's going to get resolved. And in a country like India, where potable water and quality of water is a challenge, how effectively can we create a net green source of energy, right? It's great that we have lithium and all this stuff, but if production of that is black or gray or what have you, then
Yep.
you're going to have challenges there as well. Just my opinion.
No, I believe wonderful point. How green is our green energy is definitely point worth exploring. So any comments from you, Dennis, Piyush, anything you'd like to add to that?
So to make so see, I think so. Don't think so. Solar is so expensive right now. If we are able to somehow convert solar into some kind of other energy for daytime and then nighttime, if we are able to use it, because see, solar power now is available at 1.8 rupees, which is how much, like, which is hardly 2 pence or 3 pence, and nowhere else in the world you will have solar power that cheap, but it is available during the daytime only. If we can convert it into hydrogen, if we can convert it into something else, molten salt can be heated, or maybe lithium ion batteries, they are also very expensive as of now. Battery storage is not an option. We have to use that, or maybe the traditional way of uplifting water from a lower reservoir during the daytime. Water can be lifted from a lower reservoir, can be lifted up during the daytime, and nighttime you can convert it. And but then again, there would be a 1.8 rupees cost to convert it during nighttime. So I think so. Hydrogen is the best way. I also agree with Dennis. Future is how efficiently, but today that technology is also very expensive. Somehow we need to bring down the cost of converting solar into hydrogen. If that can happen, your daytime plus nighttime power will come down to rupees 3 per unit. Nothing cheaper than that. I don't think so anything can be cheaper than that.
Sure, thanks, Piyush. Dennis, anything from you?
Yeah, from my side, I think I would like to add on is that I think energy storage system, iron or whatever battery storage system, it's a must-have, especially when it comes to renewable energy. Especially for us in Singapore, we're looking at renewable energy import, for example, from Malaysia through a series of subsea power cable, or Indonesia for that matter, right? And then over at Singapore end, especially for data centers consumption, we need to ensure that the supply of renewable energy is steady, right? Therefore, energy storage system is a must-have for us here in Singapore, right? Having said that, but then the cost of the energy storage system somehow it's on the higher end as of now. This is one, right? And then the other one to be the safety concern, especially in Singapore, we are very strict with regards to safety. So in terms of placement of energy storage system, right? For example, it cannot be stacked. It has to be all on the the ground floor or level one, where firefighting vehicles get access to and so forth. So if you talk about gigawatts of power coming in, all right, can you imagine the energy storage system and the kind of space that's required? And then, of course, Singapore, besides we do not have that kind of renewable energy because we are a tiny island, we also do not have that kind of space for a huge energy storage system. So it's a delicate balance, something which we are working on now, all right? Yes, energy storage system, battery energy storage system is something that we must have if we were to bring in renewables energy to Singapore.
Sure. Thank Dennis. And we have another very interesting question, maybe not totally relevant, but very interesting. Should we use nuclear power for data centers?
I don't see any problem.
I'm totally
it is
for
properly done. In India, they are doing it properly. So we should continue to expand nuclear power, because there should not come a time when you are forced to shut down the country and all the digital transformation enablers. If the data centers are forced to shut down in the future, country will not survive. So we have to use nuclear power as well.
From my personal perspective, I think nuclear power is the way to go. There are safer options like SMR, small modular reactor, that's being deployed around the world. I think that technology is something that's being used in the aircraft carrier, for example, submarines. They are all using small modular reactor. All right. So to me, I personally find that it is safe. All right. It's just that but the mindset of people, when they hear about the nuclear energy accidents and stuff like that, so that scares them. But for me, I think at the end of the day, if it's a small modular reactor, it makes a lot of sense for, let's say, a data center park. I just have to plug in the small modular reactor. I'm carbon free for the next 40 to 50 years. Right?
Sure.
It makes a lot of sense for me.
Yeah. Thanks. So we got a few minutes to go, and let me invite each of you for one last comment, 30 seconds to 60 seconds. Your top recommendation on achieving higher energy efficiency in data center. The answer could be about policy, it could be commercial, it could be technical. So I leave it to you. One last comment from each of you.
Okay, allow me to go first.
Yeah, please.
Allow me to go first. Right, I think the way to go is to go green, but of course, besides looking at the fuel, okay, there's also need to look at different ways of building data centers of the future. So it's very important to look at what I normally call it a centralized resource, a centralized power generation facility, a centralized cooling facility. That's when, if you centralize everything, then you can achieve better efficiency in that perspective versus having the cooling, independently introduced into a data center facility and so forth. You build a data center campus, have a centralized cooling. What we call here is a district cooling approach. Okay, for cooling. That's when you can derive a lot of efficiency, from my perspective.
Yeah, thanks, Dennis. Some cities in India have been experimenting with district cooling equipment, not usually for data centers, but for multiple applications actually. So that's been experimented upon. I'm not too sure how promising the results have been, but it's a technology with which we already are playing around here. Piyush, would you like to go next?
Yeah, I would prefer to set up data centers in Ladakh and Leh, because there you have solar power available for almost 9-10 months in a year, and then cooling will not be a challenge over there. The air is the freshest air in India, that doesn't require any kind of filtration also. But yeah, telcos will have to lay their cables till there, because they do not have probably the bandwidth which is required. You need a Tbps of bandwidth from all the telcos over there. If that can happen, data centers can come up in Leh and Ladakh. Maybe other security challenges need to be evaluated. How close someone wants to be to a border with two of our neighbors, east and west neighbors. So we really don't know. But I don't see any other major thing that you can do besides nuclear power and solar power. Cooling will continue to be a challenge in India. You will continue to lose 20-30% of data center power in cooling the data center.
Sure. So from submerged data centers to floating data centers to ice cap data centers. Any views here, Vivek?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is immersion cooling is the next thing, right? Whether you immerse it into mineral oil, getting the heat away in the most efficient way. Air is not the most efficient way of doing it. So, anything that you can do in that space is definitely useful. There's a lot of good research going on. We actually have, practical live examples and live production environments of these already. PUEs of less than 1.2 is now the norm in a liquid cooled data center. If you have anything more than 1.2, you're a bad liquid cooled center. But in an air cooled data center, 1.2 is amazing. But nevertheless, my one takeaway would also be refresh. How soon we refresh equipment. We have old equipment lying for whatever reasons in the data centers. Those are just not efficient. The turnover rate of the technology is so good. I'll just give you a data point. If you replaced all of the hard disk drives that were sold in the last calendar year, with the new generation efficient SSD devices, you're saving about 1,500 gigawatt hours of energy. Just that one transition, right? And that is ridiculous, right? So great opportunities there.
So Vivek, I'm sure your colleagues in Dell Hardware are going to send you a huge pizza tonight, and your compete might also. So with that, let me allow the opportunity of the final comment, the final word to the powerful man, Dev. What do you think, Dev, would be the single most recommendation from you? Apart from the ideas you've gathered around using solar energy and nuclear energy, and you may like to put that in your next year's business plan that you would like to experiment over there. So last words from you.
Last word would be really, my submission would be for all data centers owners like Piyush to consider building as a grid which enables peak shaving and bidirectional flow back to the grid, work with the government and to collaborate with the government to come out with programs, demand programs, which enable us to get more, to monetize the data center asset and help it more financially viable data center and get a quick ROI. So really focusing on energy transition.
Sure, thank you. So thank you so much, Dev. Thanks, Dennis. Thanks, Vivek. Thanks, Piyush. Thank you so much. Very interesting, very engrossing discussion for me. I was thoroughly enjoying the discussion, and I'm sure so would have audience. So thanks to all of you. And thanks, Varun. Thanks for organizing the discussion and having us over to join this panel. Thank you so much. Back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vikasji. I would also like to thank all my panelists. We have a long day since morning discussing many things. In fact, we would be repeating. This is our annual program. We will be meeting you next year on the same forum. We will also be organizing various roundtable discussions, putting each topic like we had series of topics being discussed today. Now we'll be organizing per topic a roundtable discussion with the government, with the industry, and I would like to invite you to also join that discussion. With that, I thank you all. Thank you for joining. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.